What a way to start the third day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. That means it is Thanksgiving Day, and happy Thanksgiving to you all from Washington, Illinois. Have a great day of basketball coming up for you from this fine tournament here in Central Illinois. It is the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves out of Houston, Texas, taking on the Wilson Tigers from Florence, South Carolina. Going to be a very high-level matchup. Jonathan Michael here in the booth alongside Michael Savoy. Michael, we've seen both of these teams already this tournament, and both have been extremely impressive. Should set up a great one here this afternoon.
Yeah, both of them have been very impressive, and both of them play very similar styles of basketball where they have a lot of athleticism, they have a lot of ways they can score, and they have just a lot of high-flying athletes. I mean, this should be a very fun one. Anytime you have two teams with very similar play styles in terms of athleticism and high-flying athletes, it should set up for a good one.
Most definitely. As the starting lineups get introduced, we'll start with the Wilson Tigers, who are coming off an 86-60 win over the tournament host Washington Panthers last night. That was an impressive win in front of it was a true road game for them because all the Washington fans, our student section was here, and they quieted those Panthers fans last night.
Yeah, when I was interviewing Yusuf English later.
Not as quite as big of a crowd here today. That's obviously understandable. It is Thanksgiving Day, and again, we're very glad that you're joining us here on Clutch Sports Media on your holiday. And boy, what a great way to kick off Thanksgiving. Many people think football, but at least for us the last couple years, if not longer, we hear Thanksgiving and we think basketball, we think Tournament of Champions. And this is going to be a really good one to start things out. Again, Wilson 1-0 on the season, St. Francis 3-4. As we get set for tip-off here, Wilson's starting lineup will be Christian Bruce. Number 2, if St. Francis' starting lineup, we'll get to that here in a second as the Wolves win the tip. It's Corey Sion, J.J. LeBoy, Christian Hodge, Nigel Walls, and Omarion Harvey. And for Wilson, they got Christian Bruce out there with Elijah Smith and the big duo Tristan Thompson and Josh Leonard. And rounding it out for them is Nazir Smalls, the 6'2 junior, and boy, the duo of Thompson and Leonard were absolutely lethal last night. Those are two people in purple we're going to be watching hard today.
Yeah, they were really good last night, as there's a mystery there, but they were really good last night. I mean, they were talking about two players that pretty much scored the majority of their points, so if St. Francis wants to win this game, they got to limit those two guys.
They most certainly do, as Leonard went for 29 points, 10 rebounds, double-double for him. Tristan Thompson had 33 points, with 26 of them coming in the first half. He was a microwave for the Tigers. As having it now on the wing, that is Leonard, driving into the paint, and he traveled. He picked up his foot, put it right back down, and has a turnover there for Wilson. Still looking for the first bucket of this game. J.J. LeBoy, his wing three on the other end, missed. The Wolves get it back now. Boy sporting that wrist wrap there on his right hand. Nice feed down low, and the finish not there for Christian Hodge. Tigers to get back the other way.
Yeah, that was a really good pick and roll setup there. Nice roll to the basket, just unable to finish.
Drive and kick, three ball on the way is off the mark there from Thompson. A rare miss for him. We have not seen him miss much. We were talking with Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn before this game, and he said that you could put a hand directly in front of his face and it would not matter. 3-ball on the way from Episcopal, and it is good. That's Corey Sion getting things going.
Yeah, I just saw Corey Sion take threes from that spot in warm-ups. I mean, he could probably have that range pretty much like Malachi Persinger yesterday. Just you have those players that can really shoot it from a long distance.
Another takeaway. It's Sion up to LeBoy, and now no numbers.
Ooh, yeah,
back to Sion, and he was thinking just a bit too ahead of himself.
Yeah, I think he wanted to shoot at first, and he realized that there was 2 Wilson defenders by him, and they really wanted to try to block his shot. So he wanted to try to get the aggressiveness and use it to his advantage, and it ended up costing him there.
So Wilson still looking for their first bucket as Christian Bruce brings it up. Bruce was a second-team All-Region player for the Tigers last year. Air ball there for Leonard, a little bit of an uncomfortable shot. Pass up, Hodge, this time he finishes.
Yeah, I got to say, there's probably a turkey on the basket right now for the Tigers. And, you know, we always say lid on the basket, but since it's Thanksgiving, you got to get in that spirit, you know. Think turkey on the basket for them. Hopefully they can score here.
Maybe a big Thanksgiving plate on the basket as well. Ball goes out, and it will stay with the Tigers.
And it's not like they're not getting good looks. I mean, they've been getting good looks so far now, but they just got to hit the shots.
Pass in, Leonard, tightly guarded by Omarion Harvey. He's the Wolves' leading scorer so far this season. 3-ball is a pretty one, and for Christian Bruce. (5-3), Tigers trail. Sion shot faked there. Both point guards today wearing number 2. It might be a little bit hard to see Episcopal's numbers white on white. Turnaround is good from Nigel Walls, the SMU commit. And he is going to be a big-time player today for St. Francis. Michael, he really punished the rims yesterday with some dunks. Tough shot from Leonard is too strong.
Yeah, Nigel Wall is 6'10", uses every bit of his 6'10" frame. It's really hard to stop someone like that.
Harvey's shot too short. Behind the back move, nice feed, too much.
Wide open. That was a good pass, but just a little out of reach.
Try to go behind the back. It didn't pay off there, so both teams still trying to settle in here. Here's Harvey, top of the post. Deep 3-ball from Sion is kept in. Walls, the up and under, couldn't get it to go.
And just as you expect, the Tigers are pushing.
High percentage looks from both teams, and mentioned it, that big old Thanksgiving plate still on the basket. Here's a tough drive from Bruce, who takes the contact, gets his own miss, kicks it out, 3-ball. For Smalls was short. Third chance now for Wilson. And it goes off of the foot of Thompson and back to St. Francis.
Yeah, St. Francis got a little bit lucky there. You talk about a team that just struggled boxing out on that possession. Obviously, it's just one possession, but they know they need to be better with their box outs. You can't give a team like Wilson many opportunities like that to score.
And the point total they put up last night, 86, was, I believe, the highest we've seen so far this tournament. St. Francis maybe out trending that direction as well, as Walls, the big fella, draining the 3 as well. And it's not surprising that's part of his skill set. Almost any skilled big nowadays is going to have that 3-ball in his arsenal. Yeah,
that's very dangerous. We just saw Nigel Walls hit that little post fadeaway, or a little bit of a jumper, had a little bit of a spin move there, and then he just shows the range. So if you're able to have that move with the 3-pointer, that's very dangerous.
Timeout called there by the Wilson Tigers, and this timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Wilson basketball here. Just kicking things off here on Thanksgiving Day. We got 3 more games coming after this. Milwaukee, Juno, and Detroit Renaissance will duke it out in the game immediately following. Wilson turns it back over. Here come the Wolves with LeBoy back out over to Harvey. A little one-handed finish comes crashing to the floor. Now a 4-on-3 for Wilson, driving into the lane, and the layup is good for Josh Leonard.
Yeah, the Tigers had seen that they had numbers going down, and you can't have a team like Wilson. Oh, there we go again.
Another fast break and probably a smart foul there for St. Francis. Would have been a 2-on-1 with Thompson and Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, Wilson's very athletic, so if you give a team like Wilson any opportunity to have numbers going the other way, they're going to take advantage of it, and they're going to look for easy layups like they'd had there with Leonard.
10-5 your score. As Thompson works with it in the corner, guarded by Walls. What a matchup there. Tough fadeaway three. Not a bad shot, though, there from Thompson. Just didn't quite fall. Walls now back over. Hodge to LeBoy. He earned a medal on Puerto Rico's U17 national team. Takeaway from Leonard. Open court, and a foul there by Walls, who can't believe it. Or rather, that was Harvey on the foul. Important distinction between Walls and Harvey, at least up here in the booth, Michael, is that Walls has the brighter pink shoes. Harvey has got the light pink shoes.
Yeah,
and JJ LeBoy's got some purple ones as well.
Yeah, they're kind of both in terms of Walls and Harvey. They're kind of both hard to tell. I mean, they're both kind of tall, but you can't really tell 3 inches apart from one another. So that's a way they look at it. I mean, the jersey numbers are really hard to see. From at least where we are.
Yeah, the white on white, but I gotta say they look clean. They look very clean for sure. Walls drives in and gets fouled. There, that was Elijah Smith, the 6'7" senior forward with the push.
Yeah, really, we've just been seeing both teams so far just play the same style of basketball. You know, both athletic teams, nice pass.
Right into Christian Hodge. Another easy deuce for him. He's got 4 of St. Francis's 12.
Nice job by Hodge getting positioning down low to get that pass to him really easily and get that layup.
The St. Francis team, I think, a little bit has Wilson in terms of size. You know, you got Walls at 6'10", Harvey at 6'7", Hodge at 6'4". Wilson's got Thompson and Leonard, both are 6'7". The rest of their team just a little bit smaller. Hodge here on the drive, slicing it in, tough reverse layup, couldn't get it to go. Boy, if he could have got that. Bruce the other way. Leonard cleans up the miss and gets fouled. That was onto the floor, so no shots there for Josh Leonard, the 6'7" sophomore, who is the number 5 sophomore in the country per On3 Sports.
Yeah, and he looks every bit part of the number 5 sophomore in the country. This kid can actually absolutely play, and he's been taking a lot of shots so far tonight too.
Easy high post jumper for Thompson. At least he made it look easy. That one nothing but twine.
Yeah, both of these guards for Wilson can absolutely play. We talked about the dynamic duo they have. They both play very similar in terms of shooting the ball.
Deep shot, no good. Here comes Wilson the other way and airmailed.
Yeah, when you're a team that likes to push the ball down the floor, sometimes, you know, it can help you. Obviously, if you're athletic enough, you can get easy baskets very fast, but sometimes it can go against you. Sometimes you can commit some costly turnovers, just like that one there.
Zion, a tough 3 ball, hits nothing there. That pass wasn't the first airmail pass we started today. We were watching Caleb Williams in the hotel room before we came here for the Chicago Bears, and not the best performance from the Bears. I think Caleb did okay, but it was more so the coaching staff that lost him that one. Here comes St. Francis the other way with Hodge. Back up to LeBoy. Nice feed down low. Walls being challenged by Smith. Turn around and Walls wins it. He's got 7. Exactly half of St. Francis's 14.
If you want to talk about a team that has it good, though, it's definitely St. Francis. They're based in Houston. They definitely have the Texans, so I bet a lot of these
must be nice to be a football fan in Houston.
C.J. Stroud.
Elijah Smith got fouled there for Wilson. He'll head to the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really much of a factor right now, but 3 fouls to 1. It's not something that catches anyone's eyes. Excuse me, 4 fouls to 1. It catches a little bit more in my eye now, but it's not something that plays a huge factor right now. It's the first quarter, but.
That is the second on Sion. First one is short. Other fouls for St. Francis. Hodge has 1, and Harvey has 1.
Yeah, Sanwa too is something that will catch my eye more than not. I think he just subbed out.
St. Francis only brought about 9 or so players from their team. They got 10 listed in the program, at least the one given to us. Here's LeBoy with it. Double teamed, then turned over. Nice defense there from the Tigers. They can't hope for the last shot, but no, goes back to St. Francis there as Smith lost the handle on it.
Yeah, it's just, once again, just how Wilson plays. You push the ball up the floor. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Now into the game for the Wolves is Trey Stone, the 5'9" senior guard, wearing number 3. The boy drives with the left hand, a tough shot, and ball goes up and over the backboard. So as we mentioned earlier, Wilson, I think, will get the last shot of this first quarter.
And 3 seconds for Wilson, for any normal team, would be like 7 seconds. I mean, they can fly down the court.
See what kind of shot we get here. It's a half-court heave from Bruce. Almost got it off the glass and nearly banked it home. But it stays 14-10. St. Francis in front. And Michael, I think, good things from both teams that first quarter. I think we're going to see both of them get better and kind of sort of just write things in here as the game goes along.
Yeah, this is a very interesting battle. I mean, two teams that, like we've said before, they play the exact same in terms of athleticism, push the ball down the court and back, but something that catches my eye and something that, St. Francis knows too, Corey signed with 2 fouls, and he's one of their best players at point guard for them. And we saw it for that last 14 seconds when he was subbed out that it kind of had an impact on them. They were kind of out of sorts offensively. So.
And I want to thank all of our sponsors here today, starting with, again, Enercon. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Visit EnerconPower.com to engineer your future with us. And by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill, right here in Washington. Come to Kep's Sports Bar during the TOC and check out their menu on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 and Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like them on Facebook for more information. And Culver's, proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. They strive to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way, as $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. And 5 area locations for Culver's, and let them know that let Scoopy know that we sent them over and back for the Tigers, and nice defense there from Stone. Sent Wilson back and forth over the line.
Yeah, good start there for the Wolves.
Stoppage here on the floor.
I think they're trying to reset the shot clock.
Back up to 35, and again, in case you maybe didn't see the games yesterday or didn't quite know, this tournament does use walls, or rather Harvey came flying in, took a hard fall to the floor, and we could hear it from up here. He's held back up to his feet, but boy, that was a tough one, and that makes it harder to shoot free throws, especially after you take a tough tumble like that.
It looked like it hit his elbow too. I mean, that's even the worst part of it. I mean, it hit his shooting elbow, so it's going to be hard to feel that ball for the first time and have that dangling elbow, but I'm sure they'll power through it.
Omarion Harvey, the 6'7" senior. Boy, no real effects there. That one was a perfect free throw.
Yeah, that was textbook. Anything a coach wanted to teach on a free throw, that was perfect.
Second free throw is up and rattles out. So 1 for 2 for Omarion Harvey. Foul there as looked like Leonard went down. Still waiting to see Tristan Thompson, otherwise known, at least on social media, as Treetop. Get things going here for Wilson again. He had 33 last night. And here's Bruce, swatted away by Christian Hodge. Thanksgiving cooking, not in his kitchen.
Athlete against athlete there. That's the intriguing battles you'll see in this game. But as far as Tristan Thompson's concerned, he reached double digits very early in the game last night as well, so he can definitely score the ball. See if he can do it here.
Wilson a bit of trouble there with the inbound, but Myquan McWhite able to get it back in. Now Thompson's with it, guarded by Walls. Tough shot. just off the back edge of the rim, back to the Wolves. And again, a lot tougher for Thompson today. Again, you know, St. Francis is a much taller and athletic team. Nothing against the Washington Panthers, but you know, they got 6'7", 6'10" guys, whereas the Panthers didn't quite have that same size.
Yeah, and athleticism too. A little difference there.
Walls open, 3-ball, knocked it down. He's got 10 for St. Francis, and it's an 8-point advantage for the visitors from the Lone Star State.
Man, Walls, if he can shoot the 3 and he's 6'10", so obviously he has a plethora of post moves he can go to as well. He's a very dangerous player and something that Wilson has to be able to solve.
And St. Francis, they won big yesterday too. They beat Romeoville, a team from the Chicago suburbs, 63-36 yesterday. That game was close for part of it, and then the Wolves just ran away late. Thompson driving in, that's gonna be a jump ball. Possession arrow favors St. Francis.
Good job by St. Francis. Christian Hodge right there, staying with this defender, and then once he put the shot up, he got his hand on it as well. Wasn't able to put the shot up. Nice hold ball there. Possession arrow does go to St. Francis.
Hodge has played a nice game so far. Back to Lavoie.
Really, this Wolves team has played a really nice game, all 5.
Walls turnaround shot. No size can stop him, at least so far in this one. He's got 12 of their 20. Leonard spinning into the lane, losing the ball, somehow able to stay with it. Christian Bruce feeds it back. Double team on Leonard. Nice little dribble move, and it rims out.
Yeah, Leonard's just trying to force some shots up right now. They're not all the shots aren't bad shots by any means, but there are some that I think coach will want to, you know, have some back, get better shots in possession.
Hodge has it again. Back to Lavoie, still looking for his first points, but been a great player for St. Francis and likely going to play at the next level. Here comes a 3-on-2 break. Stop and go shot, good by Tristan Thompson. And he can just knock down those high degree of difficulty shots. It's hard to stop your momentum and knocking a shot like that, but the bank helped him out.
Yeah, being athletic certainly helps too. I mean, not everyone can do that kind of shot, but he certainly can.
Lavoie on the drive, he's been aggressive and knocked it in with the left hand. Nice shot there from J.J. Lavoie. Nice fella. I opened the door for him into the high school to help him just bang on the door, and I let him in, and he was very nice, very polite. So,
you get that Southern hospitality in Texas.
most definitely. And also, again,
it carries over to Illinois.
And also, I'm sure there's lots of Southern hospitality in South Carolina as well. I know a lot of Wilson fans all over our highlight posts and social media posts after their win yesterday. Behind the back move from Walls, ran into Thompson, who stole it away. Now here comes the Tigers. McWhite dials up a 3-ball, no good. Walls came flying in. Ball is on the deck. Hodge had it, got it to Walls. Boy, what a hectic sequence there. Ball bounces off a Florence player and out. Game is going at about 110 miles an hour right now, Michael.
I bet all these players want to catch their breath, but no, I mean, that pass, if that pass wasn't deflected out of bounds, St. Francis would have 2 players going to the basket without any Wilson defenders going against them, and that would have been pretty easy pickings there.
These two teams are both playing like they got some pretty good sleep last night. They look pretty energized right now.
Yeah, they're playing like they didn't have any room service coming in at 8:30 in the morning like we had to go through, John. But you know what? It is what it is. I mean, I respect those people doing their jobs.
It wasn't a room service. A little bit of backstory.
A little bit, yeah.
Housekeeping knocked on our door at 8:30 a.m. this morning, and we didn't have any games until 4, so a little bit of a premature wake-up call. I was planning on sleeping in, but oh well.
You gotta respect those folks who are doing their job at the end of the day.
22-12, St. Francis leading. They've been in front for most of this one, halfway through the second quarter. As Scion's back into the game now with 2 fouls. Tough elbow shot, nearly rammed in. Here comes Leonard. Euro stepping into the lane, fights up a shot. Tough rims. Not the second time though.
Yeah, Leonard's going to try to get his, and I mean, nothing's going to stop him from at least putting a shot up. And that was kind of an awkward shot, but he's able to get that tap up.
Lead down to 8. And it looks like head coach Harold Baber called a timeout for St. Francis, so they'll talk things over and set up their offense. And while we got a quick second, I want to thank another one of our sponsors that we didn't touch on earlier in BJ Hair. Hair again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck. Let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. And also that timeout was brought to you by Enercon. Also want to shout out again, OSL Healthcare Cancer Institute, this year's title sponsor. And lots of things over there to help combat the fight against glioblastoma. It's really just one-of-a-kind treatment centers they got going over at OSF. Free ball on the way from Stone is good. First bench points from either team here tonight.
Yeah, good job there from the corner from Stone, and that was a really nice shot there too. Nice fundamental shot.
The Wolves have spread out their scoring a bit more. They've had 6 guys get in the scorebook. Wilson so far just has 3. Bruce had it knocked away.
Yeah, and for Wilson, if you have 3 players in the scorebook at this point in the game, it's really easy for the defense to key in on who's going to score. It makes it easier for the defensive side.
Good takeaway there, Leonard. Driving in on LeBoy, lays it in.
Yeah, Josh Leonard, very athletic, and we've been seeing this so far in this game. Just his ability to sprint up and down the court as quick as he can with the ball and still have control for the basket. He's got a lot of those so far.
Definitely a high motor player. Wolves working around, feed Walls in the post. He can knocking down shots everywhere. That might be his toughest one yet. My word, what a shot from Nigel Walls.
He can really do it all. We've been seeing threes, we've been seeing some post hooks, we've been seeing some spin moves. He can really do it all. There's a reason why he's one of the highly touted players in this tournament.
He went deep in his bag of tricks for that one, and the Tigers turn it back over. I think one thing both teams are going to address in their halftime locker rooms, I think, is turnovers for both teams.
Yeah, and I even run it down for the next game. We're doing 2 teams just like these 2 teams that play really aggressive and are really athletic, and it's all about winning the turnover battle. And you're going to see it here. Whoever wins the turnover battle will win this game. And we don't have an official count on the turnovers, but I had to assume who's winning the turnover battle is probably going to be St. Francis, and they're up by 11. So
yeah, I think you could attribute much of that to their length, and that's going to give teams problems all season long. And again, they're facing one of the top teams, if not the top team in South Carolina, as LeBoy knocks down a tough turnaround Jay from the baseline.
Yeah, this is power against power right here. South Carolina versus Texas.
2 state championship caliber squads, and St. Francis, by the way, won the private school state championship last year, Class 3A. They went all the way to the championship game 2 years ago and took home 2nd place. So they are no stranger to deep postseason runs. And this year's team could be their best yet.
Yeah, they certainly look the part of a really good team. And obviously, we don't know much about Texas high school basketball. We don't know a whole lot about the St. Francis team, but this team is legit.
LeBoy, patience in the lane, turns around, gets it to go. LeBoy's starting to cook up here in the 2nd quarter. He's got 6, and St. Francis is now nearly doubling up Wilson.
Let's see if Leonard has an answer on the other end. Nope.
There's no answer at St. Francis. Force another turnover. Hodge, quick little floater, nothing but net. How about this run that the Wolves are going on? They've blown this one open.
Well, there's a whole lot not going Wilson's way. You've kind of touched on each of them.
Walls with the block shot. Everything going for St. Francis right now. LeBoy 3 on the other end. That would have brought down the house. Leonard traveled with that one, and the ref on the far side caught that. Took a little hop and came down with it. And the Tigers, I think they just need to slow down. They're playing just a bit too fast right now against a team that's so lengthy. You just can't do that.
Yeah, they're playing really fast. That's their style of play, but they're playing really fast against a team that also plays really fast at St. Francis, and St. Francis is playing fast better than Wilson is playing fast.
And stay tuned at halftime. We'll set it down in the Upton Auto Group Tournament Central and break some things down. We'll have an interview coming. Hodges' shot blocked out of bounds. It'll stay with the Wolves.
Yeah, I like to see what the Tigers come up with. Pardon me, with this last 33 seconds left to go in the half, and see if they can bring anything positive to the halftime locker room, them being down by 17.
Getting a stop, I think, would be a big key.
Stops and offensive points.
A shot clock down to 10. LeBoy dials up a deep 3. And it's off the mark. Wilson can't hold for the last shot. Here's Smalls with it, taken back away. Smalls to Walls. Now back out, nice shot fake there, and a floater along the baseline was too strong. There from Shane Ducksworth, first time we've called his name today. Down to 2, down to 1. Wilson's got to shoot, and they did not get that one off. And that's how the first quarter ends. 33-16 your score, and boy, St. Francis really just dominated that second quarter, and Wilson didn't have many answers on the offensive end.
Yeah, St. Francis playing a whole complete style of basketball. I mean, really, Nigel Walls is pretty much a microcosm of what this team has been so far, knocking down threes, scoring in the inside. And then for Wilson, you're just talking about a team that likes to play fast, have been trying to play fast, and they have been playing fast, but they haven't been taking care of the basketball. A lot of turnovers for this team, and a lot of fouls going up too. So not really a great half for the Tigers, but something they can easily clean up, I think, coming in the second half.
Well, and this game is sort of a really big litmus test. Again, you're facing one of the top teams in the entire state of Texas, which obviously Texas high school sports are on a different level than most any other state in the entire country. So again, Wilson not going to face every team they face is not going to be St. Francis. This is going to be a good test for them, and we'll see how they come out in the second half. The Tigers still very much in this game, especially if they can find ways to get Leonard and Thompson some open shots.
Definitely. We had mentioned in the open about the dynamic duo they have with Thompson and Leonard, and just their abilities to score. They haven't really scored that much in the first half. There's been some forced shots, but hopefully that's something they can clean up. I think Yusuf English, their head coach, can do a good job of cleaning stuff up for them.
Fast-paced first half of action here on Thanksgiving Day. Even though it's a holiday, these teams aren't missing a beat so far. St. Francis 33, Wilson 16. And we'll take a quick break here from a Torrey Gym at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and send it down to Larry Larson standing by with Jake Weston. Right after these messages, you're watching the TOC on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome into Uftring Tournament Central. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, with Jake Weston, famous for Jake Weston State Farm. I'm Larry Larson. Jake, happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you, too.
People always ask on Thanksgiving, of course, what are you thankful for? I'm thankful for Jake Weston and his support of Clutch Sports Media. Big friend of the program here.
I love what you guys do.
Appreciate your support, not just this week, but you're one of our first sponsors back in the day, so uber thankful.
If I recall correctly, I don't even know if you guys knew how to even run the ads or anything like that, but it was during COVID and you couldn't get in gyms, and I knew it was going to be a big deal. I'm like, I got to get my logo on this, and you guys have done a fantastic job for 5+ years now, and we can't. I mean, this event wouldn't be what it is without you guys, and likewise.
Appreciate that a lot, Jake. So going back to this week and this tournament. Obviously, you're very involved, but let's talk about the field of this tournament and the excitement around this tournament specifically. This morning at the Thanksgiving banquet, there's talk about this being the best field maybe we've ever had.
Yeah, it definitely is probably one of our deeper fields. I mean, everybody's got, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys, and multiple. Last time I saw it was over 50 kids with Division I offers. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see 5 lottery picks out of this class, right? If you follow them all the way through, it is definitely our best field that we've had in a very, very long time. But at the end of the day, it's bigger than basketball, right? It's all to raise money for KB Strong in the fight against glioblastoma. So big-time players making big-time plays, right? But at the end of the day, that's the end goal.
Of course, raising awareness, raising funds for KB Strong. And for those tuned in today who maybe didn't catch yesterday's stream or the stream before, let's talk about KB Strong because it's a cause that you're very familiar with. You knew KB, Kevin Brown, Coach Brown. You played for Coach Brown. Maybe give us an elevator pitch on KB Strong, and then we'll dive into playing for Coach Brown.
Yeah, so, as a parent and trying to make sure you're a good parent and raising productive kids of society, right? It's like the protect versus prepare, right? Mm-hmm. And KB was the ultimate preparer, right? He prepared people for life and got the best out of everybody, right? But at the end of the day, if you're in his group, right, you're one of his players, he's going to protect you, right? And so he was the ultimate coach, and I've been fortunate to play for a lot of great coaches, but he's definitely probably number one on my list.
Without a doubt. And now KB Strong raising funds and awareness for glioblastoma, helping out folks and families that have to deal with glioblastoma, and we've heard that story throughout the week and this morning at Thanksgiving. Fill me in a little bit on just what exactly KB Strong does.
Yeah, so KB Strong funds cancer research, glioblastoma research. They've been a big proponent in getting glioblastoma trials at the Cancer Center at OSF in Peoria, which is crucial because right now, or before the Cancer Center got going, people either had to travel to Chicago or St. Louis to receive treatment. Now we have world-class treatment right here in Peoria. The other two things that they do is their Warriors grant, right? So they're giving grants to people that are diagnosed with this disease to help offset whatever they want to use that money for. And then they have a Heroes program as well, helping people that have been affected adversely by this nasty disease.
You mentioned OSF. Let's talk about the partnership between OSF and the tournament. Obviously the title sponsor, but like you mentioned, it goes so much further than that because they've brought treatment here to Peoria. And I know that drive to Chicago, that's something that Coach had to deal with when he was going through treatment, but now that treatment has come here. But just how instrumental is OSF in their involvement in the tournament and the fight against glioblastoma?
Yeah, and I mean, they're a big proponent in helping us keep this going in the right trajectory, right? And without their partnership, right, it probably wouldn't have the field that we have. But more importantly, right, we keep saying it's bigger than basketball. What they're doing here at their cancer center is second to none. And helping people be able locally that are adversely affected by all cancers, right, be able to stay home in the comfort of their home, surrounded by their loved ones, and get world-class treatment. It's just something that's unmatched. On the flip side, they're bringing so many world-class doctors right here to Central Illinois, and it's doing a lot for the community in the 309 area code altogether.
And they will continue to across the entire state of Illinois, not just here in Central Illinois, but they've done such a nice job with this tournament. We thank them for their support. Jake, thank you for your support, your work for this tournament.
And if you are feeling extra thankful today, you can find the KB Strong website. They have a donation page.
Up on the screen right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
right
so is the QR code? Is it the QR code right here?
Code.
I don't know where it's at. I don't know if I'm getting close or not. Somewhere down here. Scan that, donate to KB Strong, help fight the fight against glioblastoma. We appreciate it.
We can all pitch in. We'll step aside for a break and then back to game action after this on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School here in Washington, Illinois. about 2.5 hours outside of Chicago. No, this tournament is not in Chicago, contrary to popular belief. We are squarely in central Illinois. And oh boy, it's holding some great basketball this week as the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves lead the Wilson Tigers 33-16 here at halftime. Just wrapping things up here, looking ahead to the second half, Michael. Again, we talked about turnovers are going to be key, and getting the duo of Leonard and Thompson going for the Tigers. Those two have combined for 12 points so far, but you saw what they did last night. I think that's not quite up to their standards.
Yeah, we know it's there, right? We've seen it before, and I'm sure they've seen it in their time wearing the Tiger purple. But it's got to be there. If they want to win this game, it's got to be there. We know it's there. We know it's possible. So that's something that we're going to be seeing out of this Tigers team. Just the ability for both of those players to score in the second half.
Let's see what sort of plays Yusuf English drew up for his Tigers team. Again, they scored 86 last night, just 16 in the first half here against this lengthy Wolves team. You see why right there. LeBoy in transition finishes it off. Boy, Harvey was right there for the big slam if he needed to.
LeBoy, great position on defense. He was able to read that pass like a book. I mean, he was able to just jump it, and that just isn't something that the Wilson Tigers want to have keep going on here in the second half. Turnovers on offense.
Their passes have got to be just perfectly on point to get past the long arms of these Wolves defenders. And there are 4 first-team All-State players. Walls, Harvey, Hodge, and LeBoy, all, again, first-team All-State players. That is a almost dream team lineup right there for St. Francis.
All-State in the state of Texas. I mean, that's pretty legit if you ask me.
Takeaway there is Smalls trying to feed his man in the post, but Wolves turn it back over.
The Walls had stepped out of bounds, but still a turnover. I mean, Wilson just needs to clean that stuff up. I mean, it's easier said than done with this team right here in St. Francis. There we go again.
Another deflection as Hodge takes it in, and he was fouled. And I think they're going to say that foul is, I don't know if they're going to call goaltending there. No, that was not a goaltend. Is that one?
No, it wasn't.
We'll send Hodge to the line.
I saw Yusuf English here, and he had his hands on his back, like he was like, "Oh my gosh, like this is getting pretty stressful right now." I think the way you can combat this team in St. Francis is pass fakes. Use their aggressiveness to the other team's advantage. That sort of thing. And right now we haven't seen a whole lot of pass fakes from this Wilson team, but something that I can try to keep my eye on as this game goes by.
And the Wilson Tigers out of Florence, South Carolina. As Hodge goes 0 for 2 at the line. Gets the Tigers to cut into it here, and another takeaway. Here goes Hodge. Hello. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Christian Hodge says.
And another steal for this Wolves team. They've been flying in the passing lanes. I just want to see if Wilson will throw in some pass fakes, try to keep the defense off balance. Floater
there from Thompson is off the mark. Florence hasn't gotten a bucket in quite some time, dating back to the second quarter, and one, Corey Sion. He yells in excitement right into the padding. All the momentum is on St. Francis' side now, and just what a game this team is having on both ends of the floor, but especially on defense. I mean, this game is the dictionary definition of defense leading to offense.
Yeah, they've been doing it on both sides of the court, and they've been putting some stress on Wilson on both sides of the court as well. It's not been easy for the Tigers, and it's been very easy for the Wolves. It's just been that kind of game.
Both of these teams attended the Thanksgiving banquet, which is a great event every year that Countryside Banquet and Catering puts on. Most of these players, they don't get to spend Thanksgiving back at home with their friends and family, but they still have to have a Thanksgiving meal with their teammates, many of which obviously are probably some of their best friends still, and lots of great food and time on hand. All the out-of-state teams usually show up to that. It's always a fun time. We were there as well.
Yeah, I bet it sucks to not be with the families, and this three-pointer there. But I bet it sucks to not be with your families. But I think the food itself makes up for it. The food is fantastic, but it's a fun time as well in the banquet. It's great 2 hours you can spend there. So yeah, I had a blast, and I'm sure the players did too. and the coaches as well. I'm sure everyone.
I bet that a blast at the dessert table.
There were so many options. They're all
Every single
amazing.
dessert you could have ever imagined was there. As unforced error there for LeBoy. Turn it back over. He double dribbled and gives it back to the Tigers. And, Wolves haven't ended every possession with a bucket, but almost every time back, they've been able to force a turnover.
Yeah, I mean, it's 40-16 for a reason. They've been having success on both sides of the court.
Deep three there from Leonard. Harvey up to LeBoy, a deep three from the wing. Hodge nearly put it back. Wolves stay with it. Now Walls kicks back over, and Harvey's pass goes into the corner. Walls' pass to Harvey went into the corner.
Yeah, it's one of the rare instances where St. Francis felt like they were a little bit hurried there, and they kind of, I guess it was deflected. I thought he just had a bad pass. Good job by the Tigers defense to deflect it.
That gentleman there in the white hair had a front row seat to it. Nice pass by LeBoy, turning eyes in the back of his head, but Walls couldn't convert on the triple. Leonard driving in, and then that one will stay with the Tigers rather.
You see if the Tigers can finally break the scoring column here in the second half. It's not quite the middle frame of the third quarter, but it's still been quite a bit since they've scored, and see if they can get the lid off the basket.
It has been, I think, again, don't know for sure, but it seemed like it's been about at least 5 minutes of game time without a basket for Wilson.
Which translates to probably about, 10 to 15 minutes at least of real time. I mean, actually counting the halftime, I mean, you can think about 30 minutes possibly. I mean, it's been a while.
I just want to see one go in the hoop. I think right now, if you're Wilson, just an aggressive drive to the lane, maybe get to the free throw line. Could certainly help out here. Thompson lost it on the way up. And yeah, right on cue. So that will send Tristan Thompson, same name as obviously longtime NBA player Tristan Thompson of the Cleveland Cavaliers. And he also, the NBA Tristan Thompson, played in this tournament as well as a Den of Honor inductee.
Oh, actually, this one sent him to the free throw line. I thought that would have been a shooting foul, but it's a foul regardless. It's something positive for the Tigers. But yeah, Tristan Thompson, I swear everyone that saw his name probably thought of the NBA player.
Tough shot, nearly went down for Christian Bruce. This tournament has produced so many NBA players over the years, including 4 #1 draft picks. Scoop layup by Harvey was no good. He really wanted that and one. But, guys like, Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Bennett, lots of other.
Zion
Williamson was here a long time ago.
Every time I see the little Washington Panther fans walk in and they see Zion Williamson, like, oh my God, I know him, Zion Williamson. He played here. Oh my God. Yeah, there's a lot of NBA players that have played in this tournament. A lot of athletes, too. You talk about some other sports.
Yeah, Anthony Davis has played here, DeAndre Jordan, Chandler Parsons. I mean, there is at least 50 NBA players that have played here. Lou Dort, Tyler Hero. I mean,
Nerlens
Noel, our director Joey Wright says he must want to give. I was wondering what I should give Joey, my good friend, for Christmas, and maybe I should give him a Nerlens Noel jersey. I didn't know he was such a big fan. 3-ball is good for Elijah Smith, and that breaks the lid off the basket for the Tigers. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, a lot of positives coming out of that possession for the Tigers. Finally, they're able to score, and it gives us some confidence. Right now, the defense can feed off the offense.
See if that's the start of something bigger for Wilson. Their bench starting to get into it now a little bit.
Oh, nice cut.
That was a great cut to free up Zion. Buries it on the baseline.
Good job using the Wilson aggressiveness to their advantage.
Driving in there was Smith.
Yeah, what St. Francis just did is what Wilson probably should be doing on the offensive end themselves, trying to cut and make sure that the passing lanes, if they're going to be cut aggressively, that they can use that to their advantage and cut to the basket and get even easier shots. But fouls work too. Obviously, they're in the line shooting free throws. They got to hit the free throws.
That would certainly help as Smith's one comes up about a revolution or two short. As Zion checks back in for Harvey. You like to see that, though, from Smith. Even though your team's down, he's still playing hard and knocking down some buckets. It pays off to be your team's spark plug. kind of get that team going back after a drought.
Yeah, it's not like you're in the state playoffs where if you lose this game, the season's over for you. It's a Thanksgiving tournament. I mean, this is really the beginning of the season for this team. So, I mean, you can take this as you want. I mean, you have nothing to lose.
And the Wilson bench still coming alive, chanting defense against Nigel Walls. LeBoy's shot was blocked by Thompson. He keeps it alive, and a foul there on the floor. Yusuf English on Wilson's side, a bit upset, but liking what he sees. He likes to see the intensity there. And how about this, Michael, as that shot blocked away from Hodge. And Thompson driving the lane on Walls, no good. Yusuf English, very fittingly, teaches English at Wilson High School. As we had another foul.
Yeah, I interviewed him. I said this before, but he's just such a nice guy. I mean, he's a guy that likes to share a laugh and he likes to talk. I mean, you can tell he's got a teacher in him. I mean, he's got that teacher personality, and it's very joyful. And as he's very animated, as I said, he likes to enjoy a laugh. But no, this time he's very animated. He's got a
probably
warning.
not laughing a ton right now, but again, he's showing plenty of life on this sideline. And again, you know, for him and his squad, again, like you said, this is a Thanksgiving tournament. You want to show out, you want to win, obviously, every game you step on the floor. But again, you know, losses here can sometimes, you know, if a team goes 2-2 here, you know, I mean, okay, looks pretty average on paper. But again, you're facing some of the top teams in the entire country. Even a win or two here is nothing to sneeze at by any means.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to think about it in this way, I mean, South Carolina is. We got a timeout? All right, we're good? Okay, we're good. So, I mean, South Carolina, I mean, Wilson is the only team from South Carolina here, so you want to think about it this way. It's Texas against South Carolina. Texas, the only team here is St. Francis, and then South Carolina only has Wilson, so you want to kind of represent your state in a way. So that's another point into this. But like we had said before, it's just a Thanksgiving tournament. So, you know, you have nothing to lose if you lose. If you go 1-3, 0-4, 2-2, if you go undefeated, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I mean, you still have a lot of season ahead of you, so. Yeah,
there's so many state champions usually play in this tournament, and state champions from various different states, you know, Missouri, Florida, Illinois, California. I mean, many of these teams at this tournament are probably going to be hoisting up some hardware in March, and that's what makes just one part that makes this tournament so great, obviously for a great cause as well, the KB Strong Foundation. As we get a technical foul on the floor, not sure where it was at, but it leads to JJ LeBoy going to shoot the technical free throw here.
Yeah, I was wondering if they're going to give Yusuf English either a warning or a tech, and it turns out I think they gave him the technical foul, and that would make sense because St. Francis is shooting. But yeah, not a great sign if you're the Tigers.
Yeah, not exactly sure who it was on as LeBoy knocks down the technical free throws. Now here comes the normal ones. That was the 5th foul of the quarter, so that put the Wolves in the bonus. LeBoy's 3rd is no good, and now here comes number 4. I bet it feels like a practice session right now. 4 free throws in a row, no one around you. Feels like he's got the gym to himself. Pretty good free throw showing though. 3 for 4 ain't too bad.
Feels like you wake up at 6 a.m., get to the gym at 7, you just shoot 100 free throws a day. I bet some of these athletes, some of these really high-level basketball players will do stuff like that.
Interesting stat. I was looking at this at the hotel, Michael. St. Francis only a 59% free throw shooting team so far this season, but I'm sure that number will probably go up. If this gives any indication this season. Nice feed to Walls in the post, and it was fouled there by Smith. That'll send Walls to the line. So
yeah, when you have Walls down low at 6'10", it's pretty easy to do that high-low pass, and going from pretty much the top of the key down the Walls, it's pretty simple. And you know, if you get a really good position, if you're a Walls, well, more often than not, you're going to be drawing a foul. So good job by him. Get 2 shots at the line.
You mentioned, you know, all the different states represented here. There's a very nice looking banner here in Torrey Gym that shows all the different teams and states logos. We got California, Texas, Louisiana, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida all represented at the start. There you get a great look by our camera operator, Tristan Mullen, showing us that. That is, I haven't had one of those banners, and boy, I gotta say, I'm I'm a big map guy. I'm a big logo guy. I love that banner right there.
Yeah, a lot of really nice logos. Honestly, if I had to pick one that's very unique and very clever, it's probably the St. John Bosco. I like that St. John Bosco logo.
Very traditional. It's simple, but it works.
Yeah, it's
and
very
boy,
clever.
That Bosco team, number 5 in the entire country. They put on a show last night, and Tristan Thompson puts on a show at the rim. That'll wake up Wilson.
Yeah, hopefully that offense that Tristan Thompson just had, that fanatic dunk, turned into some really aggressive defense.
And now
It looks like he's woken up.
Now he's hounding LeBoy. And, you know, Michael, I think maybe the frustrating thing, if you're Yusuf English, as St. Francis turns it over, is, you know, even in this deficit, Florence has shown flashes. They just got to get themselves out of it. They got to just get out of that headspace.
Yeah, St. Francis, obviously they've shown flashes. They've been pretty much doing this whole game, but they've been playing really well. Flashes versus consistency right now, because Wilson just hasn't had that consistency while St. Francis has.
And there's a travel there by Josh Leonard. But again, we saw it last night. These Tigers can hoop. They can really hoop. It's just a matter of, hey, when things go bad, you got to just come together, figure out what's going wrong, and you know, even if you're down 25, gotta stay positive. You know, you can still make some big plays, and again, this is just a prelude to you know, kind of the regular season. And obviously, these games still count.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, playing the very best competition that the country has to offer will certainly help you in the long run. So even though they're down by so much and you have a lot of adversity in this game, it's only going to help them as the season goes on.
Zion dials up a corner 3. It's off the mark. St. Francis.
Oh no.
Takes it away there, LeBoy. He's been all over the place today. Draws the contact, and man, I thought he was going to finish that, to be honest, the way he's played today.
Yeah, there's a lot of St. Francis players, including LeBoy, that has just been fantastic. And talk about that pass. I mean, you really don't want to have to jump to make a pass because you have no other choice than to make a pass, because obviously if you land on your feet with the ball through a jump, you're going to travel. So not really a smart pass there that leads to a foul.
There's just the passing lanes that just have not been there for Wilson today. With St. Francis' length, Harvey at 6'7", Walls at 6'10". LeBoy is listed at 6'4", but his defensive presence makes it seem like he's 6'10" as well. And then Christian Hodge at 6'4". Second free throw is good from LeBoy, who's now up to 12 on the evening.
Yeah, I mean, St. Francis, we'd already touched on it. They didn't bring very many people and players to this tournament. I mean, but their 5 they have on the court is very ferocious and they're very lengthy. It only can help them.
Yeah, both these teams are 1-0 at this tournament so far. LeBoy's hands get on it again. Now he drives in, and there's your and one from J.J. LeBoy. Where isn't he on the court?
Oh,
my
boy.
word, what a game he is having. Again, only 14 points, I believe, now for him, but his impact of the game, it almost seems like he's had a 30-point game.
His defense and the way he set up the attack the passing lanes is textbook, and it's able to get him, you know, you don't have to move so much to attack the passing lanes, and it's able to get him to where he can just sprint with the ball and get the layup in. It's been really hard for the Tigers so far to pass the ball. We've been saying it all night long, and it's something they have to fix as the game goes on and as their season goes on.
Tough pass there was brought in by McWhite. Now back up top to Thompson. It's a screen there from Jabron McFadden, the freshman into the game. First time we've called his name. Bruce driving in, had it stripped, but McFadden stayed with it and taken away by guess who? J.J. LeBoy, feeding Walls. Over to Hodge, maybe looking for the alley-oop, but couldn't connect. Stone wide open for 3. Back to Walls. Turnaround, just too strong, and back to Wilson. Here comes a 4-on-3. Leonard is fouled.
And once again, we just saw both of these teams just run back and forth down the court, and you know, I bet these players are now kind of being pretty tired right now, especially St. Francis. Like we had said, they don't really sub many people in. They don't really bring as many players, but their starting 5 has just been fantastic. It's the reason why they have this big lead, but Josh Leonard able to draw the foul and shooting too.
I believe the only bench players we've seen from St. Francis today have been Ducksworth, who's in there right now at the, just off your screen, number 14 in white, and also Trace Stone as Leonard knocks down one of his free throws. Again, this was a believe, 18-10 or 16-10 game after the end of the first, and that second quarter really was just what set the tone so far for St. Francis, as I believe Harold Baber takes time out.
Yeah, St. Francis has just been in control all night long. It's been very hard to stop them. They turned their defense into offense. A really good team performance so far for the Wolves.
And this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 15 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. And also, join the fight against glioblastoma, a rare but aggressive form of brain cancer that took the life of Washington head coach Kevin Brown, the namesake memorial for this tournament. Visit kbstrongfightingthefight.com. And, definitely if we can, leave viewers with, one thing, throughout this tournament is, just, do your research on glioblastoma. It's just a terrible, terrible disease. Again, it is a rare form of brain cancer, but again, very devastating. And, the KB Strong Foundation, again, which puts on this tournament every year, and everything that comes into this tournament goes back to KB Strong. And, they do such good things for, people affected by glioblastoma, families as well. And we heard about it at the Thanksgiving banquet today. They give, money, resources, and any sort of help possible for families and people affected by glioblastoma, again, which took the life of Washington High School former basketball coach Kevin Brown.
Yeah, everything they've been doing with this tournament so far has just been fantastic. And you talk about, we just set the grants as there's a carry right there. One of the rare mistakes St. Francis has done all night long. But speaking about, Kevin Brown himself, I mean, everyone I've talked to that has any relations with Kevin Brown just says he's such a fantastic guy and a fantastic coach. So, yeah, this tournament's been fantastic.
A lot of people in the area and have been affected, by this disease, and so a lot of people here have stories. Even some teams coming in have, stories about, how glioblastoma has affected someone in their community, someone connected with their program. St. John Bosco, I know their head coach, has someone he knows affected by it, and LZ Harrington, Harvard commit on that team, a very, very strong player for St. John Bosco. His father's a doctor at UCLA. And, he said that as third quarter comes to an end that, not many people he's ever seen have been affected by it. And, but once it does, again, it's just a tough disease to fight. Very, very tough form of cancer. And again, in the third quarter, want a quick word for Enercon, proud sponsor of the TOC, and also again OSF Healthcare. Again, talking about glioblastoma. Again, they're doing so many good things. Their Cancer Institute, they've done some new renovations there, and they have a one-of-a-kind treatment center, proton beam therapy, able to help diagnose and treat glioblastoma earlier and easier, better than almost anywhere else in the entire country. So, I want to thank OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute big time for their support of this entire tournament, as well as St. Francis leads 51-23 here as we get started for the fourth quarter. And, Michael, for St. Francis, if they start out 2-0, a win in tomorrow's game would set them up for a championship game here in the Washington Invitational on Saturday.
Yeah, this team is looking every bit of the part of representing Texas in this tournament. They look every bit of the part of a team that, deserves to be in this tournament. This tournament usually produces some of the very best. And, if you're not getting a state championship team that has won it before, you're getting a team that very well could win it this year. So, some great talent in this tournament. Any team that's in this tournament, in the Washington Invitational, National Classic, they have every right to try to win the championship.
Yeah, coming away with some hardware, just kind of a little bit of an extra bonus for these teams. And a foul there on the floor. Look at who St. Francis will face tomorrow. They will face the host school, Washington. So, and Panthers, looking for their first win of the season. But Again, they will, they'll be playing in a tough environment. When Washington plays, obviously this being their home gym, the entire, this place is almost a sellout crowd every time the Panthers play. Lost shot there by Leonard.
Yeah, it creates one of the best atmospheres I think I've ever seen, definitely across at least our region of the state, so it should be fantastic.
And tomorrow, Wilson, they will take on Romeoville at 10:30. By the way, that is a.m., even though we do go late into the night sometimes with these games. 10:30 a.m. Central Time.
Go CSM after dark?
Yes. Well, their game tomorrow won't be after dark, but yeah, by the time we're wrapping up some of these games, 10 or 11 here, again, in the Central Time Zone. So for South Carolina, I think, for people there, I think 11:30 Eastern Time should be the name or the time that they should keep in mind for tomorrow to see the Tigers play. And more games coming up after this as LeBoy dancing on a defender there. Get back out to Hodge, driving it. Oh! Number 2 tonight from Christian Hodge. No mercy for the rims here in Washington.
He had a wide open lane to the rim and took full advantage of it, throwing on a ferocious dunk.
That's something also this tournament is known for. It usually brings a ton of great athletes, ton of great dunkers as well. And I'm sure if the rims had feelings here at Torrey Gymnasium, they probably would be like, oh, it's TOC week again. It's going to be a long week for us.
It almost feels like these players that are high flying just have an extra juice to them in order to dunk. I mean, you don't really see it a lot of tournaments. Or at least it could just be the teams with their athletes.
Driving in is Leonard. He gets his layup to fall. He's put together a solid game for Wilson. He's now up to 13. Their leading scorer in this one. Hodge pulls up on the baseline, gets his own miss. Going high off the glass and got it to go despite his good block attempt there from Leonard, as now Hodge up to 12. And our games later after this, we got Milwaukee Juno versus Detroit Renaissance at 5:30. Then we got another great one coming up at 7 as LeBoy poster and dunk. Oh my! Statement throwdown from J.J. LeBoy. I am in disbelief, Michael. I didn't know if he was going to throw that down or not. And the Wolves, they almost can't believe it on the sidelines. I don't know, LeBoy, I'm not sure. Maybe he got called for a tee.
Yeah, he had stared down Tristan Thompson after that dunk, and he got called for a technical there. But wow, I mean, those are among some of the best dunks you'll ever see, where it's just absolutely posterized, and then the emotion afterwards just makes it even better. But obviously, can't really do that here. It's all part of sportsmanship. But yeah, the stare down with everything going on, it just made it even better.
So Thompson goes 1 for 2 at the line. But man, J.J. LeBoy. We talked about it back in the first quarter. It was about a couple minutes into this game before we even really brought him up or mentioned him. But he has been having just a fantastic ball game. He's been filling the stat sheet with steals, assists, points, rebounds. All for this Wolves team. As Leonard comes flooding into the lane, almost an and one, but the ball just rims out. It's been that kind of evening for Wilson.
LeBoy has just made a living on turning defense into offense. I mean, I don't know how many points he has. I'm going to see if I can find it here. I think he might be subbed out.
Yeah,
Number 12, yeah, he is subbed out.
LeBoy is subbed out, so it's
quite a bit of points. We haven't really been keeping track, but we've been looking at the score column. Unless you've been keeping track.
Unofficially, I've been keeping tallies. Again, not 100%. Can't vouch that I'm 100% correct. Usually, I'm off by a little bit. But I think LeBoy is 17 by my count.
17. So if we want to be honest, 13 of those 17 probably were from defense into offense. Him jumping past the lanes, getting in those dunks. He's been all over the place.
Harvey, a deep triple, and it's no good. As Leonard crosses up, driving in. Harvey was ready to take a charge there, and again, we haven't seen a charge in this game, but I want to shout out Jody Brown, State Farm, sponsor of all of our charges. Jody Brown, the wife of Kevin Brown, and a former Washington coach. Contact Jody Brown for all of your auto, fire, and life insurance needs here for a State Farm agent in Central Illinois. As Scion driving in, nice pass down low to Harvey, another rim punishing.
Yeah, when these Texas boys dunk the ball, they leave the rim rattling. I mean, these are just some hammering dunks.
They say everything's bigger in Texas, and boy, oh boy, St. Francis taking it literally. Nice shot there from Christian Bruce, straightening it from the free throw line, but players are bigger, the dunks are bigger.
It just is bigger. I mean, you talk about even the campuses of these high schools in Texas, even bigger.
And Ducksworth got fouled as he went up, so he'll shoot 2. And yeah, you know, Michael, you bring him a good point. I'd love to see St. Francis, see what their football stadium looks like. Again, it's not, St. Francis is not a huge school. Again, they are a private school, enrollment of 649. Wilson, by comparison, about 1,252. So pretty similar enrollment to Washington High School here.
It'd probably be like a class,
it'd be about
probably 3A school in most sports.
It'd be a 3A school here in Illinois.
It's probably 6A, 5A in football.
Which probably means nothing to people in South Carolina.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what class we're talking about. Many different states, as Leonard knocks it in there for Wilson. Have, sometimes some states, class 1A is your largest class. Here in Illinois, 1A is the smallest class, but for different sports, there's different amounts of classes. In football, there's 8 classes. In basketball, volleyball, baseball, there's 4. Soccer, there's 3. And golf, there's 2. It's all over the place here in Illinois. But 60-33, the St. Francis lead. And again, for anyone tuning in, again, we'll have another good slate of basketball action coming your way. And I really got my eye on that Gibbs Vashon game at 7. Vashon, multi-time state champ down in St. Louis, Missouri. It seems like they are always competing for a state title every single year. We've seen it in the last 3 or 4 years in the TOC.
Yeah, Vashon's usually been here. I mean, they're pretty much like a TOC staple. I mean, they've been here for 4 times now. This will be their 4th appearance here in this tournament. They've been here more than Morin has, and Morin's a local team, so they've pretty much been here since.
How about that?
In a little bit.
Shoot it right there, right into 3.
How about that?
Everyone's having some fun here on Thanksgiving Day in Washington. We're having some fun up here in the booth. Glad you're with us again on Clutch Sports Media. I'm Jonathan Michael, joined by Michael Savoy. Also want to shout out all of our Clutch Sports Media crew giving up their Thanksgiving to help put on our broadcast and for their hard work this entire week. Give it TOC right on ClutchSportsIL.com. Bench players into the game now for St. Francis include Marlon Maxwell, number 5, into the game. He's got the ball now. Nice crossover move, fadeaway 3. Boy, that would have been a big statement if he could have came off the bench and made that one. Leonard, coast to coast. Game for Wilson. But St. Francis really been able to limit Tristan Thompson getting to 33 last night.
Yeah, that's really been one of the bigger stories of this game. There's been a few things that have not gone Wilson's way. You talk about the turnovers they've had, talk about, the defensive mistakes that they've had as well. I mean, it's just not been a perfect game.
Another young fan getting a chance to shoot some shots here on the court. Referee said, you only get one chance and he missed it. I said, come on, give him another chance. Plenty of time left in this timeout, brought to you by Enercon.
Oh, he's going to get another fan try.
He's going to give the ball boy a chance. The ball boy is sitting out of bounds right now. Maybe he's going to go with a trick shot.
Just hold on to the ball.
He just gave it right back to the referee. So I guess maybe stage like that to him there. He didn't want to shoot.
Maybe he would have been like, hey, if you make this shot, Wilson can get another 15 points. You can get a little bit of an incentive. No,
unfortunately for the Tigers, there's no 15-point shot. They trail by 25 right now. So it's good for St. Francis to get up to 4-4 on the season. Again, it's hard to believe that this team has lost 4 games. They certainly have played some strong teams to start the season. I think having a couple more games under their belt against some strong competition has really helped them out.
You can say that for every team. You can say that for Wilson. Nice deal.
Diving in. Euro step there from O'Neal Douglas. No good, but he'll stay with the Tigers.
Yeah, but you can say that for every team in terms of the competition aspect of it. You can only make them better. I mean, Thanksgiving tournaments, it doesn't matter what Thanksgiving tournament you're playing in. The competition you're going to be playing will make you better, and especially for the big-time tournaments like this one, you're playing the best teams in not every single state, but the states that are participating.
There's a reason they call it the Tournament of Champions. And here comes Ducksworth in transition, blocked away by Tristan Thompson. Loud rejection there from the Tigers forward. Now on the drive is Sion. He got stripped and fouled in the same process.
I think what the thing is for Wilson now is just, using this next 2 minutes and 30 seconds and just growing from it. Obviously, they don't want to wave the white flag yet because there's still some game time to go, but understanding that they're only down by so much, they're down by 25, just take your positives, take your small positives and walk out of this, obviously uninjured, you want to injure yourself, but yeah, just take your small wins.
Maybe we'll see more of the Tigers bench in the final 2:32.
I think for St. Francis, it's you obviously have shown that you're the better team tonight. You've been playing like you're the better team. Take your positives from this game, move forward because there's a lot of good things that can happen with this team going forward.
Most definitely. And Michael, I'm just looking ahead again. So the Washington Invitational is one of 4, I guess, sub-tournaments, I call them, in the TOC. There's the Washington Invitational. It features 8 teams. There's the National Classic, which has 4 teams. There's the Gray Ribbon Showdown that's got 4 teams, plus the Shootout Series. The teams just play 1 game. And this part of again, the Washington Invitational. And it's kind of a pool play. There's 2 teams, or 2 pools of 4 teams. Play round robin for your first 3, and then the first place team of 1 pool plays the first place team of another pool. If St. Francis wins tomorrow, assuming they hang on here, they go 3-0. There's a strong chance that they might face St. John Bosco for the Washington Invitational Championship on Saturday. Again, St. John Bosco, top 10 team in the country by about every single outlet that ranks teams from across the nation.
Yeah, that should be an electric game. You're talking about a game that pretty much has the 2 best teams, 1A and 1B, playing against each other. That one would be exciting.
And again, Bosco's got to take care of business as well. We'll see them later tonight. That's our nightcap. St. John Bosco taking on the Paidea School out of Atlanta, Georgia. And obviously Bosco has to take care of business. Actually, no, I looked at their schedule. They do play on Friday. They play at 1:30 against DeKalb. That's a fun DeKalb team. It's another team from around the central Illinois area, and they've given teams some good games. And I believe Sean Reynolds is his name, electric player there for the DeKalb Barbs.
You can't sleep on Devon Grant either, a really good athlete, a 4-star wide receiver that's going to look from various Big Ten schools and various mid-major schools, and he can fly. I mean, I remember covering a football game for the Daily Journal, the newspaper I worked for, and they were playing Bradley Bourbonnais, and he single-handedly scored them 39 points. He just kept mossing defenders. And obviously he does on the basketball court. He throws down massive dunks. So that'll be a very fun DeKalb team.
Most definitely. As Thompson driving the lane, speaking of colleges, he's committed to Coastal Carolina. Shout out to the Chanticleers.
CCU.
3-ball on the way for Christian Bruce. Nothing but net there. They'll make it 60-39 here with 1:26 to go.
I will say this, though. St. Francis has been a little bit of a scoring drought. Not that it will affect them too much on this game unless they're so much of a scoring drought and Wilson ends up scoring enough points to make it very interesting. But with under 90 seconds to go, with this much of a deficit for Wilson, I don't really expect that to happen. But, hey, you never know. But something that kind of catches your eye a little bit.
I think you take out the second and third quarters, and I think you're looking at a pretty even ball game. I think, Wilson was right there with him in the first quarter. They played well here in this final frame. It's just they got hurt so bad with turnovers and easy transition buckets back in the second and third. That's what's led to this big St. Francis lead, in case you're just tuning in. And again, we talk about, again, colleges. Omarion Harvey from St. Francis is going to be headed to play Division I. J.J. LeBoy is committed to play at Columbia, Ivy League school. So he's a smart cookie, J.J. LeBoy is. Also a star baseball player as well.
Yeah, he's got it all going for him then. Really good at basketball, baseball, and obviously very smart. You got obviously if you're going to Columbia Ivy League school, you got to have a good enough GPA to get in there. So it's a pretty nice life going for him right now.
Most definitely. And there's a couple people I know that have in this tournament that are also very strong students as well. TOC puts on an all-academic team as well. And JJ LeBoy is certainly on that, as well as Christian Hodge for St. Francis. Cameron Muldrew on the all-academic team, along with Elijah Smith from Wilson, along with Joshua Leonard. He's an all-academic TOC honoree. Shout out to those players getting it done in more than just the court. Ducksworth dials up a 3-ball. And Leonard brings in the board. Euro stepping in. Looked like Giannis Antetokounmpo right there. He only took 2 steps from the 3-point line, and he was at the hoop already.
Yeah, very long strides.
3-ball from Sion. No dice. Well, both teams taking the foot off the gas here, is shooting some 3-balls. Sion brings in that miss, and that should do it.
Yeah, this is a very different look from what we've seen in this game, really. Just fast-paced teams running down the court, and now they're just walking.
How about Wilson nearly coming away with a turnover, and they end up fouling him there. And hey, this Tigers team going all the way to the buzzer. Can't hate that.
That's something that Yusuf English would love. I mean, you talk about a team that's down, and they're obviously going to drop this game, 8 seconds left, but something they can build off of is just effort, and there you go. They're nice steal attempt, but going out of bounds, diving for the ball. That's something that any coach would love to see.
Good sportsmanship there from Sion, helping his counterpart up. And that will do it. From the first game 1 of day 3 from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A big win for St. Francis. Wilson carried lots of momentum coming into this game after that big win last night, and the Wolves said not today. Big games all around, balanced scoring up and down that roster.
Yeah, St. Francis, from start to finish, they used defense, got into offense. You know, you're talking about 3-point shooting, finishing at the rim. They played a fantastic game. Wilson on the other end. You know, we know they know who they are. They know they want to play fast-paced. It just wasn't their night. Had some turnovers. Something they can build off of. So something both teams can take positives away from this game. So the final score was definitely not what Wilson Tigers wanted to have, but they can definitely take some positives away.
Most definitely, again, and we have no official player of the game honoree, but if we had to give it to somebody, I would say, at least my personal pick has got to be JJ LeBoy.
Yeah, JJ LeBoy would be a great pick. I think that might be my pick too, but Nigel Walls had a great game too. You talk about a kid that 6'10", can score in the paint. He had a couple nice spin moves, a hook shot even. He had a couple teardroppers. Then he was able to shoot the 3, so great game by him too. So I think they're 1A and 1B for me.
Most definitely, yeah. Walls really got it done, and you mentioned we saw him just make so many different types of shots, knocked down a big 3-ball, and at 6'10", you're going to be the tallest player on the court more often than not, and he brings just so much more than height to that St. Francis team. But again, Christian Hodge also played a great game, had some monster dunks.
I think an X factor would be Corey Sion too, because he's able to shoot the 3-ball too. We saw, I think, the first basket of the game from downtown was at the Panther piece, so he can definitely shoot it. So, you know, Corey Sion is definitely an X factor. He was in foul trouble, and when he was in foul trouble, they had some trouble on the offensive end. So if he's able to not get in foul trouble and able to play his game, that team, St. Francis, is very hard to beat.
Most definitely. Again, the Wolves will play again tomorrow at 7:45 p.m. Central Time against the Washington Panthers. And again, Wilson will also play tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Central against the Romeoville Spartans. But that does it for Game 1. Milwaukee, Juno, and Detroit Renaissance coming up your way next. But first, we'll step aside to a quick word for all of our great sponsors and send it down to Ufting Auto Group Tournament Central, where Larry Larson is standing by with a special guest. And we'll come right back inside Torrey Gymnasium. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Welcome into Uftring Tournament Central. 1 game down, 3 to go, and happy Thanksgiving. Don't want to bury the lead. Day 3 of the Uftring Tournament Central Studio Show at the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Cody, I can't talk. Cody Roskins, Bradley Men's Basketball SID, hopefully can bail me out. How you doing? Good to have you back here in our studio show again.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me back, Joey. Always fun to be here with you guys. This is, I think, my 3rd year of doing this with you guys, and always happy to be here.
Absolutely. I think you've been a part of this every year we've done it, and a field that seems to get better and better year in and year out. We've got some high-level talent here, the likes of St. John Bosco, St. Francis Episcopal. We'll see them here we actually just saw them here on our airwaves, so some really good talent here throughout the week. And I want to go across town. Let's head over to Peoria and talk about the Bradley Braves. Also some high-level basketball being played there this season, winning a championship over in Myrtle Beach. Very exciting.
Yeah, they went over and won one of the ESPN events tournaments, Myrtle Beach Invitational, which is hosted by ESPN every year, and it sounds like that's going to be undergoing some changes here in the next few years. It'll be a little more Power 5 oriented, so it's nice to see one of the mid-majors be one of the last few teams to kind of win that tournament the way it's been situated. Like you said, Bradley's off to a really good start, 6-1 on the year. Game tomorrow against Judson at 1 o'clock, and looking to carry that momentum into December, and it's been a hot start for the Braves.
There you go. Bradley usually gets off to a hot start, and they're usually there right at the end of things through Arch Madness, and a big part of that Missouri Valley Conference conversation. You mentioned tomorrow's game against Judson. Of course, Bradley will be heavily favored in that one. Kind of knocking off the rust, and of course you never want to overlook an opponent, certainly, but a good game to knock off the rust before some big-time games in December.
Yeah, exactly. Braves last time out played Sunday against Middle Tennessee in the championship of said Myrtle Beach Invitational. They get a couple days off, including some Thanksgiving time here over the last week, and so kind of knocking off some more of that rust before you get back into the real grind of things. You got some really big games coming up. Southern Illinois is on the horizon. Missouri Valley Conference opener on the road. They're under new head coaching regime now. With Coach Nagy down there, they've had some good stuff. You got Canisius, you've got San Francisco, a neutral site with Santa Clara as well. So some big games coming up for Bradley.
Absolutely. Valley runs deep. Going to be a fun Valley season. Talk, Tournament of Champions. Cody, always a good field. You mentioned you've been here for the last 3 or 4 years with us. Any favorite memories from the last few TOCs, and then what you're looking forward to this year?
Yeah, just overall memories, I guess, from the Tournament of Champions have been for me, I guess, just the quality of names that you've seen come through, make impacts. I was watching the Jim Maui Invitational over the weekend, and one of the alums from one of the teams here, Vashon, Keyshawn Gilbert for Iowa State, had a really big weekend, averaged over 20-plus in 3 games down there in Maui, and so just kind of goes to show that the kids in these tournaments go on to do really big things at the next level, especially the Division I and Power 5 levels at that, I guess I should say, and never a shortage of talent in the gym.
Speaking of going on to do cool things at the next level, how about our old roommate Cameron Irwin doing some cool stuff with Memphis? Good to see them have some success down there.
Absolutely, yeah. Cameron doing a lot of cool stuff down with Memphis. Obviously, they went through and won that tournament, took down UConn, took down Auburn. They had some really cool things kind of happen in that tournament where they had some guard play that kind of popped up. They had some bench help that really kind of gave the life, and that's what these early tournaments are for, especially in the high school ranks as well, not exclusively to college, where you find all these unique pieces of your team that kind of blend together, and you kind of set that rhythm for the rest of the year.
Absolutely, and you see that here at the Tournament of Champions, one rung down here at the high school ranks. It's not quite the Maui Invitational, but it's close. A field with talent from all around the country and some names that maybe weren't on people's radar when they played in the TOC, but Zion Williamson. You know, we've heard the story when they played here in 2016. threw down a couple monster dunks in their first game, right? Dropped a lot of points. The whole town was out to watch them for his next game. So you never know who's going to – obviously, you know who's kind of highly touted coming into the tournament, but you never know who's going to pop out and make an impact on a big stage like this.
Absolutely. There's a number of different names. Obviously, the press guide here does a really good job of highlighting the biggest names that come through. But like you said, Joey, there's any number of people that could come in and really make a name for themselves on one of these national tournaments. And that's what kind of is the spark, I guess, and kind of charm to one of these events as well, is that you never really know who's going to take that big leap. But the stars are always going to be there, but who's going to shine with those stars.
Absolutely. We're in the Den of Honor, if you will. We're just outside the concession stand here, ushering Tournament Central. We got the Den of Honor inductees available right off to our left. If you want to come out here, it's still a lot. You know, we've been doing this 4 years, I think, Cody. Now this is our 4th year. This is the liveliest Thanksgiving that we've been a part of. Seems like Thanksgiving every year at this tournament. You know, it's a little lesser than Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, but there's a good crowd on hand here, and some of the tournament's best teams are going at it. You know, we've seen St. Francis. We'll see St. John Bosco tonight. I mean, there are some really high-level games on this Turkey Day. How's Thanksgiving treating you so far?
It was good. So I woke up early this morning. I drove 4 hours across the state of Iowa to get here today to be on the call with you for the final 2 games of the day. So excited to do that and be here again with you guys. But overall, not bad. Just, again, a long drive for me, but spent some time the previous few days at home. So got to see the folks after we got back from Myrtle Beach and just enjoying my time back in Illinois.
There you go. Favorite Thanksgiving food? What's on the plate there?
Pumpkin pie, hands down.
Pumpkin pie, dessert.
Yeah, big pumpkin pie guy.
Well, let me tell you, they've got a great Thanksgiving banquet for all the teams at the Tournament of Champions. Year in and year out, it's over at the Countryside Banquet Facility here in Washington. Some 300, 400 mouths to feed. I think last year they told me it was 16 turkeys to feed everyone.
That sounds about right.
Seemed a little low to me. I would have guessed more, but they've got plenty of food and then some. And the mashed potatoes and gravy with a dinner roll. Make a little sandwich.
Second to few.
That's my go-to. Cody, the games we're calling tonight, what are you looking for? The nightcaps tonight.
Yeah, I think in the first one you'll have the play for Vashon. Just up and down the list of names that you kind of see jump off the page. They're really good guard play. They're a really guard-centric team. Really like the pace and how they kind of see the floor. They get out and move, push the ball in transition. In the nightcap, though, I think we're going to see a lot more athleticism. There's going to be a ton of people that are going to get some bounce off the floor. We were joking about our net cams and basket cams for our kind of last session of games, and they're going to get a workout between these final 2 nightcaps.
Absolutely, they will. And you mentioned Vashon, one of 3 teams here at this year's tournament from the St. Louis area. We've also got St. Mary's Southside Catholic, and we've got John Burroughs here as well. Some of those teams I believe we've had from St. Louis in any one year. Vashon's been here a couple times in the past since we've started doing it, but good to see the St. Louis area well represented this week.
Yeah, and St. Louis carries a national brand when it comes to high school basketball. Tough, gritty players, whether it's the guards, forwards, or whatever. They've got really strong players down there. And so I think when they make the trip up here, it obviously gives teams from across the nation looks at kind of, maybe if they're tough enough down low or what kind of styles they're going to see throughout the year. Because like you said, the real value in teams like Washington and Metamora that are local teams for this tournament playing here in this is kind of seeing that national brand and the different styles that they could possibly test it against this coming year.
And then locally, of course, we cover Washington, Metamora, Morton, Peoria Christian, pretty intently throughout the season on Clutch Sports Media. Subscribe to Clutch Sports Media Overtime for plenty of coverage of those schools as the season goes along. And those local teams have had some success already this week. Washington dropping an overtime thriller to Romeoville in its opener and falling to Wilson yesterday. Metamora looked good against St. John Bosco in the Redbird season opener, and we'll see Morton play. We saw Morton play last night, and they were competitive in that game. So the local teams, and Malachi Persinger for Peoria Christian putting on a show as well. So those local teams, plenty to watch for them this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And there won't be much of any crossover between the Mid-Illini teams here at this event, but how about the race that's going to be between Morton and Metamora this year in the Mid-Illini? A lot of people picking
Washington.
Yeah, and Washington will be in the group. There's a really good EP team out there as well. They're going to be on the rise as well. So the Mid-Illini is going to be a ton of fun. You mentioned Peoria Christian as well, but I tell you what, it's going to be a ton of fun to watch the Mid-Illini Conference this year, going up and down with it. A lot of people picking between Morton and Metamora. Like you said, kind of some Washington and EP love in there as well, but those 4 teams really going to find their way to the finish line.
About to send it to a break and then back into the gym for Game 2. Happy Thanksgiving. And before we go, check out kbstrong-fightingthefight.com for plenty of information about this tournament's great cause, fighting the fight against glioblastoma. Cody, thanks for joining us. We'll take a break and come back for more great basketball. Happy Thanksgiving. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. We're ready for more basketball. And who wouldn't be? The Detroit Renaissance Phoenix taking on the Milwaukee Juno Pioneers here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Wrapping things up from Altering Auto Group Tournament Central and sending things back here into the gym. And Michael, this is going to be a great game here between two teams from the Midwest. Again, Michael Savoy alongside me. I'm Jonathan Michael, and this should be a very fast-paced and fun game, part of the Gray Ribbon Showdown here at the TOC. First time we've gotten to see both of these teams, and the first game of the season for the Renaissance Phoenix, game number 2 for the Juno Pioneers. Yeah,
this is classic inner-city showdown. A team from Milwaukee, a team from Detroit. It should be a great one. Two teams that like to play fast-paced up and down the court. They have a lot of athletes on both sides, and it should be a great one.
Renaissance, a team with state title aspirations in Michigan this season. They got lots and lots of star power, led by Jordan Sigmund, player that we'll be watching for them, the 6'2" junior. And for Milwaukee Juno, again, their second game of the season, they took a loss to Madison Memorial, 101-82 back on Tuesday, and that just shows you maybe not a ton of defense in that game, but this Juno team can really put the ball in the bucket, and it's led by Duty Johnson, a star sophomore for them, one of the best in the entire country.
Yeah, Duty Johnson, we had just looked into him. He's got a lot of offers, a lot of attention. He's got offers from the likes of Western Illinois for the mid-majors. He even got one from Nebraska. So he's got offers all over the college landscape, and he should be up to par with his college offers, and it should be a great matchup. I really am excited to see some of the best from Detroit and some of the best from Milwaukee face off against each other. It should be a great game.
Almost like it seems like an NFC North game, but on the basketball court for sure. As the starting lineups get introduced, again, happy Thanksgiving to you all. We're glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com or on our YouTube channel, wherever you happen to be tuned in. Great basketball all day and all week long here in Washington, Illinois, located just outside of Peoria. Starting lineups, we'll take you through them for both teams. The Detroit Renaissance Phoenix, it'll be Malachi Jackson, a 6'1" senior, Jordan Sigmund, the 6'2" junior, Jaden Miller, a 6'3" junior, Lance Stone, a 5'7" senior, and Dominic Yancey, the 6'8" sophomore, the big man in the middle. And for Juno, they will trot out their 5 of Jaden Hardiman, 6'4" junior, Sean Blaine Trotter, a 6' senior, obviously Dooney Johnson, the 6'5" sophomore, Raylan Jones, a 6' senior, and Takis Tyler, a 5'11" junior as well. Renaissance in the white and maroon, Juno in the navy and white, and we're set to go here from Washington. The tip is out of bounds. I think they're going to do this one again.
Wow, it was launched out of bounds. Oh my goodness.
Take 2. First time we've seen that this tournament. Tip is won by the Phoenix. And it'll be Sigmund bringing this ball up. Driving there on Tyler. Yancey lost the ball and it's taken away. Here come the Pioneers the other direction. It's Dooney Johnson. Taking him back away on the other end. These are two fast-paced teams, and Sigmund goes coast to coast, lays it in for two.
Yeah, this is what we're going to be seeing all night long for both teams. A lot of athletes on both sides of the ball. This is going to be fascinating to see who can obviously win the turnover battle. I think that's who's going to win this game, whoever wins the turnover battle.
And the game we just saw between Wilson out of South Carolina and St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston, Texas was defined by turnovers. Sigmund's corner three rims out.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same case here. Who's going to win the turnover battle, who's going to win that game. And obviously with that game, the St. Francis Episcopal won the turnover battle. In that game, they won that game. So two very similar games.
Pass deflected out of bounds into the hands of Renaissance head coach John White. Showing off the dribble moves there. Quick and rolling between the legs pretty easily there. Sure, he was quite the hooper back in his day. Here's Johnson with it. Running by Yancey, kicks it back out. Open three ball on the way, and it's a big one for Sean Blaine Trotter.
Oh, nice pass there, kicking it out to the rim, or going to the rim and kicking it out to the three-point line, getting a wide open shot. That's good ball movement there. That's really good offense. High quality shot.
Juneau's head coach Aaron Spearing on the other sideline for the Pioneers. Drive in, feed down low, blocked away there by Hardiman. Johnson up along the court, tight roping the sideline, block on the other end by Dominic Yancey as Jones went up with that one for Juno. He'll head to the line. I'm impressed that Juno was able to keep that ball in bounds, Michael.
Yeah, it's so quick. I mean, you think maybe something's out of bounds, but no, it's in bounds, and both teams are just so quick, and it's one of those games that's just hard to even just conversate over because something can happen in an instant.
First one's good from Jones. And, you know, we talked about in the last game, you always want to play, playing fast is always makes for exciting brand of basketball. Obviously, the key, though, is you can't play fast without control. And that's the thing we saw in the last game. You know, Wilson had lots of turnovers. That game ended up losing big. We'll see if both these teams can take care of the rock. Or the pumpkin, however you want to call it. Mid-range shot is up and good. What a shot there from Lance Stone down to the white headband.
Well, it looks like both teams are having a really successful time controlling the ball, so this game should be very close. Makes it for a very fun game if it's very close.
Johnson at the top of the key, double team. We're probably going to see a lot of double teams on him today. Again, Johnson, a top 20 sophomore in the entire country. So you just spot with the green shoes.
So what does that mean for the rest of the Juneau players? They got to know their role. They got to know how to best help their team win.
Offensive foul there on Hardiman as he knocked Miller to the floor. Or rather, no, I think that foul was on the Phoenix, excuse me.
Yeah, might have been a flop attempt there that didn't work out.
Pioneers looking to inbound. They get it in to Hardiman. Now it's Tyler. Driving in, Hardiman had it stripped by Stone. Here comes a 2-on-1. Stone blocked by Johnson. And feed is taken away by Malachi Jackson. Back and forth we go. And he missed the layup. Lance Stone had some hops. Again, he's only 5'7". I thought he might throw it down, but
It looked like he might have, yeah.
here's, as many would say, use the backboard, young man.
Well, we had mentioned that both teams had taken care of the ball, but Juno there with a costly turnover, not the smartest pass, a very long bounce pass they tried to make, and Renaissance had read that like a book, and they had they went the other way, and we had thought the 5'7" guard would have thrown that down. He looked like he had gotten up there, but yeah, it'll be Renaissance ball out of bounds.
I want to know what his vertical was as he got awfully close to throwing that one down. 3 ball, Sigmund is good. That's our player to watch for Renaissance, and he's got 5 of their 7 so far.
Got a really nice shot. I like the mechanics within that shot. It looks like it's always going to go in when he shoots it.
It's been a fun one so far. We're not even 3 full minutes in. Sigmund brings in the board. Nice pass ahead. Miller nearly could have had a dunk attempt there, but lost the handle. Now Johnson driving in on Yancey. He got hacked, but there's no call. Stone now the other way, kicks it out. Jackson in corner three, rebounded by his own man and had it stripped. Back and forth we go. This is like watching tennis on a basketball court. And Waylon Jones scoops it up and in.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right, John. Like we had said before, these two teams play very similar styles of basketball. They have a lot of athletes, and they're going to be running back and forth.
Three ball from Sigmund. He's heating up, and again, this is just their first game of the season. No rust whatsoever from the Phoenix.
No, they didn't look like they've been practicing like it's like game time speed. Games will be easier if you do that.
Both these teams looking like they're in mid-season form already. 10-7 here, not even halfway through the first quarter. Dominic Yancey gets a breather for Renaissance.
And that's how you know you have a really good team, because a lot of teams, like, they'll have the rust in the Thanksgiving tournament. If you're able to have like a team in midseason form in the Thanksgiving tournament, that's a sign of a really good team. And obviously both these teams are like that.
Stone in some trouble. Sigmund from way out, he drained it from his hotel room.
Wow, 3 for 3, and like I said, he's got a really good mechanic with the shot. Every time he shoots it, it's gonna go in, and he has not proved me wrong.
11 points in the first 4 minutes for Jordan Sigmund. How about the Rennie boys, Michael?
Wow, I mean, I shouldn't say unbelievable, but the way this game's going, I mean, wow, it's been back and forth, and buckle up, folks. This is going to be a fantastic one.
Man, oh man, Jordan Sigmund has the hot hand, and that's understating it. 11 points for Renaissance. As Juno, again, they got some buckets from, again, that 3 from Blaine Trotter, 4 points for Waylon Jones. This timeout brought to you again by Enercon Engineering. This Power Up timeout brought to you by them. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switch gear. I think we've seen plenty of high voltage in this game already. And Genset Packaging, ready to power up your career. Visit enerconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. This game has just been electric, Michael, and it's a real treat for the fans that decide to show out here in Washington and tune in as well here on Clutch Sports Media. And, you know, not to say the gym was sleepy during the last game. It was a good game, but, you know, now we got a fast-paced, close ball game so far. I think this is really going to get people fired up for a great slate of games the rest of the night.
Yeah, definitely. Boy, both these teams are playing. A lot of energy flowing against both sides. No reason not to be fired up.
Here's Johnson, double teamed, fadeaway 3, nearly got it. Sigmund brings it in, finds his man Miller in the corner, jacks up another triple, brought in by the offense. That was Alfonso Harris, and a foul on Juno.
Yeah, Juno, I got to say, you talked about the turnover battle, the foul battle too. That's a big component of this game too.
Stone, fadeaway 3, he got fouled, but there by Tyler, and he'll be shooting a trio from the stripe.
Yeah, not ever the smartest opportunity to foul somebody shooting a three-pointer. It doesn't matter if it doesn't go in, it's still 3 shots at the line. It's not really smart at all, but something that they'll iron out. You know, we said both these teams are in midseason form, but they're not perfect, so there's still some things to clean up.
Now, so you want to close out hard without fouling. It's easier said than done.
Yeah.
As we'll get to some from the Pioneers.
It's hard when you have athletes and they want to block every single shot that they're defending, but at the end of the day, some shots you just straight up just cannot block, and sometimes you just have to close out.
Well, Stone knocks down his second. He's 2 of 2. He'll try and finish off the trifecta. Referee spins the ball back and takes a slow bounce into his hands. Sets and shoots, and he's perfect from the line. Stone's got 5, and Sigmund's got the rest of the 11 for Renaissance. Here's Hardiman. Getting a screen there from Johnson, who's been just blanketed for most of this one. And a push off there, or rather a pushing foul there from Harris, who came into the game for Yancey.
Yeah, the fouls pretty much have been neck and neck right now, 3-2.
And you're gonna look at head coach Aaron Spearing of Juno. Gonna be one of the top teams to watch in the Milwaukee area, which has always been well represented at this TOC in the past years. You know, we saw Con Canipal and Wisconsin Lutheran. We saw Grafton last year. We've seen Milan Momcilovic and the Milwaukee Pirates. Always good teams up there in Milwaukee, my neck of the woods.
There you go. In Cumberland too. Obviously, they're not from Milwaukee. They're from the northwest side of the state, but obviously they're here too.
Open man in the corner for Juno. That was Blaine Trotter. And they're put back. I didn't catch who that was for Juno.
Sometimes it's hard to tell because of how fast this game's going.
I looked away. It may have been Johnson, but I believe that was. Shot is off the mark there on Renaissance's end. Juno trying to get this back to a closer deficit. 3-ball, no good on the Pioneers. Here's Sigmund slicing into the lane. Nice ball movement from Renaissance. Stone's triple, too strong. Another offensive board for Sigmund.
He wants to score. I know he wants to score.
What a great first step. Gets his own miss, gets fouled. They won't call it.
They're going to call it on the floor.
On the floor. That's a tough one. That's a bang-bang play there, but he'll still get a chance for 2. Look at that first step. All they had to do was just one step, and he was already at the rack. Jordan Sigmund.
Yeah, that's such a tough call for a ref to make. It would have been one heck of an and one if it ended up counting that way, but still a foul on Juneau. Renaissance will still inbound it.
Inbound, Stone in the corner. Rims out. Another offensive board for the Phoenix. That's killing the Pioneers in the early going, Michael.
Yeah, it's trouble boxing out, and you're always going to have trouble boxing out if you play a very athletic team. It's something that it's just hard to do, and something that some teams just have trouble doing.
And this Renaissance team isn't overly large outside of Yancey at 6'8". Mid-range shot is good there from Sigmund. He is cooking with 13 in the first frame.
Yeah, he's a ball player, and you know there's a difference between athlete and basketball player. He's a basketball player.
Johnson, 3-ball with a bit of contact after the fact is no good.
Oh wow!
Feed up, what a pass, and the finish from Jaden Miller.
What a pass. It was a fastball to him. That had registered at probably 95 miles per hour, put him in the bullpen. Wow, that was a hard pass. Suffocating defense now. We talk about offense going into defense.
Johnson gets his own miss. And there'll be a foul there on Renaissance. Both teams have been fouling a decent amount. That is the 4th on the Phoenix and the 2nd on Alfonso Harris. He didn't start this game for the Phoenix, but was the first off the bench. And I think he's going to come out for Brandon Flint, the 6'3" senior.
Yeah, fouls haven't really been much of a factor, but although if the Phoenix can hit one more foul, we're talking about 2 at the line for the rest of that quarter for Juneau.
Johnson, nice move into the lane. And off the mark. Rebound, though, was grabbed by Corey Collins. And put back in by Collins himself. So 2011, Phoenix lead here in Washington.
Oh,
Deep
wow.
3 from Stone. And it's too strong. As it, Phoenix are heat checking themselves right now.
Yeah, that was I'm wide open enough to take this shot, and I've taken this shot enough in practice. I might as well let it fly. Oh.
Hardiman turned it over. Here's Sigmund. Missed it, but his man is right there. Flint passed up a wide open layup, but hey, gets the assist to Malachi Jackson, who buries it.
You probably had a feeling that a Juneau player was going to be flying in for a block, and there was a Juneau player flying in for the block, so he made the smart pass there for a short jumper.
And Flint takes it back over as there's going to be a technical foul there on Juno, I believe. It's called, I think it may have been on Johnson. At least I believe the ref made a T sign with his hands. It's been a bit of a frustrating first quarter again for Dooney Johnson. He's got 1 bucket, and he's been clearly the focus of this Renaissance defense, which has been all over the place in this first quarter.
Yeah, we talked about it in the last game with Wilson with their dynamic duo. It's really easy for a defense to key in on 2 guys or even 1 guy, be even easier. You talk about a Juno with, their players, and just how they play their roles is how they dictate how they play the rest of this game. And if you're talking about Dooney Johnson scoring the points, it's going to be really hard for this Pioneers team.
Stone buries the technical free throws. Sub coming in for Juneau is Josh Legister, 5'11" freshman. That's one thing about this tournament, Michael, is some of these teams are very strong again, lots of state title hopefuls, and we see more than a couple freshmen playing these tournaments. It just shows the strength of these programs and the talent there as well.
Yeah, this tournament always produces great teams, and you have great teams playing in it, and this tournament's just been fantastic, and it's always been fantastic.
Renaissance is pulled away late here in this first quarter. Sigmund got to the rack and finished it off.
Wow.
And that's how the first quarter will finish. 15 points for Jordan Sigmund. He's outscoring Juno by himself. It's 26-11 Renaissance after the first quarter.
Yeah, Jordan Sigmund, unreal. And we talked about his three-point shooting, 3 for 3 from downtown. He's got a clean stroke, but he also can get to the rim. He literally just got to the rim and scored, so he can score at all 3 levels. And he's pretty much been the catalyst for a really good Renaissance game so far.
And while we got a timeout, I want to thank all of our sponsors. Power Up Timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Visit EnerconPower.com. Power up your career. Also by Keps, the official sports bar during the TOC. Check out their menu on their website. They feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7, Texas Hold'em every Sunday at 6 p.m. Follow and like them on Facebook for more information. And Culver's, proud sponsor of this year's KBM TOC and the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. I bet Juno knows a lot about that being from Wisconsin. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way, as $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 area locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And by PJ Hare is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. I wish all teams good luck as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. 26-11, Renaissance leading, and Michael is pretty close in the early going, but Juno's got to find an answer for Sigmund. I'm sure that's what they talked about in that quarter timeout.
Yeah, Sigmund's he's been every part of a Division I caliber player.
And it's takeaway there by Stone. He's having a nice game as well. Finishes it off.
And that's another thing about this game and how it's turned in the Phoenix's favor. They got a lot more collective scoring. A lot of the scoring for the Pioneers have come from a couple of players. It doesn't help that Dooney Johnson has been holding 1 basket.
Going to be a jump ball there, and that favors the Phoenix. Almost everything's been favoring them in the last few minutes.
Yeah, it's just been that kind of game for the Phoenix, and they've looked every part of a team that can make a very deep run in the Michigan State playoffs.
How about the game again? We talked so much about Sigmund, but Lance Stone, the 5'7" senior, that was a strong finish for a guy that's not the biggest on the court. Sigmund elevates. No good. And Juno brings it in with Hardiman. Hardiman driving in, got stripped off his leg and back to Renaissance.
Yeah, you mentioned it, John. A lot of it's just going Renaissance way right now. And, I didn't really expect this. I thought this game would be a lot closer than what it is. You talk about 2 teams that play very similar, but it's really been a real collective effort for Renaissance so far, contrary to Juno.
What a 3-ball there from Stone. It fell short, but a rebound brought in by Flint. Maybe a travel there, send it back to the Pioneers, who, again, already played 1 game this season against Madison Memorial. The final score of that game, Michael, 101-82. Juno lost that game.
Yeah, so, it's only 1 game. It's really a small sample size. The smallest you can get in terms of sample sizes for 1 season, but if you let a team score 100 points on you, you got to think there's a lack of defense being played. So if you want to beat this Renaissance team, a lot more defense has to be played, especially because they're down by so much right now. They're down by 17.
It's Techie's Tyler with it. Now Legister, the freshman, going to his first varsity games. Let's see what he's got off the bench for the Pioneers. They slow some things down. There's a foul there on Renaissance. May have been Jordan Webley. First time he called his name, and a little bit of a just a bit more on the edge of a ticky-tack foul there, but hey, as long as the refs are consistent, I think both these teams will know, hey, if they're calling it tight, got to ease up a bit.
That's a component of the game. I think Dooney Johnson was a little frustrated there, so he might have just trying to get under Dooney Johnson's skin.
Juno turns it back over. Here's Stone leading the way. Floor general for this Phoenix team. Finds Sigmund, driving baseline, and he got hacked, I think, before the shot by Blaine Trotter. Anytime the ball is in Sigmund's hands, he just either shoots it or gets to the rack in an instant.
Yeah, he's an impact player, and he's every bit of the part of, having a lot of visits to other power schools in the nation. He took a visit to Pitt, Michigan, Bowling Green, Toledo, so he's got a mix of Power 4, or actually it'd be Power 5 in college basketball, and obviously mid-major.
That's right. I was going to say, I'm trying to get used to saying Power 4 for the colleges, but that's just football. You got the Big East still in basketball. It's a fun conference. I'm a Big Ten guy myself. I'm sure as many people in the Renaissance and Juno fan bases are themselves, but Big East is always a good one as well. We're primarily Missouri Valley Conference fans, I think we'd say, with us both being from Bradley. As Johnson driving in, got fouled.
Yeah, that's really one of the first times I've seen Johnson really have something go his way. Obviously, he didn't finish the basket, but he gets fouled and goes to the line. Really, he's been having a tough game. He's still been held to just one field goal. So, unlike him, obviously, I'm sure he's used to scoring more points at this point in the game, but let's see if he gets something going here.
He averaged 25 and 10 as a freshman. That is quite some numbers.
I mean, you can average that as a freshman in smaller levels of any state you are, and you're still sensational. He's doing that in Milwaukee. I mean, Milwaukee basketball, inner city basketball, that's a different beast.
Johnson's free throw is good.
Let's see if that gets
1 for 2.
Let's see if that gets something started for him.
And then talking about Milwaukee and us talking about Bradley, there's a strong connection there. A lot of former stars from the Milwaukee area play for Bradley, including Jaquan Johnson from Pius XI, or I should say Pius. I forget if it's IX or XI, but either one. St. Pius, we'll just call it. Obviously, there, Darius Hanna is turned into an all-conference caliber player for Bradley and former star at the Milwaukee Academy of Science. You had Danye Kingsby a couple years ago, Milwaukee native. So a lot of ties there between those 2 years. Maybe Dooney Johnson gets some interest from the Bradley Braves. As Sean Blaine Trotter's 3 is short. Hardeman gets the 0 miss and puts it back in. That's a nice bucket and nice resilience there for the second chance score.
Yeah, nice job by Hardeman. He didn't get boxed out there, and he went right to the rim and tried to get a follow-up shot, and he did. He buried it. But you also got to talk about Jaquan Johnson, freshman from Wisconsin, Milwaukee.
He's had a nice freshman season for the Braves, making a strong impact already. As Phoenix get a bucket from guess who? Jordan Sigmund. Up to either 17 or 18 on the night.
18. Yeah, he's been all over the place, and he's still single-handedly outscored the Pioneers. So good for him. I mean, one of the better players in this tournament. He's showing out.
Most definitely, and also want to take this time out again to thank Enercon Engineering, sponsor of our timeouts. Nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with multiple cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and Jensen packaging. Ready to power up your career? Well, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. I'll say Milwaukee Juno probably going to look for some energy, maybe spot. Got to get some. If you're up in Milwaukee, it's gonna. We Energy is up there. The big power source for Wisconsin area, but again, they're still very much in this game. It's a 17-point deficit, but they definitely have more than enough talent. And they just got to find the answer for Sigmund and Stone, who have been the 2 catalysts for this Phoenix team. And have combined for nearly all of their points.
Yeah, really, it's been more of a collective effort, I believe, for this Renaissance team, and for Juno, it's really just been a struggle for the rest of the players other than Dooney Johnson. And Dooney Johnson himself has struggled.
And he gets fouled there. His third foul of the quarter for the Phoenix.
And Renaissance's press they're putting on right now will not help things. It's just a lot of adversity right now for Juno, but they can definitely beat it. Like you said, John, they're more than talented enough to make this an even better game. And we're not even through the first half yet. This game's far from over.
Jaden Miller comes back in for Renaissance as they bring the press. Tyler finds it up to Johnson, gets away from a defender. Hardiman tried to throw it down but got fouled on the way up. Still looking for our first dunk this game, Michael.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe. You talk about two athletic teams. You would think there'd be a couple dunks by now in the middle of the second quarter, but for Juno, I mean, breaking the press, great job by them breaking the press. And if you break a press correctly, you're going to have man advantages. And it was a 2-on-1 there, and that was a great job by Juno drawing the foul.
Most definitely, Hardiman knocks down the first. And talking about dunks, stay tuned for the next game if you like dunks, because we're going to see St. Petersburg Gibbs from Florida. They got a 7-foot center, Isaiah Medina, committed to DePaul already. That game should feature lots of high-flying action against the Vashon Wolverines, another Midwest powerhouse from St. Louis.
Yeah, that St. Petersburg Gibbs team is ridiculously tall. And we're going to see them
We were in the
close.
elevator with them at our hotel, and boy, we were like, this team has got some height. Jordan Sigmund has got some more three-pointers for us. 21. Shots just keep on getting tougher and tougher. I mean, how do you defend it?
It's tough, and Juno's making it tough on themselves. Another turnover.
Now Collins just lost the ball out of bounds. As Stone will inbound. How about Lance Stone wearing two different color shoes? One of them mint green, the other kind of a peach color. I like it.
You know, I'm not too much of a fan of it, but I think if you wear the right colors, it looks really nice. I think he's wearing the right colors. Those look nice.
I think what he's doing, I think, you know, not many people have their different reasons for wearing different color shoes, but I think it's just kind of flex, you know, kind of flex off your shoe collection. So you're going to look at the shoes of Dooney Johnson. Pretty nice looking kicks there, but hey, he's like,
Oh, wow.
oh my, Stone from the logo. Now another three ball from the corner, rims out. Guess who's there? It's Sigmund, he misses it. Fourth chance bucket is good from Jaden Miller. Pioneers have got to start boxing out.
Yeah, that's going to be a key for halftime for Juno, and a lot of this stuff is going to be taught about in halftime for Juno. A lot of mistakes they got to correct, but one of them is definitely boxing out.
And this, you know, the team again coming up off of giving up 101 on Tuesday. So offense has been there, but yeah, I think defense is going to be a big key for them to iron out as they go along. But again, still very early in the season. They're going to look at the shoes.
Those are nice.
Lance Stone.
I got to think either it's maybe he's like sharing a pair with his teammate that might wear the same size, or
That's
he might
true.
just have a nice shoe collection like you said, but still regardless, some nice shoes.
That's very true. I know a couple players in high school that just kind of shared shoes with their teammates. Say, hey, I'll wear an orange and green if you want to wear an orange and green.
That's like a friendship bracelet almost, but in basketball shoes terms.
It's a good comparison there as Dooney Johnson knocked down his first free throw. This for point number 5 for him. He's got it. Dooney Johnson is, look at more kicks there from the sideline there on the Juno bench. All sorts of great footwear being displayed. Rebound there for the Phoenix, and Flint can't get it to go. Johnson gets the pass, 3-ball, nearly had it. Tipped around, they're playing volleyball in the corner, and Sean Blaine Schroeder's got it. Finds Tyler, open 3, top of the key. Shooter's bounce, got it to go.
Good shot there from Juno as Renaissance the other way quickly.
Here comes Tyler in transition, driving in, up and under Flint. What a move from Keith Tyler. 5 quick ones, and Juno's got some life left in them.
Yeah, we already said this game's far from over, not only because it's still in the first half, but because we know Juno has enough talent to really make this a game.
Down 13 now. I think as long as they can get it even just below 10, that would be huge for them as Stone misses the three, as there's going to be a jump ball that favors the Pioneers. And, you know, I think for Renaissance right now, Michael, again, they've knocked down great shots in this one, but maybe they're a bit too confident, still kind of shoot some three balls. You still want to get some high percentage looks as well.
Yeah, I mean, you actually have a really good point. I mean, Jordan Sigmund has been shooting some long threes, and I think he's feeling confident himself. I think not that they're losing their offense, but they're trying to expand their offense a little bit too much. So obviously they're still up by 13, but you know, I'd be concerned if Juno keeps scoring points.
And it's Tyler, he's got the hot hand. That one nearly went down. Sigmund drives past Johnson. He is electric. Sliced it into the lane. And another two. I'm already running out of room on my score sheet for Sigmund. He's got 23.
Yeah, he's been single-handedly doing a really good job. He's equaling the Juno points scored themselves. It's pretty much been the game case.
We'll be keeping an eye on Jordan Sigmund's points versus Juno's points. The rest of this one, Johnson in lots of trouble. Someone's got to be open, and it is his teammate Raylan Jones finishing it off for two.
Oh, here comes Renaissance the other way.
Drive in, nearly blocked, but finished off by Jaden Miller.
Yeah, Renaissance, if Juno scores, they have an answer immediately. So, you know, Juno, they can be as happy as they want scoring a basket, but transition defense has got to be apparent.
Got to get back on D. Johnson turned it over, and that, not a terrible foul, honestly, from Johnson. It's set up to be another wide open transition opportunity there for the Phoenix.
Yeah, that's not a bad foul by any means. I think it's more of a frustration foul if anything. You can just tell from the body language that really he's just frustrated.
That's Johnson's second foul.
I think he's going to be more frustrated now that he's got to take a seat on the bench probably for the rest of the half.
That's probably a smart move there from head coach Aaron Spearing. You don't want to give your star player 3 fouls before the end of the first half. And Johnson gets fouled by Tyler. And that will be number 4 on the Pioneers. So they still had one more to give, but now Phoenix are in the bonus the rest of the first half.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of time left, so it's not a huge deal, but you know, you're still giving a team like Renaissance over a minute to possibly draw another foul and shoot shots at the line regardless.
Sigmund's got it. Got to be careful
wow.
for him. Tough 3 off the front rim. Nice crossover move there. Driving into the lane there was Jones and lost control. Here comes Stone the other way and finishes. He is such a strong finisher for a 5'7" guard. Hardiman right back the other way.
So
Baskets all over the place.
Now it's a track meet. There we go.
It is a Thanksgiving feast of baskets here in Washington, 42-27. Barely a chance to catch our breath, we will though at halftime. As again, stay tuned. We'll have the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central and an interview coming up. Sigmund working on Tyler. Good defense there from Corey Collins.
You know you had the hot hand when you get guarded out by the Panther logo. I mean, you're talking about a kid that can shoot.
Almost have to. Stone a wild shot there. Running by Tyler. Inadvertent buzzer sound there. There's still 11 to play. Tyler on the drive, feeds a wide open Jones. His triple is short. Sigmund brings it in with 3, with 2. Finds his man in the post. And to beat the buzzer, Malachi Jackson puts it in. That puts a bow on a 44-point first half for the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix. These Rennie boys are for real, Michael.
Yeah, Jordan Sigmund is for real as well. He's gone in a hot hand. He's been making threes. He's gotten finishes at the rim. He's been legit, folks, and he's been one of the better players in this tournament. A highlight player for this Renaissance team.
23 points for Jordan Sigmund, 11 for Lance Stone. It's been a very fun and high-flying first half here between two Midwest powers in Michigan and Wisconsin, respectively. We'll take a quick break here from Torrey Gym, and again, send it down to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central, where Eric Schermerhorn, the head coach of the Washington Panthers, will chat it up with Cody Roskins for a bit, but for a second, we'll keep things here in Washington. Again, Jonathan Michael Savoy here in the booth. Game 2 of 4 on the third day, Thanksgiving Day, at the Tournament of Champions, as there you get an up-close and personal look at our Joey Wright fixing our basket mics. Look at him doing everything on the ladder in between halves.
He's just trying to make the product better for you guys. He's doing a great job.
I'm sure that if we get those basket mics fixed, boy, great look there from Andrew Crawford again behind our camera. Get those basket mics going. You'll hear lots of swishes, especially if Jordan Sigmund continues to shoot like he is. But again, coming
Speaking
up
of swish, here we go.
after this, a young fan having some fun on the court. Might as well. Got it to himself as he works on his game. Coming up after this again, we'll have Gibbs versus Vashon. That might be one of the game of the day. That might be the game of the day on paper. And then at 8:30, we got the Paidea School facing off with St. John Bosco, number 5 team in the country, ranked by Max Preps. We're all ready to set it down to Upper Auto Group Tournament Central. A quick word for our sponsors first, and we'll come back here from Washington. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome to our Uftering Auto Group Tournament Central here at the 2024 Tournament of Champions here in Washington, Illinois. I'm Cody Roskins. Alongside me, head coach of the Washington Panthers, Eric Schermerhorn. Coach, thanks for joining me on this Thanksgiving Day. Obviously, a lot of plans going on, but it means a lot that you're here today.
We just appreciate the nice crowd on Thanksgiving. We appreciate Clutch putting in all the extra hours. We know what goes on behind the scenes, so what a great way to spend a holiday. It's a new tradition for a lot of people, I think.
Absolutely. Joey and I were talking before this game tipped off. The amount of people we've seen at this tournament so far on this Thanksgiving Day, one of the more highly attended Thanksgiving days despite everybody's plans. It means a lot that these teams are here. Obviously, you as a coach participating with the team in this tournament, it means a lot as well. What have you kind of seen through this version of the 2024 TOC?
Yeah, so most likely the crowd, the fans, you hear us say that this is the best version of the tournament ever. I really feel like that this year, without any question, that this has been the most well-rounded, team-wise, athletically, skill level-wise. I mean, we just looked at a game out there with incredible point guard play, just really, really good, solid basketball being played this year.
Absolutely, and that was one of the things Joey and I had highlighted coming up in the 2 nightcap games with Vashon, and then you've also got, of course, St. John Bosco playing in the nightcap itself, but 2 very guard-centric teams not playing each other, but just the way the floor's been commanded, it's not like your typical high school basketball, and it's why this tournament's so highly regarded.
Yeah, our high school court is not the size of a college court, and so when you start putting a team like Florence-Wilson, when you put St. Francis Episcopal, when you put Bosco out there, these are 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" guys, and then you put these dynamic guards and well-coached teams. It's making for some good basketball. It's making for some basketball, too. It's super physical, and I think that makes it fun to watch.
Absolutely. Again, at the break right now here at the midway point of our day, we got 2 games left coming up for the nightcap. Cody Roskins and Eric Schermerhorn here at our halftime tournament central. But then, Coach, you've obviously played a couple games so far here. What are some of the things that you kind of experienced with your team? Obviously, this tournament doesn't make or break a team season, but you learn a ton about, one, the pieces that you have, how they play together, and what you kind of have to maybe adjust going into the meat of your schedule.
So it's early, and to be the best, you got to play the best. And what I respect about the committee, what I respect about our board of directors, what I really enjoy about Sean is Sean creates the schedule it's independent, and Washington does not shirk away from playing good competition. We stepped up with Romeoville on night one. We bounced back with a South Carolina team that was very, very talented, very deep, very big and athletic and well coached. And then tomorrow, what a great experience. We get to play an undefeated St. Francis Episcopal. So out of our basketball team, we love to be challenged. We like to be challenged early. And I think that's going to make us a championship caliber basketball team by the time February comes around.
Now, those of us that have been kind of following Clutch for a while know how tight of a family the Mid-Illini is. What's it mean to you to kind of have two of also your rivals, but also some of your friends along coaching staffs of Morton and Metamora come to a tournament like this year in and year out?
Yeah, so the formula, I mean, you can look at it. Morton, Coach Zeller has invested not only in the tournament, but he's invested in just great competition. Coach Dame, and then originally Metamora, obviously looked at this as an opportunity to come test what you got. You know, if you're gonna coach at college level, the high school level, junior high level, you relish these opportunities. Like, you got to sit in the locker room yesterday, and I got to look at our basketball team, and we lost, and we're not satisfied with losing, but we played a guy that plays for Team USA in the summer.
Right.
We played a guy that's got a potential to play in the NBA. Friday, we got the exact same scenario playing out. What a great opportunity. It's a great measuring stick. It's going to tell us where we're at as a team, what we have to go work on, and then we get to go play Metamora. Then we get to go play Morton. We get to go play East Peoria in these teams. And then we get to see where we're at by the end of the year.
Absolutely. Now, Coach, you know, as a Washington guy, the kind of impact this has on the community. Now, a pretty low-stress day for you, not in action today with Washington not playing, but how, just kind of wandering out the tournament throughout the day, seeing the interaction between people, how has that kind of community aspect been in your kind of reading today?
So I'm surrounded by 250 volunteers, so that makes this thing absolutely great. But from the perspective of low stress, today is the fun day. Like, starting off at 11 o'clock with a beautiful Thanksgiving fellowship at Countryside, teams rolling in here to practice throughout the day. Bethany Church is feeding teams right now. This is kind of the day that I think is the hidden day of the TOC that I wish more people could see, because this is seriously a day of good friendship, fellowship. I just got to hang out with a coach in the West Gym. We talked for 25 minutes about our programs. It's just an opportunity to grow, and it's an opportunity to enjoy people from all over the country.
Absolutely. That's all we've got here from our Tournament Central here at the halftime break between Juneau and Detroit Renaissance. We'll send you back for more game action.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services, including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back into Washington, Illinois. Halftime of a very exciting game between the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix, putting up 44 in their first half of the 2024-2025 season, and the Milwaukee Juno Pioneers 27 after 16 minutes here in both these teams' first games at the TOC. Jonathan Michael and Michael Savoy here with you in the booth. And Michael, we talked about it. The difference in this game have been the star players. Jordan Sigmund with 23. Dooney Johnson for Juno held to just 5 for the Pioneers. That's a difference of 18 points. The difference is 17 right now. And again, Sigmund's been the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, for Juno in the halftime locker room, you got to think about Aaron Spearing's halftime message about stopping Jordan Sigmund's production. He's got 23 points. He's got over half the points that the Phoenix have scored, so stopping will be apparent. And once they stop him, Renaissance has some great players other than Sigmund. So it's going to be hard to stop this Renaissance team, but I think the key for Juno coming in is stopping Jordan Sigmund.
That is the obvious key in this one, as he will inbound it. Get things rolling in half number 2. Again, both teams coming in with high expectations this year, and this is a great litmus test for both teams early on in the season, as Stone made a strong first half. Again, his contributions can't be overshadowed. What a floater! Yeah, and he goes deeper into his bag of tricks.
A nice crossover before the floater, just a great offensive possession, showing off his skill and his ball handling. It's been a great game so far for him. 5-7.
And most of those points have come in or near the paint. Guy that plays much larger than his listed size. Tyler thought about a 3. Gets it back over to Jones. Now back to Tyler. Dices into the lay-in. Made a foul before the shot. That one looks like it'll go on Yancey. We didn't really see a ton of Yancey. He was a starter in the first half, but I don't think he scored in that first frame.
He's a big guy, though, 6'8". He's got to be around upper 200s in terms of pounds. Big guy.
Here's Hardiman. Now back up top with Dooney Johnson. How can Juno get him open for some shots? Tough look here, and he knocked it down. There's what we expected to see from Dooney Johnson. But right back the other way, and give 2 right back to Jaden Miller. Juno's got to get back on defense.
Yeah, that's been the story so far. If Juno makes a basket, Renaissance is going right back to the hole and scoring. So if you're Juno, you can be as happy as you want as there's backcourt violation. You can be as happy as you want scoring the basketball. You can celebrate, high-five your teammates. You can't celebrate too long ago. You got to get your butt back on the court, or not back down the floor.
How about that hairstyle there from Takis Tyler? One of the better ones we've seen here in this tournament. There is an all-tournament hair team brought to you by Sheer Haven Salon. Tough layup brought back in by Yancey, and it bounced off of a Pioneer. Will stay with the team in white.
Yeah, I gotta say that hairstyle for Juno, Takis Taylor.
How about
a good one.
Jaden Miller too as well, number 5 for Renaissance. And how about Lance Stone? Another 3 ball. He's up to 16. Approaching Sigmund's total right now of 23.
Yeah, if you stop Sigmund, if you're Juno, then there's another beast on there in Lance Stone that can score the basketball too.
Johnson got fouled as Miller got a bit shaken up there.
Looked like he got clotheslined.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hard fall to the court.
Yeah, elbow, yeah. This is a tough one to take, especially because you're the one that took the worst of it and you're the one that committed the foul. Those are the worst ones.
Double-edged sword there. Sean Blaine Trotter turns it over. Here goes Sigmund and just lays it in. Goes for the safe touch there. And the wide open two.
Yeah, we were both expecting a dunk. I was expecting something ferocious out of him. Obviously a very talented player, but it's a safe two.
He's already had enough style points in this game. Dooney Johnson, talking about style points right there. Nice floater off balance.
He's starting to score now, but now it's all about the defense for Juneau. They've had a hard time all night stopping this Renaissance team.
It's so shifty, this Phoenix team is, and the good shooters as well. Offensive boards too have been a big part of what the Phoenix have done offensively.
Yeah, this Renaissance team and really this Juno team, I feel like at their very best can be as shifty as them. You're just talking about, like I've said before in the open and throughout this broadcast, 2 very athletic teams, 2 teams that play very similar to each other. It's just one team has one star player with other players not necessarily knowing the roles for this game. And Renaissance obviously has more of a collective effort. That's pretty much been the main story of this game, why Juno is down by 21.
Jackson will trigger the inbound to Stone in the corner. Nice little head fake there. Juno pursuing hard, a little bit too hard, and Malachi Jackson blows by him for the layup.
Yeah, Takis Tyler, I mean, he's playing defense obviously, but the moment you have to go behind your offensive player's back and try to get the ball back, offensive foul there.
Johnson has been extremely aggressive in this third quarter so far. I really like that. You know, just get to the line, force the defense to collapse on you. You can kick it back out. You can get to the line for 2 free throws. And I think he kind of knows he's got to put the team on his back right now to help get them a little bit closer and cut into this lead.
Exactly, and he knows who he is. He knows that I shouldn't say they're here because of him, but he's definitely one of the main players that makes this team really good and makes this team TOC caliber, I guess you can say. But he knows that Juno goes as far as he goes. So if he's able to produce, then this team's going to be in a good place.
And Johnson's already got a lot of college offers, just a sophomore. He's got offers from Mizzou, Iowa State, Marquette, Nebraska, Notre Dame, SMU. We just saw an SMU commit Nigel Walls from St. Francis Episcopal. Those two could potentially be future teammates. And boy, that would be a fun twist if 2 players from the TOC could end up being college teammates, college buddies.
Yeah, I wonder how often that happens.
Probably more often than you think, honestly. A lot of college-level talent every year in this tournament. Stone finds an open Sigmund. 3 ball in front of his own bench, and it rattles home.
He just has a clean stroke, and he just has a fundamental, like, you just know that he knows how to shoot the ball.
Johnson, nice kick. Better defense from Jackson. Sigmund takes it away, and Stone, wide open layup. Hardiman came in strong, but Stone finishes yet again.
Man, Stone is just, he's fearless. He just knows, like, he's 5'7" and going up against these trees compared to him, like over 6 foot, and he's just fearless. He can just finish and score, and he's not shying away from any kind of contact.
Johnson, a nifty step back, too strong. Every time that I've noticed the last 2 or 3 possessions, every time Renaissance gets a rebound, there is a guy, and I won't say cherry picking, but there's a guy already more than halfway down the court for a potential fast break layup.
Yeah, it's smart, and you talk about how their defense works into their offense. Obviously, the perimeter players, if the ball is down low or if a steal happens towards the basket, they're already going down to the basket, and that's exactly what you see, John. And it's pretty simple. You just toss it to the player and let them score. And this Detroit Renaissance team, very shifty, very fast. Like we said, it's pretty much like a snap of a finger they score.
Yancey runs into trouble, and the ball is taken away for a moment by Collins. There's going to be a backcourt violation on Renaissance. Go back to Juno. The Batman and Robin, Sigmund and Stone, 28 and 18 points respectively, as they're going to look at John White, head coach for Renaissance. And to come out like this in the first game of the season against a strong team shows what a shot there from Johnson, by the way. Shows a sign of a very well-coached team Renaissance is.
Yeah, you mentioned Batman and Robin for Renaissance. How about Superman for Juno? You talk about putting a cape on somebody and make sure they can carry your team. That's what Dooney Johnson is for this Pioneers team.
And how in the world did Jordan Sigmund get that shot to fall? There were 2 guys draped all over him, no clear path to the basket, and it made no difference. I think he's up to about close to 30 now. Hardiman, alley-oop layup, no good.
Here we go.
And here we go, Jackson, simple lay-in.
But did you see in that possession, Juno had actually Renaissance had double-teamed Juno. They had double-teamed Dooney Johnson, and that ended up having Juno go really quick and ended up being an all-offensive sorts.
64-36, Renaissance's biggest lead of the day. And Sigmund nearly took that pass away, just face-guarding Dooney Johnson.
Yeah, they know that Juno is all about Dooney Johnson, and we had said it, if they go as far as Dooney Johnson goes, and, if they're able to stop Dooney Johnson, then it's going to be hard sledding for Juno.
Good crowd starting to file in here in Washington. Again, gym not completely full, and can't expect it to on Thanksgiving Day. Many people spending the day with their family. Maybe you're got the family all rounded up and watching the TOC.
Yeah, it's a great day.
It has been a very fun day, and we're not even halfway through our game so far. Got 2 more coming up later. Takeaway by the Phoenix, quickly up court. Stone lays it in, double clutched it and got it to go. He is now up to 20.
And he's talking his talk too. I mean, he's up to Dooney Johnson. He's 5'7", and he's still talking his talk. He's electric.
Johnson making space, got fouled. I think he's going to shoot 3 right there. And clearly the game plan is just get the ball in the hands of Johnson.
It's not.
Let him make a play.
I shouldn't say it's a not the smart game plan, because there's some smartness to it. Obviously, he's a great player, but the way that Renaissance is combating that is they're double teaming him. They're forcing the other players on Juno to have to make an impact. And so far in this game, we've seen very minimal impact from the rest of their players.
Again, there was that little flash from Tyler. He scored 5 quick
There
points.
are flashes,
and Hardiman has been all right too, but
I have mentioned this before. It's consistency versus flashes, because flashes is inconsistency, and obviously that's what Juno is doing right now. They're just not being consistent. But Renaissance, a collective effort from them, they're being very consistent right now.
How about they're probably a pretty well-conditioned team as well. They've been running up and down the court all game long with most of the same 5 guys. And again, usually your conditioning usually peaks later in the year, but until again, this team has been practicing hard. I'm sure they had a great summer, and this team has just clearly come out ready to play as Johnson goes 2 for 2 at the line.
Well, if you're in midseason condition, midseason form in a Thanksgiving tournament at the start of the season, that's a sign of a really good team. And Juno has shown signs of being really well conditioned too, but obviously they've been struggling on defense.
Sigmund decides to share the wealth with Malachi Jackson. Jackson is up to 11 points. After Sigmund, he thought about that 3, but decided, I'll get my teammates involved.
Yeah, and they're already double teaming Johnson.
And here's another takeaway. And look who it is. It's Stone. Another layup in transition. Well, he has had some easy buckets tonight in just wide open layups. Foul there on Flint.
Yeah, Lance Stone, I mean, he's just 5'7". We keep saying this, but 5'7", you would think, maybe he can shy away from some contact. I've been 5'4" pretty much all my basketball life, and sometimes I can look at a 6-footer, and even just a 6-footer, wow. I can look at him and be like, oh my gosh, I don't want to go into that guy because he's so much bigger than me. But no, Lance Stone he's not shying away from anything.
Absolutely fearless. He is the Energizer Bunny of this Renaissance team.
You can see it too. Every time he makes a layup from now on, he's talking to somebody, whether it be from his own team or Juno.
There's been some fans that have been really loud for Renaissance as well. I'm sure they brought a couple of them that made the trip as we get a timeout here. Big lead for the Phoenix, but I think this is brand of basketball. It's easy to fall in love with it. There's a couple teams every year that come to the TOC. Again, this timeout brought to you by Enercon, but there's always a team that comes to the TOC that makes people just fall in love, that makes you think, wow, man, I want to watch this team play basketball some more. And Renaissance making a very strong case to be one of those teams. As you look at the Phoenix's ball boys, I bet they're having a good time. As they're maybe playing on their iPad, maybe they're a bit distracted. But
I was going to say, I can't tell if that's maybe film or maybe that's just a game. It probably is a game. I mean, probably just a couple fans, maybe.
Yeah, it might be some extra young fans that the Phoenix brought along. It looked like from a distance they may have been watching some film. I thought I saw a basketball court on there, but then you're going to look at the ball boy there for Juno.
But I want to go back to your point about the different styles and what people fell in love with. That's one of the main reasons why this tournament's so nice, because not only do you get the teams from the different states, like Wisconsin, the California, the South Carolina. We saw Wilson from South Carolina. We get these teams from all over the nation. They all bring different styles of play, and that's also really nice to see because, from where I'm from, I'm from small town middle of nowhere, Illinois. You don't really get to see very many different styles of basketball, but now you get to this tournament and there's different teams in different states with different styles. It's pretty interesting to see those styles play out.
Most definitely. As they say, for UFC, MMA, fighting, they say, styles make fights, and we do get to see lots of different styles here, and this Renaissance team just run and gun. Still inbound here. A little bit of pressure now from the Pioneers.
It's like a 1-2-2 press. 2-2-1.
And a chance for Juno to work on some different things. Again, 32 points. Big deficit, but you can still work on your fundamentals, on your plays. Sigmund gets fouled and got it to go. What can't Jordan Sigmund do? I think the answer is nothing.
Yeah. He's been unbelievable. Really, you said it, Batman Robin, Lance Stone and Jordan Sigmund. They've just been unreal together. And Juno, that's not really the smartest foul, especially by your star player, Dooney Johnson. Right behind him, he had his hand not all the way straight up, hence why the foul was called. and he paid the price.
Yeah, nice smile there from Lance Stone. Lots of smiles for the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix right now. 74-39, they lead. Johnson is double teamed. How about Stone and Sigmund's defense? We talked a lot about their offense, but there they force a turnover. Double team. Sigmund kicks it out. Stone, step back three. A little bit of a heat check, and I mean, hey, why not? Everything's been going down, it seems like, and confident shot there from Stone, even though it was an air ball.
Well, I feel like if nothing's going down for them, something's got to be going their way. That's why they got the ball back. It ended up, Juno got the rebound, but ended up having it out of the player's hands and head off their leg.
And that double team high pressure from Phoenix is just so conducive to those fast break buckets as Sigmund knocks in points 34 and 35 on the night. But again, forces whoever the ball handler is to, maybe lose the ball, and then one of them can cut back, run down for a layup.
Well, you see it here. I mean, Dooney Johnson's out of the game, so they're going to see what happens if Dooney Johnson's not on the court for Juno.
Sigmund slicing into the lane, and there with the miss was Alfonso Harris, getting his first bucket of the season for the Phoenix.
It's been a very frustrating night for the Juno Pioneers.
Good bucket there, though, from Hardiman.
It's been a very frustrating night for Dooney Johnson, too. That's why he's on the bench right now, probably for the remaining of this quarter. I mean, it's only 6 seconds left.
See what Sigmund does. I think he's going to shoot this one. No, he'll pass. Fade away at the horn is short by Malachi Jackson. And the Phoenix extend their huge lead at 78-41. And they are making a statement here in Washington, Illinois. Well, I got a quick timeout. Want to thank all of our great sponsors, especially Enercon. Timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Talking about the teams that have been electric and teams that people have just fallen in love with here in Washington. Again, we've been here every game for the last 4 or 5 years, and a team in recent memory that many people just, and boy, those guys could hoop, and they had a wonderful fan base as well, as I'm sure Renaissance and Juno both do. And if you are in Michigan, especially if you're in Detroit watching this game, this is your sign to go see a Renaissance Phoenix game sometime this year.
Yeah, I mean, Renaissance out of Detroit, they're the real deal. I mean, out of Michigan, they have to be at least one of the very best teams coming out of that state, and a very formidable sight in the Michigan State playoffs coming this year. I have to hope.
Pizza, bit of an unconventional Thanksgiving food, but hey, it works.
I wonder if they put a turkey, slice of turkey on the pizza.
I
don't know if that'd be good or bad.
Pizza, I'm not quite sure about that one.
That would be something to have to try out, to see it for myself, because it could be good.
One of those weird combinations that maybe sound bad on paper. I don't know, maybe it is good. You never know. Dooney Johnson back into the game now. Pull-up jumper, tough look.
Oh.
How about Hardiman? He was ready to throw it down.
Well, now there's the athleticism for Juno.
Stone almost got the dime down to Harris.
Yeah, we see Juno has a lot of athleticism. I mean, athleticism's not the concern for this Juno team. It's really just been their handling of the basketball. Turnovers and shots that weren't necessarily the most smart, and there we go there.
Here's another turnover. Here comes Harris, driving in, and he gets fouled there by Legister. Back into the game, and back to Hardiman, who nearly threw that dunk down. I really like the game that he's played. He has been, active on the glass, and he's, been aggressive, and maybe obviously not the game that he or his team wanted, but I think, Hardiman could be a very strong sidekick for Johnson this year.
Yeah, Hardiman has to be that kind of sidekick for Johnson, because a lot of teams will be looking at this game probably for film in terms of how they can play Milwaukee Juno later on in the season. And obviously, if the teams see that they double team Dooney Johnson, they're going to think, okay, we can do that. But it's going to take it's going to take players like Hardiman to step up and take some pressure off of Johnson going forward.
Harris knocks down 2 free throws. He's got 4. Here's Legister. driving in, and great defense there by Harris. He's starting to really come alive off the bench for the Phoenix. Shot fake in the corner. Jackson's three is no good. Juno brings it back. And a foul there on Miller. Very active hands by the Phoenix all game long. Anytime there's been a passing lane, their hands are right there. They've been hounding the basketball. They just claw at the ball this all game long.
Yeah, you're going to get that if you're going to play aggressive defense like both of these teams will play every now and then. You're going to get those steals, and you're also going to get some hands in some of the players' pockets, and you're going to draw fouls.
Register in some trouble, turns it over. Jackson over to Harris.
Oh.
And his layup had to contort his body. Johnson had a strong block attempt as Hardiman slides in for the slam. There's that big dunk we were waiting on, and it comes from Jaden Hardiman. Three ball back on the other end from Malachi Jackson.
Yeah, we've seen this all night long. It doesn't matter if it's a dunk or a three-pointer from Juno. It doesn't matter what happens on their side of the court. Renaissance is coming right back and answering on their end.
It's been a lot of one step forward, two steps back for Juno today. Nice cut down low in the finish by Corey Collins, his first or second score of the game, rather.
Good job by Juno finally getting back on defense, slowing down this team. Oh, wow.
Heat check from Stone. He's been wanting that deep three. He shot a couple of them.
Feels like it's the only thing he's missing out on.
Another turnover. Here comes the Phoenix. Floater, too strong. And they're going to have a jump ball that favors Juno. And Detroit Renaissance, Michael, I would say has had to have forced probably over 20 turnovers in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty much like what we saw in the first game we did, St. Francis and Wilson. It's pretty much been just like that. I'd say four similar teams in terms of having athletes and running down the court. Two teams that pretty much won the turnover battle, and two teams with really big leads.
Another nice layup there from Collins. He's got 6.
But the Pioneers, they have something going forward, and you're not here for no reason. You're here because you have talent, and obviously the Pioneers have not played a perfect game. They're down by so much right now, but they have some athleticism and they have something going forward with Dooney Johnson, and we had already mentioned Jaden Hardiman.
Oh boy, here goes Sigmund, and that one's a bit too short. And he's got 38. This game was a little bit closer, and as Johnson knocks down a three ball, he's quietly up to nearly 20 in this one. But I think if this game was maybe a little bit closer and more incentive for Sigmund to shoot, boy, I think he put on a performance that could have challenged for the tournament record, which I think is 51 points.
Yeah, we were mentioning Dale a little bit ago at Dane Forsyth. I think that game against Metamora, he had to have like 49 or 48. He had to have come close.
Somewhere, yeah, he was very close to the tournament record, and we saw that tournament record just a few years ago. It's set by Kenneth Lewis of Booker T. Washington School in Houston, Texas, back 2 years ago. He scored 51, and you see the amount of players from this tournament. Having a record for this event is something to behold. As how about Sigmund? Third chance effort going to the line, but again, you got guys like Zion Williamson and Andrew Wiggins and all of those NBA guys, multiple lottery picks and college stars, overseas stars as well have played all in this tournament. And I mean, hey, you can say, hey, I have a record for one of the best Thanksgiving tournaments in the entire country.
And if you ask that and everyone's like, what are you talking about the TOC? And then you'll be like, oh, I'm glad you asked. Because they can go like, oh, this tournament's been full of NBA players. You can just start naming off a list full of NBA players. Like, oh, okay. Wow, been good for you. Yep. 50 points in anything, any game, any tournament, whatever the case may be, that's a pretty nice mark. Pretty nice accomplishment.
And Sigmund's got 38 in this one. Here's a feed up ahead. Watch out below! Alfonso Harris. How about that one? And Hardiman gets fouled on the way up. I think right now the biggest question, Michael, is can Renaissance reach 100? We haven't had a 100-point showing by any team in this tournament yet this year.
Well, the Pioneers have already given up 100, so if there's a team to do it against, it'd be this Pioneers team. They've been struggling on defense so far in this very short season. But I mean, going forward, even if they don't reach 100, 85 points is 85 points. That'll win you any basketball game, majority of basketball games at least. So going forward for Juno, obviously with a little bit less than 4 minutes left to go in this one, they got to shore up that defense.
Most definitely, and we talk about all the NBA players in the TOC, and we talk so much again about those lottery picks like DeAndre Jordan, Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson, and again, you got to be a great player to make the NBA. How about a shout out to the other guys, maybe that weren't stars in the NBA, but still deserve a shout out. I'll throw one out there. How about Rakeem Christmas, TOC alum?
Someone that immediately comes to mind and someone who's nationally known. Oh, boy.
Oh, my. Jaden Hardiman. He's been punishing some rims here in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, he's a really good athlete. Yeah, I mean, Hansel Emmanuel.
Yeah, Hansel Emmanuel is here a couple
obviously
years ago.
in the NBA, but a national story. He played really well in this tournament
And
a few years back.
he's having a great year at Austin P. He is, again, what an inspiring story. That young man from the Dominican Republic with just one arm, and it just does not hold him back whatsoever. He's just so lanky and athletic and shoots the ball well. He dunks the ball well. I mean, he filled gyms and fed families, as the kids say here at the TOC a few years ago, as Stone lays one in. He's got 22.
Double team him right away.
There's a three ball from Collins, a 6'8 freshman, and it's off the mark. That's the good news for Juno. You got talent like Collins as a freshman.
Oh,
wow. My Lord! Lance Stone pulling out the razzle-dazzle. That is highlight reel layup right there. Not going to get many dunks at 5'7", but that is as good as it gets. And here he comes again. Pulls up for three. Yes, sir!
Wow, he is deep in his bag. A masterclass layup there and another three-pointer.
You're going to see that one on your highlight reels from today. Hardiman knocks one down. This game's starting to look like the NBA All-Star game a little bit, Michael, as Hardiman's had a nice fourth quarter. He's got 14 points, but that is a layup that many, many young hoopers practice in their driveway after practice. It's so hard to make.
Once upon a time, that layup was like a one-handed catch in football where it was nearly impossible. Now you're seeing a lot of high school players be able to do that. It's all about the athleticism. But, John, I want to go back to your 100 points thing. 92 with over 2 minutes left to go. I think it's a really strong chance that it's going to be very close, if not break it. So it would be the second straight game that Milwaukee Juno has given up triple digits.
I don't want to jinx it. Maybe Juno holds them under 100. But, again, how about Phoenix? I'm a little bit surprised they haven't put more of their bench guys in the game. They still got Sigmund and Stone out there. And at this point, you just hope that they don't get hurt.
Yeah, I'd assume they'd be more conservative. Oh.
Deep three from Stone is no good. Hardiman brings in the board. Now flying down the court and gets fouled. There from behind. And, some of those guys on the Phoenix bench are probably wondering, hey, I like to get in this game as well. I'd like to score point number 100, but.
Yeah, I like to get some playing time, but no, I'd assume the Phoenix. Actually, I don't know. I like to assume they'd be conservative, but, the way they played, it's definitely not conservative at all. They want to score, and they want to score quick. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
Hardiman sets for the free throw and knocks it down.
Because if they play the way they're playing right now, they might reach 110.
And stay tuned after this. We'll toss it down to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central and chop things up for a bit before our next game, which is Gibbs versus Vashon, two of the most talented teams alongside Renaissance in this whole tournament. So stay right here on ClutchSportsIL.com or our YouTube channel, wherever you're watching. Stone, high off the glass, almost got that one to fall. He's on the doorstep of 30. He's got 29.
I bet the majority of his 29 points were really nice layups.
Yeah, a lot of them have
come really close to the basket.
I'd say at least. Oh, and here goes Stone again. That one is blocked, but followed up there by Alfonso Harris. 94 for the Phoenix. They get the ball back. Quick turnover. Harris slicing and dicing, slithering into the lane. He's up to double figures now.
I was going to say that there's a chance they might not get 100, but they just got the ball back and they scored once again, so they're 4 away from triple digits.
96-57. We get a foul here as the ref tries to break things up between Harris and Mikhail Kyles into the game for Juno. And, for Juno, again, we talked so much about Renaissance, and, this is definitely not what they wanted or expected coming into this one. But you'd much rather lose this margin to a talented team in late November than, say, in late January or late February or March.
Definitely, and, Juno has has a really good opportunity to be really successful this year. And let's say you're 15-1 and you're looking high and you get beat by over 40 late in the season, a week before the playoffs start. That's a different thing than the Thanksgiving tournament.
Good defense there from Jordan Webley.
Where you're like a week into your season and you're just trying to feel out your own team, and obviously you have a lot more of your season left to go to improve on some things. So obviously the big question here is, where's the defense going to be coming from with this Juno team? But it's really early on in the season. It should be a lot better from this tournament.
Still trying to figure it out. 3 ball on the way. That was number 20, who we don't have a 20 on our roster. That might be Jaden Sabalos, whose number is not listed on our program. Sigmund, layup up to 98 for the Renaissance Phoenix.
Yeah, he's been electric, and a player that has taken over this game from the moment it tipped off.
Yeah, Sigmund again came on. I think he had 15 or 18 in the first quarter. He's got 41 tonight. Taken away. Renaissance might get to 100. No! Hardiman denies him. And there it is. Jaden Miller, 99 and 100 for the Renaissance Phoenix. Another turnover. Stone, why not? Oh
my gosh.
How about it? That might be the best shot you've ever seen to close out a 46-point game. 103 for Detroit Renaissance. Unbelievable. One of the best offensive outputs this tournament has ever seen.
Wow.
Pedal to the metal the entire game, and I think some people may have their opinions about that, but you cannot deny that the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix are an absolute deadly force to be reckoned with this season. Unbelievable game.
2 players that really catch anyone's eye on this team, Jordan Sigmund and Lance Stone. They are Batman and Robin, like you said, John, and they are unbelievable. Single-handedly might have beaten the Juno Pioneers by themselves. They probably did. And they scored 103 points. The second time, the second straight game this season that Juno has given up over 100 points. So, like we already said, they need to shore up their defense. But for Detroit Renaissance, they're unbelievable. They should be a force to be reckoned with in Michigan.
The Phoenix fans who made the trip show their appreciation. And 73 of those 103 came from Jordan Sigmund. He had 41, and 32 came from Lance Stone. He was wanting that deep 3. We saw it out multiple times, and he finally got it to fall at the buzzer. And boy, this Phoenix team is going to be a hot commodity here in this tournament. Wow.
Unbelievable. And we talked about it before about the 2 styles of how these teams play, who's going to win the battles of whatever the case may be, the biggest one being the turnover battle. And we saw pretty much in the last minute of this game how deadly turnovers can be, because I was pretty much thinking that they were going to reach 100, and then Juno just kept turning the ball over, and they finally got to 100, ended with 103.
Jordan Sigmund and Lance Stone are posing for pictures with fans. Boy, they have gained some new ones here tonight in Washington. 103-57, your final score. That was a fun game to watch. We got more basketball coming up next. Gibbs out of St. Petersburg, Florida. The first time we get to see them in the TOC. Taking on the Vashon Wolverines. First time we get to see them this year as well. But for now, we'll send it down to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central with a quick break for our sponsors. Alongside Michael Savoy, I've been Jonathan Michael, saying so long and stay tuned on this Thanksgiving. Again, glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media, and hope you're having a wonderful holiday wherever you're tuned in from. More basketball after this from Washington. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
All right, welcome back into Uftring. Larry Larson alongside Brian Tibbs. We meet again.
Hi there.
One of our guests from yesterday back in, but hey, Thanksgiving Day, you got food on the mind. You're a guy that knows a lot about the hospitality room here just over that way.
Yep.
Your wife runs the hospitality
Right.
room, I understand.
Yep.
You know, how much work goes into that all this week?
So another one of the big things that we do is we have a lot of sponsors and a lot of donors and a lot of staff and tournament officials. So we try to provide meals for them and give them an opportunity to hang out in a little like a private area. So she starts probably in March working on getting sponsorships working on getting donations from all of the various restaurants in town. And there's some really generous restaurants that have helped support us. And so we serve a lot of people, a lot of food, and and kind of in recognition of their sponsorship for our event.
All part of the big community around this
Yep.
event. It is Thanksgiving, so what's your go-to Thanksgiving food?
Oh man, I absolutely love Thanksgiving food, and I'm a turkey guy.
Okay.
But I also like ham.
Okay.
So, like
So you
ham
go
and
both?
turkey. I do absolutely do both.
All right.
If I'm cooking both.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I like that.
Yep.
How do you cook your turkey?
So
What's your preferred method?
preferred method would be smoked.
I like that.
And I'm a turkey breast guy.
Okay.
So brine the turkey breast before. It's oranges,
Wow.
lemons, sugar,
Okay.
water, salt.
Like that.
24-hour brine. Put it on the smoker. You're missing out if you don't try it that way.
Any particular smoker? I know a lot of people use like a big green egg type
Yeah.
grill.
I'm a pellet guy right
Okay.
now. It's pretty convenient. It's pretty easy. I can get it going, and don't have to sit there and babysit it very often.
Nice.
So that's my preferred method.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the sides? There's a
Yeah.
lot of discussion about Thanksgiving sides. Are you a cranberry sauce fan?
Yes. cranberry sauce.
Okay.
I
Good
can
man.
go without it. I do enjoy
Okay.
it though, and I like a good dressing. I
Okay.
like green bean casserole.
So
Yeah.
stuffing,
Yeah.
dressing.
Same, yeah.
Okay.
Same deal.
All right.
Stuffing, dressing. I don't stuff the turkey when I smoke it.
Sure.
Because it,
Yeah, that would be a
get it
little
done in
strange.
time,
Yeah.
So traditional, but smoked turkey, a good smoked ham.
Okay.
It's right up my alley.
Do you go mac and cheese on your plate?
I
Thanksgiving?
can.
Okay.
Just okay to me.
Sure.
Yeah, not
All right.
required. But
All
yeah.
right.
Au gratin potatoes maybe if we're focusing
Okay.
on ham.
Sure.
I think those two go together. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So if you had to pick one, turkey or ham?
Turkey.
Okay.
Smoked turkey.
Traditionalist.
Traditional. Yeah.
Traditionalist. So if you weren't working the TOC, what would you watch on television if you had a choice? Would it be basketball? Would it be football? What's the go-to?
I'm a Bears fan.
Oh, that's-
I did not watch the game, but I
Neither did
saw
I.
some social media that told me that I'm glad. It's a good thing that I did not watch the game. I did happen to notice that Illinois men's basketball was playing
yes.
and had a huge win at Arkansas. So
Big time.
I would have probably watched the Illinois game
Okay.
had I not been right here.
You know, we can play spin zone with the Bears right now. Might be a good thing they lost. A little closer to maybe a new head coach,
Right.
hopefully.
Right. Maybe a higher draft pick. Yeah. let's,
At this point, the
yeah.
season's sunk.
Right.
So we can
Right.
move on from that, hopefully. So at least the Bears have their quarterback figured out.
Yeah.
And, man, it's been an interesting
Yeah.
time for Bears fans here.
So I can talk a little bit about the Thanksgiving lunch that we hosted.
Yeah.
Have you guys talked about that yet?
We have not. We
Okay.
have not.
So Christy Cape is on this on the KBM TOC board, owns Countryside Banquet Facility, and for years she has hosted the Thanksgiving dinner there. So we had 275 kids coming, all players, participants, their coaches, and some of their parents, all invited to a traditional Thanksgiving lunch at Countryside this morning. Truly a special event. Some of these kids maybe haven't really had that traditional Thanksgiving meal like we just talked about for
Yeah.
a while. Just a really fun thing that we're able to do. Christy is as generous as it gets, and donates that as part of just being a part of this committee. And it's a really special day for the kids, players, and all the community comes out and donates desserts and that sort of thing. So just a really special time.
It's a wonderful tradition. Just the unity from teams across the country.
Yeah.
You've got it's a melting pot. You
It
got
is.
teams from the East Coast, West Coast, all joining for a Thanksgiving meal.
It's the only time I think that they're all under one roof.
Yep.
So every team that is not able to go home comes there. So I think we have 14 teams at lunch today.
Man.
Kind of special. We tell them a little bit more about the cause. Many of them don't, they know they're in the KBM TOC or the Tournament of Champions, but they don't necessarily
Yeah.
understand what that means and what the cause is. So Jody Brown is able to talk a little bit. Roger Holzhauer talks, and then Sean Powell talks, and so it's a special lunch.
And it's powerful.
Yeah.
It is emotional.
Yep.
And so it is nice that players get to hear that, why they're playing basketball.
Yep.
The why, I think,
Yep.
is the phrase that you hear thrown around a lot, is the why of the tournament, the
Yep.
cause of the tournament. So Countryside, always very generous.
Yep.
Love that meal.
It's just a great lunch, a great time. And then we also now, a few years ago, when Hansel Emmanuel's team was here, talked to their coach, who was really personable. I talked to him, and he said last night we had to eat at the gas station on Thanksgiving night because there were no restaurants open.
Oh.
So that's about 5 years ago, I think, 4 years ago, whenever that was. The next year, I thought, I'm going to do something about this. So I smoked 160 pounds of pork butt and provided a meal in the NPR for all those
Wow.
players. So really a special thing that I guess it just hit home with me that these kids were out of town and had
Yeah.
to get a bag of chips and a candy bar from the gas
Jeez.
station for lunch.
What a
or for
story.
dinner. So we started doing that 3 or 4 years ago.
Sheesh.
And now Bethany Community Church from town is taking over that meal. As I get
awesome.
told a lot of directions. They saw that. A friend of mine
I can tell.
goes to church there, so Jimmy Burchett and some others were there and they're currently serving up the team's brisket, turkey, and all of the sides. And then
What a story.
Countryside is over there right now doing skillet cookies for the players as
Wow.
well. So
Skillet cookies.
I know.
I've never
Yeah, you
had
would
one.
never-
Sounds
never
something.
had one?
No.
Okay, it's a warmed-up chocolate chip cookie with ice
Jeez.
cream on top and chocolate syrup.
Gosh.
So you will have to sneak over there when you have a minute.
Full community Thanksgiving treatment for
Yep.
out-of-town teams.
Yep.
Just all part of the deal here
Yep.
at the KBM
It
TOC.
is. Yep.
We're chatting with Brian Tibbs from the tournament committee. One last thing before we go, trivia questions.
Okay.
We go back to the countryside meal.
Yep.
So, how many turkeys do you think it takes to feed all those teams? You might know the answer.
I do because I went and helped carve all of those turkeys. So on Monday of this week, Christy said, "Hey, she kind of lets anybody know, hey, who can carve and then who can pick turkeys. So
Sure.
you carve what you can and you pick the rest of the meat off." So it was 32 turkeys.
Wow.
And they were 22 pounds or bigger. Most of them close to 25 pounds. So
A lot of turkey
A lot of
sacrificed
turkey.
for the greater good.
Yep, a lot of meat coming off of those, but these boys can eat, and they did, and it just was a fun lunch that we were able to be a part of.
That's
So,
awesome.
Yep.
That's Brian Tibbs joining us for some turkey talk in Uftring Tournament Central. It's time to head back into the gym for some basketball after a short break. Brian, thanks so much for your time and jumping in. I know you're pulled in multiple different directions, including into our studio now twice.
Yep.
So we
Yep.
appreciate it.
Thanks for having me again. Happy to talk.
More hoops after this.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And a warm welcome and a happy Thanksgiving from Raymond R. Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, now in its 19th year, continues with the National Classic Contest. Vashon and Gibbs going at it here at Raymond R. Torrey Gym, a National Classic game. Cody Roskins will have to get the scoreboard changed here soon, but nonetheless, two good teams coming up. The Gladiators and the Wolverines. We've seen Vashon in TOC's past. It's the first time here for Gibbs. How do you size it up?
Yeah, I think especially like you said, Joey, one team's been here a multitude of times. The other really experiencing this for the first time. And so you kind of take some of that with a grain of salt. But Vashon, every time they've shown up here, all they've done is shown out. They've always shown up with really good guard play. They command the floor well, do a really good job of pushing the ball in transition. For Gibbs, it's our first real appetizer of seeing them here at the TOC. But so far we've seen from them, they're going to be very similar. Uber athletic, like to get out and be strong with the ball as well. So this one's got the makings of an up-and-down game.
It really does. It's two great teams. Vashon has a new head coach, Jimmy McKinney. We've seen Tony Irons in TOC's past. We'll see if that strong guard play continues. I anticipate that it will. And you look up and down these rosters. You mentioned Vashon plays really well as a team. So too do the Gladiators. That's how you get invited to a Tournament of Champions type event. But it's going to be Isaiah Medina, a name that gets called a lot for Gibbs. He's one of the tournament's 13 best players, so named in the Dandy Baker's Dozen. And I'm really excited for our first opportunity to see the 7-1 center in his senior season.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of the times when you reach 7-1 on a basketball roster, it kind of jumps off the page, right? You think of imposing presence down low, but he moves pretty good for a guy that's 7'1". Obviously still growing into some of his frame there as a high school senior, but he's going to be an impactful force down low, and so I think it's going to be a duality of styles tonight. Obviously with Vashon, we anticipate really good guard play, taking care of the ball. On the other side for Gibbs, they're going to try and, get him the ball down low, establish foul trouble, try and put pressure on Vashon's back end.
And let's not forget either about O'Neal Delancey. Now, he's only a sophomore, but he is a guard that does really good things. He's got offers from all kinds of different programs. Top 50 player right now in the class of 2027. Trey Williams and Taryn Garrett, going to be key players as well for Vashon. And Gibbs also has a few players that we'll keep an eye on, particularly Jacob Daniels and Bobby Crawford as the evening goes along. So Cody, I was explaining earlier in a conversation with someone, maybe the best Thanksgiving slate we've had here at the TOC, at least in the 4 years the Clutch Sports Media has been in the house.
Well, and that's saying something, isn't it? Because over the last 4 years, we've seen a number of Division I college guys, future NBA players come through this gym. Even before we were covering it here for Clutch Sports, obviously we've seen Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, a number of different high-caliber athletes and players come through this gym and make their mark on this tournament and this next generation. And like you said, many have said this is the most talented field they've ever had. And I think it definitely on paper backs that up.
It certainly does, and it's been a great week here at the TOC, of course, raising money and awareness to fight glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. So let's not forget that cause here as we move through this Thanksgiving Day slate of games. But great field, maybe the best they've ever had, as you said, and that's a testament to the hard work that this entire community puts into this tournament on a year-round basis. Visit kbstrongfightingthefight.com for more information and how to donate. And with that, a great point to start this game out with. Gibbs winning the tip. And here are the Gladiators from St. Petersburg, Florida. First time they've played here in Washington. Ball goes to Bobby Crawford. Crawford's shot off the mark. And Vashon will keep it in. And they'll feed ahead to McCaskill. And no whistle here, Cody. They're letting them play through these first possessions.
Well, and you can see even on the first defensive possession for Vashon, a lot of denial. But with that, sometimes you can get kind of lost on the back cuts, and I anticipate a very physical brand on defense both ways.
Good pass that is intercepted by the Gladiators. Delancey hauls it in, and O'Neal Delancey feeding ahead down low, and a shot up and good from the bouncy Jacob Daniels. Getting up and down the floor well early on. Gladiators have the first lead of the game. Trey Williams now for Vashon, the Wolverines. Fourth appearance at the Tournament of Champions, a 7-1 record. And a shot at the free throw line falls from Trey Williams, 2-2.
Yeah, that time just really good job getting into the open space, able to take one dribble in, pull up. A little bit of pressure on the shot, but able to make it fall. And again, like I said, a lot of talent on the floor. It's going to take some tough defensive contests to really make a difference.
Hilo stepping through, nothing there for Medina. A lot of eyes on him. He towers over the rest of this contest. 7-1, number one, you see him center of the paint there. And we'll have a ball knocked out of bounds and our first foul of the game with 86 seconds gone by.
Really good job that time by McCaskill, the 6'4 senior for Vashon, able to get up amongst the trees. Again, we mentioned the 7-1 Medina down there. It's going to be a hard time rebounding inside the, it's not necessarily painted area, but the paint.
No foul called there, by the way. That was clean. A block out of bounds. Inbounded from the baseline. Wolverines driving. And good patience there, but unable to hold on was Garrett, and the senior loses it out of bounds. And so, how about that feisty defense from Gibbs here in the early stages, Cody?
Yeah, I mean, that time, Vashon was able to get Medina off his feet, but he does such a good job of sticking with the play, puts that pressure on as a 7-1 shot blocker. That's the way you want to try to attack those guys. Get into their chest, make them uncomfortable, but still that time able to read the kind of offensive player's movement and made them still uncomfortable regardless.
Kick to the corner and a travel, and Vashon doing a nice job of making things difficult for Gibbs. That was Bobby Crawford in on that travel. Crawford, again, one of the tournament's 30 intriguing players to watch. Dandy dozen for O'Neal, Delancey, and for Medina, of course, who we talked about earlier. 3 on the way from Delancey, just short. Vashon the rebound, up ahead they go. Driving through the paint. Gibbs not letting them penetrate. Kick to the corner, 3 on the way. Count that one. First 3 of the game, and it goes down for Vashon's Taryn Garrett.
Yeah, really good job by Vashon. That's what we've seen over their last 3 years in this tournament, getting the ball up the court quickly, finding the open spaces, and they never don't move without the ball, and so good movement into the corner that time by Garrett.
Teron Garrett in on the three. Vashon the early lead. Gibbs going to be one of the better teams we see this week. Certainly Vashon as well. You get a look there at Vashon's coach Jimmy McKinney. Great work from our camera operators all week long. Here's an inbound pass to Jacob Daniels. Daniels hand check against Araya McCaskill. I had that backwards. That was Jacob Daniels there. Or no, pardon me, McCaskill in on the foul.
Never second guess yourself there, Joey.
Hey, it's been
long week.
It's been a long week, but a great week of great basketball here at Torrey Gym. They go down low to Medina. Cody, how do you defend a 7-1 player as skilled as Medina is? It's a tall order.
Yeah, and I see what you did there with the pun, but at the same time, you got to try and front him, make the pass over the top difficult, and if that way it does get thrown kind of still over the top, your help side defender, whether he's on the weak side or in the hole, which is necessarily right underneath the rim, should be able to give you an assist and either be on his back or try and get the ball from said position. So I think that's the way that Vashon's going to try and get out. Obviously, it all starts with really good ball pressure on the ensuing pass to the low post, but so far we haven't seen Medina get a ton of touches down there, so Vashon's done a good job in that regard.
And Vashon, another three on the way. It falls. Vashon effective from beyond the arc. It's Trey Williams, who had a nice start to this game, was in on a lot of possessions. Gives the Wolverines a 6-point lead, and the Gladiators down low, almost an and one, and a foul will give us Gibbs' first free throws, I believe, of the contest. Vashon has been at the charity stripe already.
Yeah, I think they're going to get Garrett with they're going to get McCaskill. I thought initially it was setting up to be a charge going the other way, but foul on the on-ball pressure instead.
First free throw up and good for Jacob Daniels. You mentioned charges. Of course, if we see a charge today, it's going to be brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. We'll give her a plug now. We have had a few games without charges this week already, so got to get a word in for Jody Brown. You see her information on your screen. Down low on a block. Trey Williams, they swing it around. Now they go for the wing and a three and another. Three-pointer good this time from Jimmy McKinney, the third, and a big lead now for Vashon relatively in the early stages. They lead by 7.
What's the easiest way to avoid a giant shot blocker in the lane? Do damage from outside, draw him out to the perimeter, and that will open up your driving lanes.
Here is Delancey, and he gets to the free throw line and knocks it down. Does the sophomore standout. Vashon quickly, another three, and it was almost the third three of the game for the Wolverines, not to be. Gibbs up along the sideline, looking, scanning, pulling up Delancey. He's on fire, knocks it down. The mid-range jumper falls.
All of a sudden a 3-point game, and these two teams kind of finding the tempo we thought we'd see.
Kick out, to the corner. Now we'll go to the wing. Three, count it. And in on that three again, the second one in a row for McKinney. Has 6 points to lead all Wolverines scorers. Just under half their offense coming from Jimmy McKinney III.
Looks like Gibbs was trying to initiate some sort of action for Medina into the high post. He looks pretty gassed out there already. Both hands on his knees. They stuck it into him now.
And a response there from the field. And a block on the other end from Medina. How about that? So they get the response and a block from the 7-1 standout. And we got a ball game, Cody, in the early stages. It's a 4-point game.
Yeah, well, we said both these teams were going to get up and down in transition, and Vashon's definitely carried their kind of momentum in that regard through the early going. But now Gibbs has done a really good job of answering, cutting down the deficit. Got it all the way down to 3, and our defense has to earn them back into it again.
Stepping back and stepping through is Garrett, who's had a nice start to this game. 16-10. I think this is going to be a high-scoring contest. Hope I don't jinx it, because that's going to be a lot of fun. National Classic here in Washington. Fading away off the glass, a foul for the troubles of Delancey. And O'Neal Delancey has had a nice game. Saw him hit that deep 2 a moment ago. He'll go to the line If you're new to IHSA basketball, remember 5 fouls in a quarter, and then they reset. So 4 already on Vashon. Moving forward, Gibbs will be in the double bonus, and that will reset, of course, at the end of every quarter. Team fouls will. Delancey at the line, mentioned his abilities as a sophomore, top 50 player in his class. A lot of schools in on the young man. Oregon, West Virginia, go down the list, of course, in no particular order. And a foul is called as McCaskill tried to dribble through.
Yeah, only the first foul on Gibbs so far. Their defense has done a really good job of, when they can, getting Vashon into the half-court offense and also moving their feet. We touched on how, you know, these guards for Vashon are going to want to try and get out in transition, and so I think Gibbs has done a really good job corralling the ball. Outside of a few opportunities from the Wolverines, they've had a really solid option defensively to set their offense off of it.
Garrett pulls up and knocks it down. Cody, I think you hit the nail on the head at the top of the show. How about this guard play from Vashon and that play along the perimeter, putting them ahead in a big way?
Well, it all comes down to spacing for them. They did a really good job of moving the ball. They're a very unselfish team. They like to find the open man and not necessarily who takes the shot as long as the ball goes in. And now fouls becoming a slight problem for Vashon. That'll be the fifth team foul, I believe, on Vashon.
And so to the charity stripe goes Medina, and again, 5 fouls in a quarter. Sets you up with a trip to the line in the double bonus.
And again, he hasn't gotten a ton of touches in the post itself. He had one really solid duck in a few minutes ago and had a nice little baby hook off of it. But again, the ball pressure from Vashon is really their primary option in taking him away. If you can't throw it into the post at all, it makes it really hard for the big man to try and do some damage down low.
Out top, deep 3 for Williams, and Trey matches his name with a deep 3. Top of the key. Vashon, I think, Cody, that's 5 3-pointers here in the first quarter.
Again, just really good setup. Fakes the flare screen, pops back out near the volleyball line. And like you said, Joe, able to can it home. Vashon just feeling it right now in their motion offense.
About 3 shot clocks left here in this opening quarter. Loose ball under the rim, and it's going to be corralled by Williams. Williams loses it. Well, he loses it by passing it, and stepping through and unable to score was McCaskill. Goes the other way, and a pass down low to the big man is swatted away. Good defense. Let's credit that to Armand Aaron.
You kind of see it. Everybody from both teams kind of catching their breath with the frenetic pace we've had so far. Finally getting some substitutions in. Now Powell Jr. making his first appearance of the day for Vashon.
Nothing cooking on that possession for Vashon. Up goes Delancey. He steps through and he scores. Or he misses. Misspoke there. Up we go. Don't want to make that mistake. Good defense, though, on the other end.
That was the turkey talking.
That's the turkey talking. A lot of great food. You know, you heard Brian Tibbs and Larry Larson in our Tournament Central studio show just moments ago. Talking about all the great Thanksgiving festivities they have here at this year's TOC. Free throw, or the 3 won't go for Delancey.
They might get Michael Broxton with a foul there. The 6'10 junior from Gibbs. Will be just as good as a rebound for Vashon, but that's something that is really an asset for Gibbs in this match. Even if Medina doesn't get it going down low, they're able to rotate in 6'10 right behind them. There's not a lot of high school teams in America that'll be able to do that, especially here at the TOC. So that gives them a ton of depth down low, and looks like he's going to even come out and guard the perimeter.
Less than a shot clock left. Vashon can hold for the last shot if they so choose. First quarter and a 9-point lead over a great team from St. Petersburg, Florida. Here's Trey Williams. He's got McKinney on the other side. They play catch. McKinney deep three. They're not going to use the whole shot clock. A rebound. Popped out. Williams another three and a foul and almost a 4-point play.
And that's already 2 on Bronxton Jr. A deep three, maybe a slight sell from Vashon, but you can't make it that close regardless. Got to give him space to land, and 3 free throws now for the Wolverines.
And of course, Trey Williams has had such a great game from deep, and he gets rewarded with 3 free throws at the line for his trouble.
And this game started out 5 straight fouls before 1 recorded for Gibbs, so really nice adjustment by Vashon. Moved their feet a little better after the opening few minutes. Became a little foul heavy for them, and Gibbs has responded by trying to get the ball down low and just not for him yet.
So let's see. After Williams at the line, Gibbs can end this quarter with the last say, driving through, stepping through, to the rack and in at the buzzer. Jacob Daniels, coast to coast, from St. Petersburg, Florida to Washington, Illinois. Not quite coast to coast. I guess you stop halfway through in that analogy, but he goes all the way for a buzzer-beating layup, and it's a 10-point game after a quarter.
Yeah, up and down quarter, Joey. Again, 10-point difference right now on the scoreboard, but I think anybody who's seen this contest kind of through that first frame, or at least some of that first frame, really saw how both teams like to get out and go. And man, when Vashon gets going from downtown, they're just such a tough team to guard. You give them that many chances from outside, Joey, it's going to be a tough ask.
It absolutely will. A quick reminder, actually we'll get to our sponsors here in just a moment. Keep you right here in the gym in Raymond Oratori Gymnasium, great complex. Now we'll welcome some of our sponsors into the show. An Enercon Power Up Timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career by visiting EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. And some other great partners to work in, including Kep's Sports Bar and Grill right down the street here in Washington. They've got trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, Texas Hold'em at 6 o'clock every Sunday night. Follow and like Kep's on Facebook for more information. Culver's is a proud sponsor of this year's KBM TOC. They're donating $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Clutch Sports Media and the TOC. And PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the TOC. They're sponsoring the Building for the Future all-academic team is PJ Hare. So we're proud to have PJ Hare on board, and they've been a great sponsor over the last few years here at the TOC. So here's Vashon out of the timeout, and a free throw won't fall. Put back, yes, count that for McCaskill.
And that's kind of the flaw in the zone. You don't have rebounding man responsibility, so it's kind of hard to match up, and that's how you get those free runners to the hoop. Emphatic putback.
Vashon came to play. They're loaded with talent, so is Gibbs, but Gibbs down 12. Step through, shot was, I thought it was going to be blocked by McCaskill, but instead it is Daniels. Again, so good at getting downhill. Nothing going at the rim there. Daniels, 3-on-1. They're going to go up, try to draw contact. Nothing there. The putback won't go from Daniels, who's been all over the floor. 2-on-1. Pass to the block, up and in. Vashon's Leon Powell Jr. knocks it through, and a timeout is called by Gibbs.
Up and down we go again, Joey. These two teams out in transition, living in the fast lane more or less, and it's almost like it's going to be 3-on-2 down one way and then 3-on-2 back the other way. There's not a whole lot of half-court offense in this one.
Let's go back to that last possession. As we remind you that this is an Intercon Power Up timeout, go to interconpower.com and power up your career. Let's go back to that last possession for Gibbs. 3-on-1, what do you think of that decision to go up and try to draw contact?
You know, I think it's fine. They had the advantage down low, but again, really good job walling up vertically, no call, really good job. What I necessarily would have done, because you still had numbers on that possession, is you don't immediately go for the follow-up. Take a power dribble, maybe scan the floor if you have an open man. That's one that I'm more okay with. They're trying to be a little more advantageous, I guess, with your shot selection. But I have no problem going up trying to find some contact and do some damage, I guess, next to the cup. So at the end of the day, it's only a 12-point contest. Gibbs knows that at the end of the day, he's got to find a way to keep not necessarily level, but just hang around with Vashon and hope that you can get a couple stops here and there, kind of swing the momentum.
Well, and 12 points against a Gibbs team so loaded with talent. Still a 12-point lead, but it can be erased just like that. They go down low. Gibbs is going to get a free turnover there. It was thrown right to Jacob Daniels. Nobody home for Vashon. Rare mistake in the early stages from the Wolverines. Drive baseline, go through Delancey. No. Couple unfriendly bounces at the rim for the Gladiators. Here's Daniels. Some contact, no whistle. Steps through. What a pass that was, even with the foul called. There was nobody home. Cody, I'm impressed, though, still with that physical ability on the part of Daniels to get rid of that ball, although that said, he probably is fortunate to have been fouled because he threw it right to a Vashon player. Medina kicks it out, loose ball, rolling back across the courts, and Delancey can't catch up with it. So 2 possessions, 2 turnovers.
Yeah, and that might be a side effect of just the lack of touches that Medina's been able to get in this one, Joey. He's not had a ton of touches on the low block, only the 1 hook shot so far, but that time you can kind of tell the pressure maybe kind of sped him up with the anticipation.
Under 6 minutes to play in the early stages of the second quarter. 3 on the way won't go. Rebound Medina. Cody, that's something that if Gibbs can take away Vashon's ability to knock in the 3 ball, 5 in the first quarter alone, they'll be in good shape. And raise your voice for Bobby Crawford and a timeout call.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what it starts with, Joey. At the end of the day, you know you played, for the most part, pretty good defense and trying to limit them in their transition opportunities, but 5 3-point makes in the first quarter is going to be tough to top anybody. Excuse me, going to be tough to be in front of anybody when you give those up. And I think I really like the way Gibbs has kind of settled into it. It's still only a 10-point game, about just south of 6 minutes left here before halftime. You give yourself plenty of time to kind of cut down on the lead. If you want to try and slow the tempo down, that's one way to go about it. But I think just as much as Vashon wants to live in transition, Gibbs wants to take advantage of those acts as well.
Absolutely they do, Cody. Intercon Power Up timeout here. Intercon sponsoring all of our timeouts. The TOC, their support is appreciated as we fight the fight against glioblastoma. And I'll tell you here, as they break huddle, for nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with Intercon Power. And out of the timeout.
Sticking with the zone.
It's going to bounce right off the face of Mathis Roberts. And Gibbs will slow it down here across the timeline.
Gibbs has gone with the zone the last 5 or 6 possessions. It's done a really good job of giving them an opportunity to get kind of set, maybe more free-flowing around the perimeter, and not necessarily abandon responsibilities, but with how quick Vashon whips the ball around, it's kind of left their people in position.
And Medina gets a quick basket, and it's an 8-point game.
And that's such a tough ask, Medina. Right there, you see marking the high post. Not a ton of movement right now for Vashon. They've got to interchange, try and shift the momentum of the offense.
Medina, though, that length and that 2-1-2 can cover a lot of ground in the painted area. There's a 3 off the mark, and 5 gets the rebound from 5. What a move! Drive to the rim and a one-handed slam! Oh my goodness! McCaskill rises into the air and slams it home.
I don't think there was much of a shot at blocking that one.
And he gets the turnover. Numbers driving in with 2 hands. Another finish for Powell with a little power down low. Vashon back in front by 12.
I think you said, Joey, from Down 8 with the ball to now down 12, trying to starve out some of this pressure. Vashon just so extended, almost denying the entirety of the court. It's so hard to get into the flow of an offense. As now Bronxton Jr. coming in. Keep in mind, he's got 2 fouls, so he's going to have to play smart around the rim.
Team fouls for the quarter, 1 against the Wolverines, none against the Gladiators. Deep 3, wouldn't go. Derea McCaskill again on the rebound. We just saw him rise into the air and slam it home. Maybe worth a rewind on that one. Knox-minded, great photographer on hand with Clutch Sports Media this week. He's down on the baseline. I'm sure he caught that. And then that was followed up by Leon Powell Jr. And we haven't seen that side of Vashon to this point, Cody, through a quarter and a half or so until those back-to-back possessions.
And again, it's all about the kind of transition game so far. We've harped on it all first half, just how good Vashon's been at hunting out opportunities. They know what they want to circumnavigate.
And Daniels won't slam it down, but a nice adjustment to break up your point and make it a 10-point game.
I really like the zone defense call here from Gibbs. They knew their man-to-man wasn't exactly where they wanted it. Now they're going to ice the ball screen and force stuff into the sideline.
Driving in, floating it in. Not quite. Jimmy McKinney couldn't get it to go. Here's a Gibbs rebound. Driving baseline, stepping back, and Delancey a little short. Rebound hauled in by McCaskill, the junior. 6'4" junior. That's a great sign for Vashon that they've got another year of him. Deep 3. Can't count that one from Williams. The other way, stepping through Daniels. Daniels, no. It's knocked out of bounds, and Gibbs touched it last.
Vashon's done a really good job in this first half, Joey, keeping the Gladiators from Gibbs to 1 and done on the offensive end. It's usually been one shot and either a team rebound, dead ball out of bounds, or it's been one two-handed snag out of the air. Again, for a team that's slightly undersized in this matchup down low, they've done a really good job of team rebounding. And I think that's an underrated part of how they've built up this lead. It's allowed them to go from there straight in transition because they don't really mind who the primary ball handler is up the floor.
Dario McCaskill running point for Vashon. Again, 4th TOC appearance for the Wolverines. They're 7-1. Last appearance, I believe, was 2022. Off the mark, that won't go for McCaskill.
And it looks like Gibbs not all too pleased with that call. He thought maybe last out of bounds off of Vashon, but
floated up to the corner, won't go. Armand Aaron hauls it in. And deep 2, nothing there. And a rebound and a foul. And all that to say, we've seen a lot of mid-range jumpers this week, Cody. It's been fun to watch. That one wouldn't go for Garrett, but it's been a tool in a lot of teams' arsenal throughout the week.
well, in the end, it's so integral to the three-point line of the high school game. The saying is now you want to run them off the line and make them play in the yard. And so the yard being anything inside necessarily the mid-range area. And so obviously you'd rather surrender a mid-range 2 than an open 3. Both these teams, give them credit. They've taken advantage of both so far.
McCaskill's first free throw falls, 11-point game. Even for the pair of highlight reel dunks that Vashon had a minute ago, it's still an 11-point game, could be a 12-point game in just a second. But Gibbs not out of this by any means.
Now, I'd like to see them maybe take a half beat slower on the offensive end. Try and slow Vashon down a little bit artificially with your own offensive tempo. I know Gibbs wants to get out and go as well, but right now you're just not matching Vashon in terms of execution in that regard.
Kick out. Medina 3 on the way, too strong. Not much in there. Oh, what a move through traffic. It wouldn't go. But what ball handling from Dario McCaskill to the free throw line. And a free throw falls. Jacob Daniels has had a nice game to the start to start this one out, pardon me.
Going back to that man-to-man. Again, 5 out for Vashon. It makes it really hard on your big men in rotations like this.
Shot clock is down to 20.
Now it is back to that 2-3.
And about 3 shot clocks left here in the first half. Driving baseline. Garrett gets up and finishes at the rim.
got to find a way to keep Vashon out of the paint. Their driving kick offense right now is just getting almost anything they want on the offensive end.
Daniels steps back, nothing there except a foul and 2 free throws, so Daniels can earn them the old-fashioned way and bring this back to a 10-point game.
It's been where the majority of the Gibbs offense has come from, getting into the painted area and drawing contact, getting to the line. They haven't always hit on their free throws, but that's a good sign of a team in a comeback bid. Get points on the board with the clock stopped, but missing your free throws necessarily won't help that regard.
First free throw won't go, and it's still a 12-point game. Can't afford to miss free throws when you're up 12, but now down 11. It's even harder to come back when you can't get the freebies.
Really important 60 seconds. Got to find a way to close out the half on a high note if you're Gibbs.
Both teams assured of at least one possession, barring an offensive rebound. Here's a 3 on the way from the corner. Count it again, Trey Williams. Williams now has 14. Sorry, Cody.
Yeah, no, hit the one from the volleyball line earlier. You can't lose track of all these shooters for Vashon. Just such a good job of just keeping moving without the ball.
Lancey tried to adjust, couldn't, but Bobby Crawford cleans it up. 35 seconds left here. Shot clock and game clock are separated by about 4 seconds. 3 from McKinney wouldn't go, and the last possession could be Gibbs if the Gladiators won it. Here's Daniels, again going downhill. Daniels not there, but a whistle and a foul.
In a quarter what it's kind of felt like, at least in terms of, you know, the style of play favoring Vashon. Again, if they find a basket here with the last 17.6 on the clock, it's going to be an even quarter in terms of the box score for Gibbs. They've done a really good job of weathering the storm here in the first half.
Gibbs on the inbound. They go to Crawford. Crawford hands off Daniels. There are 10 seconds left, and Daniels is picked up and guarded by Aaron. Driving and a steal. There's McKinney. McKinney to Williams. Wants a 3. As the buzzer sounds, it's short. And maybe a little too excited for a missed 3 there at the end of the half. 40-28 is our score, with Vashon out in front by a dozen. And what an energetic first half that was, Cody. Plenty to break down. We've got to get to our off-during Tournament Central show here in just a second. So some quick thoughts on this one. A 12-point game doesn't necessarily feel like that large of a deficit, but on the other hand, how great has Vashon played to start this thing out?
Well, and it was their tone setting in the first quarter. Perimeter shooting that opened up driving lanes in the second quarter, which is how you got all those highlight dunks. And so I think heading into locker room, Gibbs knows what they have to do. They got to be a step quicker in the rotation defense, whether it's in the zone or man-to-man. And for Vashon, the message is the same. Get out and push, see what we can find early in the shot clock.
St. Petersburg, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri convene in Washington, Illinois tonight at the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, a national classic contest. This tournament, of course, supporting such a great cause. KB Strong, fightingthefight.com on your screen, the QR code or the website. Donate or learn more about a great cause as we raise money to fight and awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. We'll take a break and come back in our off-during Tournament Central studio show and back for the second half in about 9 minutes on ClutchSportsIL.com. Thanks for being with us on Thanksgiving. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hello and welcome back to Up During Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy, and joining me are two star players off the Detroit Renaissance boys basketball team. They had just recently played Milwaukee Juneau. They took a really big victory over them, 103-57. Here is junior Jordan Sigmund and senior Lance Stone. And guys, you played a fantastic game. Can you guys kind of just run down how that game went for you guys?
We really just wanted to come out fast, lock down their best players and run. That's all our coach was saying, just run. Get out fast and get up on them early and don't let them come back.
It was really just we had to lock in on defense. The past few years, I've been here since a freshman, so, that's been our flaw. So, really just had to lock in on defense, and that's what we did today. Held them to, what they have, 53, something like that? Yeah.
57.
Yeah, 57.
But speaking of them having 57, you guys scored 73 collectively, so you guys outscored them. I mean, if it was just you two going up against them, you guys would have won regardless. So, and speaking about the 73 points you guys scored collectively, you had 41, and obviously that's not a tournament record. I think the tournament record is about 50, so it's still a pretty high margin. But 41 points is 41 points. What went right for you today?
It went all well. Say that again. Say the question again.
What went right for you today on offense? 41 points.
Everything went well. I came out hot, and we just wanted to keep going through it, keep going through me. So we kept going through it and getting out in transition, and that's how I get my points.
Yeah, you had a very, fundamental shot. I had said it on the broadcast. When you shoot the ball, it just looks like it's going to go in. You just have that movement with your arms, and you just have that flow with your shot. And clearly I was right. 41 points is, like I said, 41 points. You had a great game. But as for Lance, 32 points. You had a lot of layups. You're 5'7". You're about my height, so it kind of gives me, some, confidence for myself even playing basketball that you can go up against the best of them and score. You shoot a lot of layups, and obviously the three-point shots are going for you. So what went right for you?
It was really just getting my teammates open first, because once I get my teammates open, that really opens up for my game, because now you think you got to worry about everybody else, and now we all, that's the game plan, get everybody else open, then it's going to open the game up for you. So it all went well today.
And talking about a game plan, you guys had known on the other side of things for Milwaukee Juno that they had Dooney Johnson, the sophomore. He's really good in his own right, but you guys ended up double teaming him starting the second half. Was that more of your game plan, and how did that work for you guys?
Really, we took it upon ourselves. We realized we take him out the game over. So that's really just what went through our minds in that moment.
Yeah, you guys had, I believe it was 92 points at one point and a little bit more over 2 minutes. I looked at my broadcast partner, and I was like, they probably not get to 100. And then the way that game went after that, Milwaukee Juno just had trouble taking care of the basketball. You guys had got a lot of turnovers, and all of a sudden you went from 94, 96. I'm like, oh, they can actually do it. And then you end up hitting a really big three. They put it at 103. So, I mean, was that the plan for you guys? Obviously, the big league, a lot of coaches will just sub out their star players for injury's sake. But you guys are still in the game, so was that the plan for you guys getting over 100 points?
Yeah, no. At halftime, we were saying let's not let them have that good run that they need to, kindle their energy back. So we put our foot on their necks and didn't let them come back.
That's a good way to put it. I mean, but you talk about your team going forward. Obviously, you guys are in the tournament of champions. First of all, how has it been in Illinois? I mean, it's not as far of a drive as say a team from South Carolina or California like we've had here. But how's the time been in Illinois?
The experience is fun. I ain't gonna lie, I love it out here. This is my first day out here. It's fun. Everybody show love. It's cool.
Did you think when you heard Washington, Illinois, that it was going to be some suburb in Chicago, or at least in Chicago?
I didn't know where I was going. I thought we was going to be in the middle of cornfields or something.
Yeah, I mean, you're technically not wrong. I mean, Washington, it's nearby a big city of Peoria, but, I mean, you probably went through some cornfields to make the trip out to the
we didn't know where we was driving through the night. We looking around. We can't see nothing. We was like, oh, where is we at?
I mean, that's how I feel. I'm not even technically from this part of Illinois. I'm actually more east side, and I had to travel through cornfields to get to here, so I understand how you feel. So, but yeah, I mean, talk about your season going forward. You guys obviously are a great team in the state of Michigan, a great team in years past. Can you talk about this season going forward for you guys?
Yeah, no, we just looking to keep going forward. We started off 1-0. We got big expectations for our season. Winning cities, going to make a run at states. Getting to the Breslin, winning 6 straight games and winning out. So we got big expectations for our season for sure.
You want to add on to that?
Yeah, same thing for real. We want to build on every game, take it one game at a time, just slowly but surely getting better every game.
Can you talk about the Detroit Public, the conference you play in? I don't know if it's Detroit Public League. I know in Chicago they call it the Public League. Yeah, can you talk about that conference?
It's the Detroit Public League. It's a real gritty league. You never know what you're going to expect game in, game out. It's a dogfight every game.
you guys occasionally play teams out. I know Michigan is not just Detroit, but you guys play like teams out in like the countryside of Michigan,
Yeah,
and
we
like what do
do.
you take out of playing teams in the city versus playing teams out with like 2,000 people in the town, like small
So
towns?
when we play, like the way I look at it, when we go out and play teams, like we look at them as like, oh, they slow down, the game gonna be slow. We got to make them play our game because we can't play at their game. And then when we go to the city, it's like, oh, we got to match their intensity because like games in the city, like they be like I'm not rowdy, they be rowdy. Like you gotta it's game in, game out. You don't know what's coming, so you gotta be ready.
Well, Jordan and Lance, it was nice to meet you guys. Nice win tonight, a really big win. But for now, we'll send to a commercial break. When we come back, the second half of this game.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks. Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And welcome back inside Raymond Artori Gym at Washington Community High School. I'm Joey Wright. To my left tonight, Cody Roskins, taking you through Vashon and Gibbs. Vashon out of St. Louis, Missouri, and Gibbs out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Wolverines up 40-28 at the break. We're going to switch for our next game of the evening, and I'll take the color and you'll take the play-by-play, Cody, for what should be a good game. St. John Bosco going at it, and they'll test what they've got against the Paidea school, and so we'll see how that plays out. Real quick, we'll get to the game in a second. As we come back, though, from a great Uftring studio hit with Michael Savoy, let's talk some talk for just a minute. Tournament of Champions. What a week it's been. What an event this is.
Yeah, it's always marked on the calendar annually for the community in Central Illinois area, and at a community at large as well. We've heard from Eric Schermerhorn, the head coach of the Washington Panthers, what this means to his school, his team, and the local teams here that we cover routinely to test their mettle against some of the best teams in America. And it's always nice to hear that some of the best teams in America that they bring into town always find it equally as enjoyable to come. This is the best tournament that a lot of these teams play in, according to some of their coaches. And at the end of the day, that's kind of what this is about, as well as supporting the KB Foundation and getting some more done in the community as well.
You'll see throughout the game information for the KB Strong Foundation flash across the bottom of your screen. QR code and a link to kbstrong-fightingthefight.com, so check that out. And of course, so much about the late Kevin Brown being shared in our studio all week long. It's been cool to hear. And out of the break, it's Gibbs going down low, unable to get the first shot, but the second one falls for Bobby Crawford. And Crawford, the 6'8 senior, making it happen. And it's a 10-point game just like that. Vashon's first possession stays alive in the corner. Cody, they've been so effective from beyond the arc, but instead a drive and a kick. Now a three on the way from McKinney. It's short, and a rebound hauled in by Medina, the standout senior.
Yeah, I really like it. Sticking with the zone, make them drivers.
And a three on the way. Gibbs out of the gate strong. It hesitated and fell, and it is a 7-point game for McCaskill.
Again, the point of the zone is to try and kind of get into those paddling, make stuff extended. And you see another stop from the Gibbs defense. This is exactly what they needed out of the break. Get some confidence offensively. 5 quick ones and a defensive forced turnover. And I think this sets the table really well for what could be a fun second half.
Gibbs was down by a dozen points at halftime, but they've got 2 players in the Tournament of Champions, Dandy Baker's dozen, a collection of the 13 best players here that we know of at least. And there's a three from McCaskill. And McCaskill knocks it down. It's a 4-point game.
Yeah, really nice pivot action out of that weak side against, the Vashon extended defense. And all of a sudden, it's a 4-point game after being double digits for the majority of that first half.
Vashon has not been on the ropes a lot tonight, and they respond with a deep 2 there, a mid-range jumper from Teron Garrett. Back to a 6-point game, 2-possession lead all the way through traffic, trying to reverse it, nothing there for Delancey. And Trey Williams will have 2 free throws at the line to make this an 8-point game.
Yeah, that time, really good job getting in the lane, causing some chaos, drawing the foul. And we saw late in the first half how some of the Vashon players had kind of adjusted to being run off the 3-point line. If you're going to run me off of the 3-point line, I'm going to take it pretty much right to the doorstep. And it's either at that moment or you'll kick it out to another open Wolverine for 3, or you're going to go up strong for 2.
Williams at the line now has 15 points to lead all scorers.
Teron Garrett for Vashon had a really good first half, scored 24 between the two of them, nearly tying the entire output from Gibbs in that first half with 28 points. Now they get a turnover in transition, but this is going to stay with Gibbs.
Playing out in front of the Vashon bench, that sequence. New coach, Jimmy McKinney. And his counterpart on the Gibbs sideline is Larry Murphy. 44-36, driving, stepping through. Not much there for Daniels, but we'll have a foul.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness, getting it, again, really close to the basket. Just, again, some of the finishing hasn't quite been there for Gibbs. They've done, again, really good job getting that close. The finishing, again, just not there.
Gibbs has had a lot of chances, and Daniels felt like the entire second quarter, Cody, that Daniels had the ball in his hand. Seemed like every possession for Gibbs, he was barreling toward the rim, trying to make it happen. But a lot of those shots from down low have not fallen. Even in this 8-point game, it'll stay with Vashon, knocked out of bounds.
It looks like Medina may have maybe swiped across the mouth on the on-ball defense there. Was immediately trying to see if he maybe cut his lip open.
There's a look at Knox Minot. Great photographer that's been on hand all week long for Clutch Sports Media. He and Elsa Olmstead carrying the bulk of our social media responsibility. We appreciate their hard work throughout the week. And a foul is called on Trey Williams, not on the shot, but on the floor. Speaking of Thanksgiving, Cody, just anecdotally, but in the 4 years Clutch Sports Media has been doing this feels like the liveliest Thanksgiving that we've been a part of here, and it's a great slate of games, but just feels like there's a good energy here around the gym. Of course, not quite full. It'll be full again tomorrow and on Saturday, but a number of folks have come out and spent a bit of their turkey day watching some basketball and watching Teron Garrett light it up.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's a 7-0 run for Vashon after a quick near 7-0 run for Gibbs coming out of halftime. So back to square one again.
11-point game. Gibbs has chipped away at that lead a few times. They go down low to Medina, and he slams it home. And a turnover. Diving after the loose ball as Delancey can't get to it. And a drive, and McKinney takes a little something off the top. Can't knock it down. It's loose, and here goes Gibbs.
Hit singles. You don't need to hit the home run every time down the floor.
They go down low with contact. Nothing there for Roberts, Mathis Roberts, who's gotten a few touches tonight. Driving down is McKinney, and he can't get it to go. Both teams leave a little something at the rim. Delancey stops and gives it off to Daniels. Line drive 3, no. Sailing in for the putback. Count that for Bobby Crawford.
Really impressed with Crawford and how he hunts down second efforts. He's done a good job of keeping some of these possessions alive for Gibbs.
47-40. Half of the third quarter has expired. Williams, no. And Vashon going to use a little bit of the shot clock Now almost 2/3 of it. It's down to 8. Down to 5. Garrett's going to pull up and knock it down. Shot clock can get that low when you've got a player like Garrett who leads all scorers with 17 points. Look out. Contact and 2 free throws on the way for Durea McCaskill.
Yeah, we saw McCaskill nearly put Medina into the floorboards on one of his first runs down the lane. I think he was trying to, but maybe took off just a little bit further than he anticipated.
Good defense from Medina. You know you hate to give up a foul, but
make them earn them.
Make them earn them.
Again, we noted that with how quick Vashon moves, fouls could be a problem for Gibbs in this one, and already at 4 here in the third quarter. Now, again, they reset at the end of each quarter, but per player, obviously, they stick with them. And they had Bronxton Jr., who already had to play the last few minutes of that first half with 2 fouls. And you don't want your other big man getting kind of caught up into the jelly of foul trouble as well.
No, you don't, although no player in the game right now has more than 2 fouls. So we'll keep an eye on that in this 11-point game. A 3 to make it single digits. Won't go. Garrett the rebound. Look out, feet ahead, and Williams will lay it in.
They just get out so quick. They know as soon as the shot goes up, they're probably having one leak out in transition, but a grown man rebound was the reason that really got off and moving.
Traffic not kind to Crawford. He lost it. McCaskill dribbles through. Kick to the corner. Williams 3. Got it. What a pass from McCaskill. Cutting through traffic, and Williams drops it in from deep. And a timeout called by Gibbs. A full timeout.
Wow, again, just how quickly does Vashon get up and down the floor? Again, we were sitting here just a few minutes ago. It's a 4-point game, and it feels like Gibbs got all the juice in the world to try and tie the game up or even perhaps take the lead in a possession or two, and then it explodes into a north of 10-0 run for Vashon.
16-point lead for the Wolverines. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon, engineering for nearly 50 years. Enercon has powered up communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Engineering. Joey Wright, Cody Roskins taking you through this one, penultimate game of a 4-game Thanksgiving Day slate. Thanks for being with us on your Thanksgiving holiday, and a happy Thanksgiving to all of our viewers near and far. Hope you've had some good food and you're spending this holiday with loved ones, friends, family, who have you. You know, we were just talking with an assistant coach from St. John Bosco during halftime, Cody, and just chopping it up. He had some kind words for us, which we appreciate, and he said St. John Bosco, they love coming here. They've been here twice now. They were here in 2021, in part because of the people and, of course, the cause it supports, the KB Strong Foundation, but the level of the basketball and the level of the hospitality also unmatched.
Yeah, and again, there's a multitude of reasons that teams like to come here. It's the reason it's a staple for the local teams. We have Morton, Peoria Christian, Metamora, of course, Washington, the host team.
And Gibbs, a slam from Jacob Daniels, on the alley-oop.
But just to continue on that point, those same reasons are why these teams from California, the Deep South, East Coast, all make their way here as well.
3 on the way in the corner. A response following the dunk with a 3-pointer is Leon Powell, who had a dunk himself earlier. 17-point lead for Vashon. Medina. A blocking foul called. Had it been a charge, it would have been brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm, but instead it's Garrett the guilty party.
And initially, Joey, that's a really good defensive effort by Garrett. Force him off the block. Make him catch that almost out in no man's land. He almost caught that on the 3-point line, and the secondary defensive effort's what did him in.
3 on the way, and it falls to cut this back to 14 points. And McCaskill is watching as Williams misses a 3. Garrett the rebound. Garrett's, what a pass to the other McCaskill, and a kick out to Williams. His 3 falls. Trey Williams. Trey's a fitting name. He's got a ton of them tonight. He's got 24 points and Vashon leads 62-45. And Medina gets it to go, and the foul. Not Medina, but Daniel. Sorry, Cody.
Yeah, if my counting's right, if this free throw goes in, that's going to be 4 or 5 straight possessions and 3-point plays by one way or another. So these two teams really filling up the scoring column right now.
Trey Williams has 24 points. We've still got a quarter to play. You know, a tournament record probably out of the equation unless he just lights it up in the fourth quarter. But if Williams can stay hot from deep, could wind up, I think, in the 40-point range and put his name up there on the list of tournament all-time scoring performances if he stays hot and if they keep getting him the ball.
Well, I imagine he has the fluorescent green light, has the kind of the ability to pull it from anywhere.
Down low, won't go, and Vashon gets it. They run with it. Garrett steps through. Garrett stops, slows down, lost it. And a pass is intercepted. Vashon keeps this possession alive to the corner. And stepping out of bounds is McCaskill, so that's where that possession will end.
Only just south of about 50 seconds here in this third quarter. I don't know if the recipe's really to try to kind of hold this to what it was at halftime. What was it, roughly an 11-point game? You're currently at 14. A basket would go a long way just to, again, stemming the tide.
You get one back there. It's a 12-point game. And a 12-point game, who knows what might happen in the fourth quarter. It's still very much within reach for Gibbs, but Vashon can hold for the last possession of this third quarter.
Again, we saw Gibbs come out of the halftime break on a 7-0 run, and if they've got something similar, it's going to be a really tight race down the finish line. But again, it's just been so tough to guard Vashon and get him into any sort of half-court offense. I think only once or twice in this entirety of the game they've gone under 10 on the shot clock.
Williams dribbles left, shot won't go. McCaskill, no. A full court heave is going to fall short, and that is how the third quarter will end. It hits the sign that's got all of the teams from around this tournament listed, and we've got 1 quarter left to play, a 12-point game. Gibbs does not cut into or fall further behind the lead for Vashon. 12 points is where it was at halftime. It's where it is now. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Engineering. There's a look at the sign I just referenced, Cody. It's got all the different teams, all the different states this year's TOC listed. So count them: California, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Missouri, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and of course Illinois. A few more dots in Illinois than other states, but also 3 dots from the St. Louis area alone. And those being Vashon, John Burroughs, and St. Mary's Southside Catholic. Saw them yesterday. So St. Louis well represented.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of the word-of-mouth thing, right? Vashon's been here nearly as many times as anybody in the field outside of the local teams, and that kind of stuff gets around from the coaching staffs to coaching staffs here. Hey, there's high-level basketball, not that far of a commute from St. Louis to Peoria, roughly about 3 hours, depending on, charter bus or just different modes of transportation. But again, not a ton of, in terms of responsibility to come out of the way and play in this tournament. Obviously, the great causes and stuff we've noted, but the level of basketball is a large portion of why these teams are here.
3 on the way, won't go. And it's picked up and dribbled ahead by Gibbs.
So much like the end of the first half, coming out of that break, stop. Now can they get the score, and it's just out of his reach.
Looking for Medina down low, nothing there. Jimmy McKinney will inbound it. And Vashon, these are important possessions for the Wolverines, trying to pad this lead before it gets too late.
Yeah, you're probably going to need to string together probably 3 stops out of 5 at least to give yourself a chance come the midway point of the fourth.
And the hands of McKinney. McKinney gives to McCaskill. McCaskill to Garrett. Down on the block to McKinney, fading away and knocking it down. Cody, that's so demoralizing as a defense. It was well guarded, and McKinney flexes his ability.
Yeah, tough players make tough shots, and now you just can't panic if you're Gibbs. Got to try and get a good look, and there they find one in the mid-range.
Good mid-range opportunity for Keon Wright. First time we've called his name. The sophomore coming in at a big spot off the bench and keeping this deficit at 12.
And look how extended Vashon brings out this Gibbs defense. There's so many perimeter shooters you have to respect there, but it just opens up so many driving lanes and backdoor cutting opportunities.
Here's McKinney. McKinney fakes, finds Powell. Garrett, step back. Well, he didn't step back there necessarily, but it was a deep three, and he can't knock it down. Big possession here for Gibbs. Daniels. He's put the ball on the floor a lot tonight. Driving toward the rim. Instead, he's going to give it up here in a three for Crawford. Too short. Wright keeps it alive. Daniels does drive through. Almost got an and one. And instead, 2 free throws for Daniels.
Again, not the cleanest finishing around the rim for Gibbs tonight, but it's done just enough for them to kind of earn those second chance opportunities off offensive rebounds, and it hasn't been the big fellas for the most part. The guards have been getting in there and sticking their nose kind of in amongst the trees, trying to earn those second chances, and it's going to give them a chance to get this to a 10-point game, but free throw line just not been kind to Gibbs tonight.
Daniels misses the first one short. 12-point game. National Classic contest. Now cut to 11 points.
I know it's a little frustrating to not get 2 out of 2 at the free throw line, but you got to tell yourself that's a net gain if you're Gibbs. Got to keep locked in here on the defensive side of the ball. Try and make life hard for Vashon to try and get any open looks, and they may try and get into some trapping situations along the sidelines.
Here's Garrett at the free throw line. Kick out, 3. Vashon's been so good from 3 tonight. Not there. And a drive. 1-on-2. Numbers don't matter when you've got O'Neal and Delancey. It's a 9-point game with 5 minutes and 15 seconds to play.
Again, this run right now by Gibbs, much like coming out of halftime, has been fueled by their defense, and they've done a really good job. Again, what was a 16-point game, they've come out and carved it down to 9, like you said, Joey. And I know both coaching staffs got things they're going to clean up, either it's on offense or defense, but we're setting up for a really intriguing finish in the last 5:13.
We sure are. It's an Enercon Power Up timeout brought to you by the good folks at Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. 9-point game here in the National Classic at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. Quick word for OSF Healthcare, doing great things locally to advance the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. And this tournament, through the KB Strong Foundation, raising so much money to help that fight and raising awareness as well regarding glioblastoma and certainly the impact it can have on patients and families. An aggressive form of brain cancer, and OSF Healthcare, Cody, just to put a bow on that point, doing some really good stuff not far down the street.
Absolutely. A multitude of high-quality hospitals and care sites in Peoria area. And quick note on the unit on the floor right now for Gibbs. They have, for the first time in the game, Bronxton Jr. and Medina on the floor at the same time. So 6'11" and 7'1", both on the floor, and it's going to make the driving lanes for Vashon very constricted.
Michael Broxton Jr., the 6'10 junior. Taller look, as you said. They go to Medina here, the 7'1 standout. Going to play out his college career, not far up the road at DePaul. Kick to the corner, 3 on the way, and a 3 that falls for Vashon. Armand Aaron knocks it down.
Now that's where having 2 big men against this 5-out offense for Vashon can hurt you, is they have to hurry back in transition and then guard on the perimeter, and that time Bronxton Jr. does the right thing, tries to protect the paint first, but man in the corner left 2 open.
Step through, step up, nothing there, and Broxton Jr. able to convert as Garrett goes down for Vashon. Not a good sight there for Wolverines fans, but he appears to be okay. And he walks over to chat with McKinney, and it looks like he'll stay in the game. So crisis averted for Vashon. Glad to see he's okay. And Broxton coming in, Cody, and playing really well here with about half of the 4th quarter left. Will it be good enough?
Yeah, he had a roller coaster first couple of minutes, picked up the 2 early fouls, but played out the first half really strong. A near takeaway, though, again. Gibbs trying to trap up high, and now you've got to try and run your Vashon matchup off the 3-point line, but they're going to be in no hurry here for the first time tonight to take a shot.
Playing along the perimeter are the Wolverines. Garrett knocked down a moment ago, gets back up, but the 3 doesn't fall. Gladiators going up and along, and Broxton is fouled.
And there's a man down for Vashon. That might be McCaskill. He is really hurting. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. He never came off the floor, Joey.
Yeah, McCaskill down in the opposite side corner.
Immediately grabbed his leg.
He's talking to a trainer there, and a coach comes over and gives him a towel, and these free throws will play out. He's still on the baseline over there and getting worked out. Don't want to speculate, but certainly appears to be a leg injury. Although they're going to help him up, and he'll be okay there on the baseline, it appears. And it takes us to a timeout and a power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. McCaskill still being looked at there by the trainer. That'll be a loss certainly for Vashon. Dario McCaskill, the senior, has played very well.
Leon Powell Jr., number 2 for Vashon, will come in to spell him. Still not putting much of it pressure on that left leg.
I never like to see an injury, but as a coach, it is nice to have such a deep bench as Vashon has. And Leon Powell Jr. has been electric coming out of this Enercon power-up timeout. You see what I did there? A little electricity from Powell, who has been good from
Nothing
everywhere.
gets past you, Joey.
He's been very good from everywhere on the court. Had a dunk earlier.
Speaking of
nice
really
piece of their attack.
Speaking of really good on the court, again, Broxton Jr., we just touched on it, but his energy off the bench is in no small part helping trim this lead back down to 8.
Gibbs has to execute, but they're still well within reach of this game. Trey Williams doesn't have a point in this 4th quarter, but has a team-high 24. Passed it there. Powell couldn't convert. Big possession here for Gibbs. Daniels steps through, kick to the corner, and passing up the 3 is Wright. Now they get it to Delancey. No, Medina the rebound and a foul.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one. Has to be a rebound attempt for it to be over the back, and again at 7-1, it's kind of hard to not be going for the rebound, and regardless, this is going to go back to Vashon.
3 minutes left, 67-59. And Vashon needing a basket here to try and keep the Gladiators at bay. Give left to Lansing. They swing it around. Now out top. And they get it to Powell, and Powell finds space in the middle of the paint. Back to 10 with 2:30 to play.
Yeah, that time Delancey and company get a little confused on the offensive action from Vashon. Had 2 take 1, and then nobody take the man down the middle, and left Bronxton Jr. out just to kind of pray and swat at it.
Gibbs needs a spark on this possession. They get it to Wright. 3 on the way. In the corner. 7-point game. Timeout Gibbs. Hold the phone. Not over yet with still over 2 minutes to play. And a 35-second shot clock that could factor into this one over the next few possessions.
Absolutely. Again, it'll be interesting to see because you see a lot of times teams when they have a larger lead stall out when they try and drain the last few minutes off the clock, and it leaves them stagnant on offense. That opens the door vicariously for the other team to take their opportunities and chances to a greater degree. And so I'll be curious to see if Vashon's going to stick with what they do best, and that's take that quality shot in the first 8 to 10 seconds of the shot clock, or if they're going to try and hold this to get kind of closer to 6 seconds on the shot clock and make Gibbs kind of sweat this one out and make their defense work for an entirety of a shot clock.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in a myriad of different ways. Visit EnerconPower.com for more. So out of the timeout, here's an inbound for Vashon, and up they go with McKinney, who's hit a couple of threes tonight. Gives to Derea McCaskill. And McCaskill holds. Here's that shot clock, Cody. You can tell the Wolverines not eager to push the pace, but that shot clock's going to force their hand in 9 seconds, 8 and 7. And McCaskill calling out a play. McCaskill in trouble with 3, 2. Garrett at the horn. Missed it.
Really good defense by Bronxton Jr. Once it went under 8 on the shot clock, you could tell everybody from Gibbs going into lockdown mode, trying to deny their man the ball. And it's going to open the door here with about 95 seconds left. They come down and get a basket, Joey. It's going to allow them to set the press, and that's where they want to thrive.
Biggest possession of the second half for Gibbs.
Still not a bad outcome, though, for Vashon. You take almost the entirety of the shot clock off.
Gibbs looking, keeping it alive as Daniels. Right for 3, 3, for 3, off the glass. It's a 4-point game.
First things first, you got to take care of the ball right now. If they're going to foul you, let them. But Vashon, it can't be a turnover. It's a missed shot, so be it.
Shot clock at 25. They can run it down.
Close to 40.
45 seconds-ish when the shot clock expires. Shot clock did expire on Vashon. 1 possession to go, and a charge! Gibbs is going to get it back. It's a Jody Brown State Farm charge with just under a minute left.
Well, we've been teasing it, haven't we? We've seen some of the players from both sides stand up and own their ground in the lane.
Gibbs can go 2 for 1 if they hurry. Game clock and shot clock off by about 20 seconds.
First things first, you got to get a quality look. Don't take a rushed bad shot just for the sake of taking the 2 for 1.
Keon Wright was the hero on the last possession. It's Broxton who's played very well here in the fourth quarter. They go to the corner, in trouble. Good defense from McKinney. Daniels has it. Daniels a fastball. Broxton can't hold on, and the shot clock will turn off.
Oh, mark that play down in red when this one's all over. With the ball down 4, 35 seconds left, in Bronxton Jr., like you said, has just played a phenomenal second half. Just unable to hold that one in off the fingertips.
Takes us to another timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. And this power-up timeout brought to you by the good folks who for nearly 50 years have powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. Speaking of getting the job done in myriad ways, Cody, the Wolverines of Vashon, 69 points. So good from beyond the arc tonight, so good from the paint also. We've seen a couple of highlight reel slams. And Vashon just 33.5 seconds left from getting out of here with its 8th Tournament of Champions win all time, now in its 4th appearance. But we might be here a while because only 1 foul against Gibbs. Gonna have to start fouling.
Vashon's gonna have to get out of this timeout quickly. There was some hollering from the Gibbs bench like, hey, maybe give them the bench warning and give us the free throws. But like you said, it's gonna take some fouls to get into the bonus, and that's maybe where you play overly aggressive because you know you have to foul anyway. Play for that steal, take a dribble or 2 to go get it, and then commit the foul.
It's going to be a physical 33.5 seconds. Here we go. There's one.
See, now that was me. You have a guy who's 7'1", standing in no man's land, waiting for him to beat his teammate off the dribble. I would go trap that along the baseline, force him to make a really good pass over some length. I know that leaves a man open, but you got to take your chances here with 30.8.
2 fouls down.
And they will do it this time.
Double team. There you go, Cody. And a foul is called. And Medina says, hey, hold the phone. I don't know about that one. Well, Gibbs says jump ball, but they do call a foul, and it takes us to another timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Power up your career. Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power.
Yeah, and that I'm sure Larry Murphy, head coach for Gibbs, communicated to the officials, hey, we're going to play for the steal first. But, you know, there has to be a valid steal attempt. You can't obviously go in and just rake across the arms. I think they're going to say it was a bump in the back in a combination with reaching in from the side on Gibbs. So that's not the end of the world. But like I said, obviously the presence of Medina coming in at 7-1 along that baseline, it might be in Vashon's best interest to find another place to inbound this ball other than right in front of the baseline.
Gibbs made the right adjustment. Almost got a jump ball a moment ago.
And the arrow does belong with them, so if they do get that jump ball, it's going to be direct possession to Gibbs.
I want to offer a quick correction. That was a timeout before the foul on the last inbound, of course.
Oh, another one.
And a foul is called. So that's 3 for Gibbs. Yeah, it's important, Cody, that they got the timeout in before that last foul because now we're down to 25 seconds left.
Yeah, it's weird. The timeout effectively saves you 4 more seconds because they have to run another 4 more seconds off to commit the foul that they would have had. So it's a good point, Joey.
3 fouls apiece. 2 more, and Vashon is shooting free throws for Gibbs to have a chance and a foul before the inbound. That's what Gibbs wants in this situation. Because now no time runs off the clock, and they effectively earn what that timeout cost them. Earn back what that timeout cost them. So here we go on the inbound.
Oh, that might be a foul. It is.
And a foul is called.
They pointed at one white for the foul, and that would be Trey Williams.
And so now 4 fouls aside, and Gibbs gets to inbound down by just 4 points. Here we go. Need a basket here. And they get it out to Delancey. Deep 3. Almost knocked it down. And a rebound. Almost stolen by Medina. And almost does not do anything for Gibbs in this situation. To the free throw line will go Vashon. Still with 2 makes. Would be a 2-possession game. 3 times in a row there. Just inches away for the Gladiators.
What a sequence. You know, they try to run Delancey off the screen to get him open. Open for half a second. It's tough to say, obviously, with time the way it is. I think that Gibbs is okay with him still taking that look, even though it was a little contested. They gave himself a really good offensive rebounding chance. The problem was Vashon did a really good job of cracking down on both Medina and company down low to really negate that opportunity. And the free throws have been anything but gimmies for both sides today, so don't, obviously count the points before they're on the board.
Jerea McCaskill, we saw him go down earlier with what looked to be a leg injury. Looks like he's re-aggravated that there, and he's helped into the training room.
And Joey, this is going to be a clear path foul. Officials signaling for the X that was a clear path foul between last man in the basket, inadvertently taking away his chance to go forward. So big moment here for Teron Garrett.
4-point game. Vashon has played very well tonight. But how about this effort from Gibbs to cut it to 4 and have a chance at this one here in the late stages. Garrett's second free throw is good. So now you almost need a steal on this inbound pass. Snack play, everyone's running around. Garrett looking and finding Williams. Williams almost had it poke loose, but he's fouled, and he'll go to the free throw line to try and ice this. Vashon is in the double bonus the rest of the way.
Yeah, and with time the way it is, no matter what happens with these free throws, you're probably going to need to come down and take the three. First good one that's available.
And it's up, and it is good for Williams. Second free throw, 8-point game. Two timeouts aside. Gibbs won't use one. Need of three. Here's Daniels. Now he gets it off. Too strong. Knocked around. It's loose. Vashon's going to win it. 73-65. The Wolverines hold on over the Gladiators. What a game. What a performance. 26 points from Trey Williams and 19 points from Teron Garrett are enough to lead the Wolverines to a narrow win, now 8-1 at the TOC.
Yeah, Joey, just not much more than putting a bow on this one. You hit it on the head. The two-headed monster, the two seniors for Vashon really leading the way. On the other end for Gibbs, they'll take a lot and learn from this. They dug themselves the early hole but battled back a number of times. That kind of quality and trait will bid them well come the rest of their schedule.
It certainly will. What a game for both of these teams. Glad to have them here in Washington at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And remember to stay tuned for our next contest. Gonna be a good one, and Cody and I will flip roles. He'll give you the play-by-play. I'll take you inside my insights, I guess. St. John Bosco and the Paidea School. So stick around for that one. That's coming up here in just a moment. We'll take a break and head to our off-during Tournament Central studio show and get you caught up on what's going on around the Tournament of Champions. It's been a great show all week long, raising awareness and money to fight glioblastoma and support what the KB Strong Foundation does to fight that horrible disease. We'll take a break, come back for more in Washington. Thanks for being with us, and happy Thanksgiving at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Tournament Central, sponsored by Uptrain Auto Group. My name is Michael Savoy. Joining alongside me is Washington junior guard Avery Tibbs. And Avery, I mean, talk about this tournament. You've been following it for such a long time. Can you guys talk about your tournament experience?
Yeah, it's awesome because I grew up as a ball girl, going around getting autographs. Last year I did stats, so when the opportunity came to actually play in the tournament, it was just awesome to hear, and it's great for women's basketball.
Can you just talk about, your experience being a ball girl? I know you just mentioned it, but I guess that's got to be an amazing feeling, being the ball girl that you were, young and seeing all these players play. Obviously, the TOC is known notoriously for having NBA players and just great players in general. So can you talk about that experience when you were younger?
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's just cool to see that I'm still in contact with these players. Deron Holmes for the Denver Nuggets, he messaged me the other day. So it was really just awesome. They really included us, and they still do to this day.
Can you just talk about, not like this tournament this year, but I guess what have you seen out of it that's changed from the moment you were a ball girl till now? Has there been anything in this tournament that's changed, or just been the same for you?
I feel like it's changed over time because it's really just promoting basketball, and it's just promoting the bigger cause, glioblastoma. And I feel like as it grows, that cause tends to get bigger.
Yeah. So obviously, you have not obviously Kevin Brown was not a girls basketball coach. You didn't play under Kevin Brown, but you've lived in Washington all your life. What have you seen out of people in this community about Kevin Brown, and can you, I guess, kind of speak about him for your behalf?
Yeah, our coach, Coach Barth, she really talks about him on a daily, honestly, just how she looked up to him. It makes me look up to him, seeing him coach. It's awesome, and just his defensive intensity is what I got away from him, and that's what we always emphasize in practice, is how hard he wants to play and how hard he wants his kids to play. So that's really what I took away from him.
So you're now a spectator. You guys have obviously played your game on Tuesday. Pardon me, the nightcap of that game. But I guess we can talk about that game. You guys beat Peoria Notre Dame by 9. It was 56-47. Peoria Notre Dame's no slouch. 2A state champion or 3A state no 2A state champs. Wow.
Yeah.
They were in 3A a little bit ago, but yeah. Can you talk about that game? I mean, obviously you guys beat a really good team.
That crowd it was awesome to be around that crowd and just playing our rival. I mean, last 2 years, when I was in 8th grade and then freshman year, we played them to advance to keep going in postseason. So it was just awesome to play them. And like I said, they are kind of a rival, and just it's really bigger than basketball. Like after the game, we were all talking to each other, so it's just bigger.
You had 18 points in that game. Obviously, a great shooting day for you, as it always is. You know, you're known to be a really good shooter. So I guess, what went right for you in that game? What went right?
Just my teammates, honestly, setting screens for me, passing me the ball, and we're always just looking for each other. That's what we emphasize. Make the one more pass. Look for your teammates, because that's what's going to get you far in games.
What are you looking forward to in this season? Obviously, you had published a CSM Overtime article about you guys, your season preview, but for the folks that haven't read it yet and the folks that want to know right here, right now, what can they expect out of your Lady Panthers this year?
I feel like we have better team chemistry this year. We're finally flowing. We've all we all understand our roles now. Last year that wasn't as fluent, but this year we're finally understanding like what our strengths and weaknesses are, and we're getting on each other, and we want each other to be better, and that's just a lot different from last year, so we have a lot better flow.
Yeah, so I had talked to coach of the Moore and Potters, Bob Becker, and I had asked him about the state of this conference. Obviously a really good girls basketball conference year in and year out, and he had I had asked him, who's the favorite, and he had mentioned the Washington Panthers. Obviously they won the Middle Illini title last year. You guys obviously returned so much, because every Middle Illini team is really good. They have all conference players coming back, but you guys return a plethora of players that are just talented, including yourself. I guess, what you guys think you could be conference champions this year? And if so, I mean, even going forward in the postseason, you guys think you can make an even further postseason run this year?
Yeah, last year we were all very young. Like, that was the excuse with us. We're all sophomores. So this year being juniors, like you said, we lost more, and last year we didn't win the conference. So it just really makes us all super hungry, and we really want to win it. And yes, we can see ourselves going really far in postseason. And the crowd on Tuesday was just a glimpse of what it could be like for us.
So I got to ask you, because I had asked Coach Barth. I actually interviewed Coach Barth about pretty much the same thing about the game, and I had asked her about this because it's kind of worth asking about, and I know you're a player on the girls' team. So you guys obviously are playing you guys had played in this in Washington. They always play in this tournament. Do you guys feel like the girls' team versus the boys' team, if you guys win, the boys' team has to win, you have like a one leg up on them? Is there like any friendly banter you guys have with the boys?
I mean, we're competitive with them. Like, sometimes we alternate practicing, so like we'll practice before, they'll practice after, and we joke around with each other. But yeah, I do think we have a leg up, but not too much, because they still are a very talented team, and they're showing against these high-level teams.
You're like, oh, we got you guys. You guys aren't gonna win. We won a game. You get that little talk. And
yeah. Oh yeah.
Talk,
smack talk. Yep.
Yeah. I guess that makes you better. I guess that makes the boys' team better. But as a fan, obviously you guys played on Tuesday. You had the rest of the tournament to really watch anything. Has there been a team that stuck out to you?
St. Louis Vashon, they just played. They stuck out to me. Obviously St. John Bosco with those top high-level players, and earlier at Countryside today during lunch, just seeing them, interacting with them, talking to them. They're just very nice people, and they understand that it's bigger than basketball.
I got to answer that question myself, because I've been here pretty much since Wednesday. Detroit Renaissance stuck out to me because they had those two players that pretty much single-handedly won them the game. They had scored 73 points collectively. They had beaten Milwaukee, Juneau, and they collectively as a team scored 56 or 57.
Wow.
So they were really good.
Yes, yeah, that
you're
team
going to
stuck
find
out.
those teams in this tournament. But I'd ask you as a player, And because I ask coaches this all the time about, Thanksgiving tournaments and, what to take away from it, because it's the beginning of your season. Even though you guys are 4-0, you guys have had a week before this tournament. What can you take away as a player from Thanksgiving tournaments? Because it is the beginning of the season, but it's also a tournament. And, what can you take away as a player?
These tournaments really just prep us for what the rest of the season has to come. Like you said, a lot of teams are in Thanksgiving tournaments, not just like single games. So it's really just prepping us for those harder games in the season. And when conference does start, it's really just getting us ready for that.
Right, and Coach Barth had pretty much gave me the same answer. Pretty much any coach has given me the same answer about Thanksgiving tournaments. But over the years, there's been so many good TOC players. I already can look to my left and see, Anthony Davis, obviously first overall pick in the draft, went to Kentucky. Zion Williamson's been here. Over your years covering, or I guess not covering, but being a spectator and being a ball girl for some of those years, has there been one player, or even you can give me a couple of players that have stuck out to you in this tournament?
I would say probably J.D. Davidson and Zion Williamson. They've really just stuck out to me, and they were high-level players, and getting to see them as little kids and walking around with them and taking pictures with them, it's really just awesome to see them at the high level in the NBA now.
So I never, I was starting to cover this tournament last year, and, I never got to see Anthony Davis play and Zion Williamson even play, but even then, covering last year, I saw a lot of talent, and, it really hit home in that banquet about, who's in this tournament, the professionals in this tournament that end up playing basketball. Wow, it's amazing. And, it's something that, I never got when I'm not from here. I'm from, the Kankakee area.
Oh, yeah.
So I see a lot of, small school basketball. I'm from a small town. And there's not very many, star players that you'll see make the NBA. But just coming here, you see a lot of players that are legit.
Yeah, and you learn a lot of life lessons from this and just learn what good basketball is to play like.
All right, Avery, it's nice to meet you. Good luck this season. Good luck this season for the Lady Panthers. Guys, we'll send it back to you, but first, a commercial break.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks. Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
You back to Washington, Illinois, home of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, as we get you prepped for our nightcap. It's the St. John Bosco Braves from Bellflower, California, taking on the Paidea School Pythons out of Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome in again, everybody. I'm Cody Roskins. To my left, Joey Wright, as we get you set to close out this Thanksgiving Day here at the TOC 2024 edition. And Joey, tonight we've got stars in all sorts of places, and they're going to shine bright.
Oh, they are absolutely going to shine tonight, Cody. We've got a St. John Bosco team that scored a big win over Metamora earlier in the week. Maybe the best team here. I say maybe because it's close. There are a number of great teams here in Washington this week going against a Paidea School team that also was in that conversation and has a lot of talent as well, looking to bounce back from a tough loss yesterday. But, this is a game that's attracted a lot of attention. St. John Bosco's got talent up and down the roster, but really three players, LZ Harrington, Christian Collins, and Brandon McCoy Jr. that have garnered not only local attention but national attention. Brandon McCoy, one of the best players in the country, top-ranked junior in the class of 2026. So finding a way to stop those three is at the top of the scouting report for the Pythons tonight.
Absolutely, and again, bringing you St. John Bosco and the Paidea School Pythons. These two teams from opposite ends of the United States, essentially. One out of Atlanta, Georgia, one out of Bellflower, California. The St. John Bosco Braves, this is their second TOC appearance, a lifetime record of 3-1, while Paidea is making their first ever appearance here at the TOC, and hopefully enjoying themselves thus far, as many teams do. There's a lot of reasons to come here to the TOC, and whether it's the cause of the KB Strong Foundation, the level of basketball, or just the hospitality of the Washington community, all of the above would be the acceptable answer.
Absolutely, and you know, we can talk about the basketball, the Braves and Pythons, two great teams that are going to showcase their talents here in just a minute, but the hospitality here in Washington, you know, we talked with an assistant coach from St. John Bosco moments ago, in fact, during halftime of the last game we called, had some very complimentary words for us. We appreciate that, but also some very complimentary words for the entire staff here at Washington Community High School, all the volunteers that put in their time and effort into putting this tournament together. Really truly takes a village. The whole town rallies behind this tournament year in and year out. And of course, all for a great cause, the KB Strong Foundation, raising money and awareness to support the fight against glioblastoma and the great things that OSF Healthcare is doing for that. So probably a long-winded sidebar there, Cody, right before tip-off, but let's not forget all those great things here as we get ready to close out this Thanksgiving Day showdown.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the matchup itself, obviously St. John Bosco on paper, one of the best high school programs in America, taking on the Paidea School Pythons. Joey, what do the Pythons need to do today to make this and kind of hold with one of the best teams in America?
Well, the Pythons don't have a very deep bench. They've only got 8 players on their roster, and C.J. Harper is their best player. So much is going to fall on him, the 6'4 junior, to get the job done against a St. John Bosco team that has not only height with the likes of Howie Wu, the junior who's going to play tonight, Brandon McCoy at 6'4", Elsie Harrington at 6'6", Dominic Perfetti at 6'7", Christian Collins at 6'8", but skill in those positions as well. So C.J. Harper, he's going to have to get hot, and he's going to have to stay hot to keep Paidea within striking distance. But best player on a TOC team means you're pretty good.
Absolutely. You don't get here by accident. It takes a team effort to get invited to the TOC. Obviously, the star players help, but as we give you a quick glance at the floor as we get right in ready for tip-off, St. John Bosco will be in white. The Paidea School Pythons will be in the, call it a combination. It's almost like a blend of black and blue with blue numbers and white trim. Officials have signaled they're ready for play whistle as we're underway in our nightcap. Possession to the Braves.
And key for St. John Bosco, Cody, as we get this one underway in regard to the relatively shallow bench for the Paidea School. Get out and run, tucker them out, and because if Paidea is going to have to go too deep into their bench too often, that's going to be a problem.
And Collins had it for a moment for St. John Bosco. Instead, it's going back to the Pythons. A good start for their defensive effort against 3 of the Dandy Baker's dozen in this tournament. Down low and couldn't finish on the doorstep. Number 15 that time, Reggie Moorman for the Pythons.
Really like what I saw defensively from Perfetti on that last possession. Coming over, a little help defense. Of course, right on cue, he misses the pass. It goes out of bounds, and the Pythons will get it back. But Perfetti, good help defense there to kind of break things up in the low post.
This will be C.J. Harper, the man to watch for the Pythons here along the left wing. Take it off the dribble, elbow jumper, just off the mark and rebounded in by Elsie Harrington. Down the lane and scoring inside some traffic. That'll be David Oglesby Smith to open the scoring in this one at the 6:52 mark.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of that. That's going to be what Paidea has to do to win this game. They got to play scrappy. They have some size, 6'5", 6'4", 6'4", 6'5", 6'4", right? That's 5 players over 6'4", but St. John Bosco's got even more height. So size and is not maybe Paidea's strength tonight, but playing scrappy, playing passing lanes, breaking things up, that's got to be at the top of the scouting report for the Pythons.
Chris Coleman comes into the game for St. John Bosco. Number 2 in white for the Braves will have the inbound responsibility. Oh, nearly stolen into the backcourt. McCoy, the best All-American in the US of A. High school basketball, running the offensive show for St. John Bosco. A little bit extended. McCoy going one-on-one, step back, fires it down low and inside for an initial 2, but the second effort falls for Christian Collins.
Cody, I was on the call for St. John Bosco and Metamora yesterday, and obviously with St. John Bosco, you know you're going to see the highlights, the scoring, the dunks. What impressed me most was their passing, the no-look passes, just the chemistry they play with. Everyone on the same page, everyone seems to know where the other's at all times.
Absolutely, as the Braves come the other way. McCoy down the lane, hop-stepping inside amongst the trees. Initial miss taken in by McCoy, but like you said, scrappy second effort by the Pythons. Have it in their possession.
Well, and they've got to do a better job of boxing out. Can't allow any offensive rebounds against this Braves team.
Somehow slithering around, loose ball with a life of its own. I want to remind you that that last timeout was brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions, industrial control panels, low and medium voltage power, switchgear, genset packaging, ready to power up your career. Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Pythons with it here in a 2-2 ball game. Just above 5:30 to go here in this opening quarter. C.J. Harper been quiet so far. Rolls down the lane and has his first 2 points of the night.
Right on cue, and he stands out on the roster for the Pythons. You know, he was named as one of the TOC's 30 intriguing players to watch. Only player from Paidea to make that list.
And Collins from outside with the answer. First lead of the game to St. John Bosco.
Again, they can get you in so many different ways. We haven't seen one of those acrobatic highlight reel dunks yet, but we've seen a make in the inside the arc and now a make from outside of it.
Harper with a nice cut, able to find him open down the lane, and Harper's now got 4 of the 6 for the Pythons.
Saw a great game against St. John Bosco yesterday from Jonah Funk. Really had a great game for Metamora, so sometimes one player can get hot against this St. John Bosco team and make good things happen.
Harrington's 3 off, rebounded by Brandon McCoy. Kick back out, Harrington down the lane, and finger roll layup will hang on the rim. And it appears this will be no basket. This will go back to Paidea School. Maybe a second touch off the cylinder. Didn't quite catch the signal from the official.
I don't know if it was something to do with he gestured with his hand in such a way. It looked like it might have had something to do with the clock. I'm not sure. Maybe the shot clock didn't reset.
We will see the first appearance of one of the bigger bodies in this game. St. John Bosco's, there's nearly a tie-up down low. Howie Wu, the 7'1 junior, makes his first appearance of the day. We'll try to force feed him underneath, and he's fouled.
How about that from Howie Wu? You know, our camera didn't pick that up on the other end as everyone was running down the court. He got tied up with Brandon McCoy, and he tried to step over him and tripped even a little more. So they were knotted up down there, finally got untangled, and then Wu able to jet down to the other end of the court and find himself in the right place at the right time.
McCoy off the back on the inbound and hangs the poster, and he'll be the lead back to the Braves.
And there's McCoy. He can get you so quick on those inbounds. Almost landed on another player.
So highly recruited. Some of the nation's best college basketball programs trying to lure him into their fold. Underneath to Wu, the lob, and it was off his fingertips. It will belong to the Pythons.
Yeah, and Wu just trying to play above everybody else there alongside Max Ellis coming in. Didn't see a lot of him against St. John Bosco yesterday. He stands at 6'6". Again, you see the height on your screen. See him next to C.J. Harper there.
Some words, the official from.
Oh, it looks a little, sorry, Cody, looks a little taller, but maybe that's just the hairdo.
Yeah, and we saw 7-1 in our last match, but perhaps a little more height. That's Eddie Johnson, head coach for the Paidea School Pythons, having some brief words with the official, and now equal words from Matt Dunn from St. John Bosco on the other end of the floor. And it appears we are just about ready to get going again.
I can say whatever Johnson said to the official, he really took some time to consider because he had a little stoppage there.
So Harper will move it across the timeline. Again, he has 4 of the 6 right now for Paidea. Going down the lane, and he's fouled. It will be their ball underneath.
And I like that strategy, Cody, against this St. John Bosco team. Go inside, draw some fouls, right? Try to, work that contact and get them in foul trouble early. Although only 2 fouls here for the first 320, or for the first 540, I should say.
The Harper to Mitchell connection on that inbound play, not on the same page. It's going to be one of the few turnovers we've seen from Paidea so far. McCoy stopped, pop, just off the side of the rim. And that will belong to the Pythons.
When you look at McCoy, that step back jumper, especially from beyond the arc, that's his go-to move. And it's almost like the sky hook, right, or that step back from Dirk Nowitzki. That's high praise.
So hard to reach and try and get a hand in contest. We know what you're after.
It's hard to reach, absolutely. When you've got that move, when you can put the ball where no one else can get it, anytime you've got a move like that in your arsenal, that's a good thing.
So another foul away from the ball. And it appears that Paidea has made a slight adjustment. They're going to have Mitchell run some point here to try and give Harper some off-the-ball opportunities. And a new man into the game, Stevie Shield, the 6'5 freshman for Paidea, making his first appearance.
This is a great opportunity for Paidea at the start of the season. They've only got 1 senior. And you mentioned Shields, one of 3 freshmen that we'll see play tonight.
Ball kicked out by Shields. Possession still with Paidea and out of bounds. Going to go to St. John Bosco. That turnover coming from Tristan Mitchell.
Cody, I got to be honest, I thought we'd see a little more scoring here in the opening quarter. But I don't think it'll take long for these offenses to find their footing.
McCoy down the lane amongst traffic. Tip in will go for McCoy.
And that's great defense from Shields, even though it didn't pan out in the Pythons' favor.
And it appears we're going to have maybe perhaps 2 techs. Looks like McCoy may have gotten teed up, and now perhaps Matt Dunn receiving a technical as well.
And I didn't see what happened. Maybe, again, impossible to speculate now after the fact. We did see a technical earlier today, I think, for, or maybe it was late yesterday. It all kinds to blend together, but all starts to kind of blend together. So, as an example of how much it blends together. But we saw a technical for some jawing after a play, and maybe it was something to that effect.
Regardless, it is 2 techs, one against McCoy and one against the Braves bench. We're going to assume that was Matt Dunn, as he's the only man really up and had any discussion with the officials. So there's going to be a flurry of free throws upcoming for Paidea with possession of the ball.
Saw the same thing in our last game, where there were not necessarily a technical foul, but a clear path foul.
Harper remains perfect as he's 3 of 3 thus far. We'll get 1 more.
This all plays out before a pretty good crowd here inside Raymond Artori Gym. You see the free throw fall and a conversation between the official and an assistant coach on the bench there. And Matt Dunn part of that too.
We're still having some words along the sideline. Great work by our camera crew to give us a look at that. But Harper with now 8 of the 10 for Paidea. And don't look now, but the Pythons with the lead and the ball. Harper in traffic against McCoy, and he will draw the foul. That'll be the second on McCoy, and perhaps the best player on the floor, may having to take a seat here with 2 fouls in the first quarter.
That's what I talked about earlier. Try and rack up those fouls early if you're the Pythons.
Foul count stands at 5-1. And Harper has not missed yet from the free throw line.
A good look at Howie Wu and Stevie Shields a minute ago. Stevie Shields coming in as a freshman, and Howie Wu making it happen as a 7-1 junior. You know, when you're 7-1, that's going to open up a lot of doors for you, even if you might have to crouch down a little to walk through some of them.
I'm sure at his height, they just build the doors bigger.
That's right.
This will be Collins across the timeline. He had a really hot hand to start the game for John Bosco. Slithering away, he has it again. Collins down the lane, power lay is good.
Really like what I'm, even, again, a great possession there for St. John Bosco. Really like the physicality I'm seeing from the Pythons here in the early stages.
How about the touch from Tristan Mitchell over the top of the 7-1 Woo to get the teardrop to go. Now Collins puts Stevie Shields into the floorboards.
And Collins can do that, you know, and it's just so hard to defend a team like this where you've got 3 potential NBA players in the future. I know that's high praise, but the Braves, I think, can live up to that billing. You zero in on one, goes without saying it's going to leave 2 open.
Well, that's one if you're Shields as a 6'5 freshman. You look to your bench and you're like, Coach, what else do you want me to do? Now coming the other way, could be showtime, and the lay is rejected off the backboard. A clean block in transition, and Paidea not playing around. Kick, fakes the one more, and it's back to Mitchell. Final minute of this first quarter, and the Pythons giving St. John Bosco everything they could want. Harper from outside, just off the front of the rim, and the board to Woo. Transition layup is good from LZ Harrington. And this will be a timeout. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low-end and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit Enercon.com and engineer your future with us. Joey, 15-14, we stand here just below 45 seconds in this first quarter, maybe a little closer than some of the folks in this gym would have anticipated.
Yeah, and that's a testament to St. John Bosco. I think the Paidea school catching a few people off guard. But, you know, I say all that. I don't want to take anything away from what Eddie Johnson has built at the Paidea school in this TOC field for the first time. And I didn't want to make that mistake when St. John Bosco played Metamora yesterday. Obviously, there's a lot of attention on this Braves team for good reason. They've earned all the praise they've gotten. But with that comes a little bit of a target on your back, right? And the Pythons, maybe they took that personally coming into play tonight. Hey, what about us? We're pretty good too, right? So the Pythons really hanging around and keeping this one interesting in the early stages. Should stay that way.
Harper doing it himself. Mid-range jumpers just off. Hauled in by Perfetti. There's Coleman. Hasn't seen a ton of action here in this first quarter. Again, working with Brandon McCoy on the bench with 2 first quarter fouls. One a technical foul after a layup he stuck back in, and then one straight up blocking foul. Tough traffic, kick opposite side. That 3-pointer off the mark from Taylor. Jumper along the baseline won't go for LZ Harrington, and we are headed to the second stanza at 15-14. At this break, this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also, the City of Washington welcomes you to the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to this city.
Also, for Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop, we provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact us to be a part of your next project. Go titanind.us for additional information. And then for Keps, come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out your menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow us and like us on Facebook for more information.
Wouldn't want to go against you in a game of Texas Hold'em.
And why would that be, Joe?
I just feel like that's a game you're pretty good at.
Nah, I can't say I'm overly strong in the card department, if I'm being honest with you.
I can do blackjack. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about the extent of it. You ever run into somebody that knows euchre, get out of the room.
That's right.
CJ Harper running the show here. Over to Shields. Again, Paidea trailing by only a point. Down to 11 on the shot clock. Harper going to try and make it happen. One-on-one down the lane, and the pull-up jumper's off the mark, and LZ Harrington will run it out. Harrington kicks. Drop off down low for two. Coleman kicks back outside. His three-pointer on the way and good from Brandon McCoy.
McCoy.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was just say, going back to that last possession of McCoy, saw the highlight reel earlier, and I mean, just a complete package. Being able to step outside and knock that in.
Harper trying to orchestrate the offense. A little bit of congestion. Elbow jumper faded away, nearly banked in, but a strong rebound by McCoy. He'll try and take it himself. Down the lane, kick outside. It was nearly all the way in for Gavin Dean Moss. And McCoy tangled up along the baseline. And all of a sudden, it's a 7-point game for St. John Bosco.
Yeah, and against a team like St. John Bosco, this is a team that everybody wants to play here at the TOC, right? Because it's such a good test for where you're at early in the season. Great first quarter by the Pythons to hang around and keep it a 1-point game. Now the question, can they sustain that success? And I think what you've got to do here out of this timeout, you got to go back to your playmaker, C.J. Harper, see if he can make a play to give you a spark and maybe spark a mini comeback.
That timeout was brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For, again, nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and Gensen packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. St. John Bosco, first out onto the floor as the Paidea Pythons, after leading for a handful of minutes in this contest, find themselves faced with their largest deficit.
Huge possession here.
Bulk of their damage has been done at the free throw line. Mitchell working against McCoy.
They've been effective tonight working with the shot clock here, running it down, being patient, and they're doing that yet again here.
Harper able to finally cut open. Bit of a zone defense look here, swatted away. Collins, who's had a good first half, slams his left shoulder in, and his layup is good once more. Collins with now 11 of the 23 for St. John Bosco. Trying to find some dribble drive movement from Moorman. Haven't seen a ton from him yet. Again, like you said, Joey, using that shot clock to try and orchestrate the offense. Harper, kick outside. Mitchell's three is short. Collins in transition. Working against the freshman. They'll whip it around the arc. Driving, spinning down low. McCoy hangs and scores.
Now the Braves starting to open it up just a little bit. You know, when you work the shot clock down, it's what a lot of coaches will tell you. Shot clock doesn't impact us offensively so much, but defensively, you play 25 seconds of good defense, starts to open up some deficiencies that you can exploit. Although this time they go a little quicker and they go to Harper and get the score.
Yeah, the initial miss off from Harper, but his follow is good. Lead is down to 9. LZ Harrington, kick outside. McCoy, step back. Counter spin, throw into the corner. Passing a little off the mark for the Braves. And this will be another Braves turnover.
Yeah, St. John Bosco making a few mistakes here in this second quarter. There's Eddie Johnson calling out the plays and making sure everybody's on the same page. This team of 8 players making the journey from Atlanta, Georgia to join us at the Tournament of Champions.
CJ Harper will take a sit, and Mitchell will now run the point for Paidea. And Collins has done a really good job with his length, disrupting those passing lanes.
That's what we talked about. And, maybe at the start of the show I made it sound like Paidea was drastically undersized in this game. They're not. But St. John Bosco's just got length in every position on the floor. And high basketball IQ. This is a really well-coached team. Matt Dunn does a great job with this group. And just look at this defensive possession. Everyone in the right place. Everyone knows exactly where to be to make things difficult for the Pythons.
Trying to get it to Oglesby Smith. Well, Mitchell calling for the ball screen. He's going to pull it from beyond the volleyball line, and that's short of the rim.
St. John Bosco defensively, because it leads to a steal there, you'll take that shot on every possession if you can force a 3 from the volleyball line, even if one goes in.
McCoy hop stepping through the lane, kick outside. LZ Harrington knocks it home. The lead is up to 12.
Harrington was a freshman the last time the Braves were here in Washington at the Tournament of Champions back in 2021. That was a good team, finished 3-1 here in Washington.
Again, lifetime. We have fewer blemishes just about any other team in this tournament. So they know how to come into Washington and perform well. Mitchell, dump off pass underneath. Might have been partially blocked by Christian Collins. Now LZ Harrington will take a dribble and nearly knocked home another. Little sporadic kick outside. Coleman is off the mark. Kick it back to him. He'll try it again. Buries the second effort. 2 for $1.
So much about Harrington, Collins, and McCoy gets talked about, but Coleman played really well against Metamora yesterday. Great kind of 4th, 5th option in that offense. Obviously a team that gets a lot of attention for its stars, but Coleman, senior, does a great job within that offense.
Mitchell, teardrop in the lane, falls, and that ends the scoring drought for the Pythons as they pull it 31-18.
Max Ellis playing big minutes too for the Braves today.
Collins from the corner, he responds with a 3. And he has had a really good first half for St. John Bosco. 14 of the 34 belong to him. Trying to drive kick to Shields. He will go baseline and steps on the inbound. So this will be a Pythons turnover as Harper comes back into the game, hopefully to try and pull it back within reach for the Pythons with 1:44 left.
Yeah, and some of the Pythons freshmen, Stevie Shields, Murphy Mullins, getting some really good opportunities here earlier in their high school careers against tested competition.
Scanning the floor, down low, Ellis able to float it in.
This is a great platform for any player, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, to break out, really show your coaches what you've got on a big stage. Doesn't matter the game, any of the 30-some games this week, great opportunities to show off in front of a good crowd. Obviously, many more watching our stream around the country. And just to go back to a point I made earlier, Cody, it's Thanksgiving Day. Look how many people are here in Washington. This is really phenomenal to see. Don't recall seeing this many people on Thanksgiving in years past.
Great inbound pressure, a little fancy behind the back for the lay-in to Gavin Dean Moss.
That's what they're here to see. They're here to see some good basketball.
Lead is up to 20 as St. John Bosco has answered in a big way here in the second quarter. Mitchell loses the handle a bit, able to find Harper. He will work against Dean Moss. And turnover. Coming back the other way, Coleman couldn't quite flush it all the way home, but got it over the front lip of the rim.
Yeah, wanted the big finish, but what an adjustment to stay with that from Coleman. Coleman has played very well in the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Harper couldn't get his first shot to go, hauled in by Christian Collins.
What a run for St. John Bosco. It's a 25-4 run through this second quarter, pardon me.
LZ Harrington working against Oglesby Smith. Coleman, he'll drive baseline, step back, fade away at the horn is off the mark. And at halftime, St. John Bosco answers, as you said, Joey, in a big way to push the lead to 40-18, and it was a statement second quarter.
That's what a team like St. John Bosco can do. They've played in big stages. You know, they took a trip as a team to China over the summer, and they played over there some. So they've been, you know, to Central Illinois. They've been to China. They've been, obviously, in some big games over in Los Angeles in that neck of the woods. This is a St. John Bosco team that's been on this stage before, and a good effort from Paidea in the first quarter, and we'll see what they do here through the second half. But St. John Bosco can really get out and run with it.
I want to remind those of you at home about some of our great sponsors that make this tournament and others like it in the future possible. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC. It is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And for PJ Hare. PJ Hare is once again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for Future All-Academic team. We wish all teams good luck and let them cheer them on as they play for a cure against glioblastoma. That will hold it for the first half here between St. John Bosco and Paidea. We'll throw it down to our Tournament Central as we get set for more here in the second half.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Tournament Central, sponsored by Uptraining Auto Group. My name is Michael Savoy. Now joining me is Devin Moore. Devin Moore runs the concessions here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and he is a board member. Devin, it's nice to meet you, and it's nice to get this tournament wrapped up for Thursday.
Nice to meet you as well. We are excited. It's been a really good Thursday. I feel like there's been a really good crowd here tonight, a good energy. You know, in the concession stand, our joke is usually Thursday is a pretty calm day. There's not a lot going on, but I will be honest, I feel like we've been a little busier than what I was planning on, which is actually a great thing.
Yeah, you probably plan on these kids and really anyone just coming in and you're like, okay, you know, they probably got their turkey for Thanksgiving. They probably don't want any concession stand food, maybe a water or two, you know, keep themselves hydrated. But no, I mean, you have a lot of people still coming in, right?
We have. We've actually sold a lot of pizzas tonight, but chicken sandwiches as well. And, you know, it's anything that's a little different than Thanksgiving food for whatever reason. People like jumping in and enjoying it.
Yeah, you mentioned about being a board member. You had said 4 years. We already talked about how that came about. But for the viewers at home, how did that come about for you?
Yeah, so it was about 5 years ago, actually, that Eric asked me to jump on and join the committee. And at that point, I said, no, I don't know that I really want to get involved in that side. And then maybe about 7 or 8 months later, he was like, hey, Devin, this thing's getting bigger than what I had even thought we would be to, and now I need to start establishing a board. So I'd really love for you to jump on. We've got quite a few board members. We have about 7 right now. We just added another one, and so it's been really good for us. But it's taken a lot of work in these last 4 years to ramp this thing up. It started as a smaller vision than what it is today, and we've really tried as a board to hone in on the vision and really make it more than just a basketball tournament, but really a fundraiser for KB Strong to fight glioblastoma, to raise awareness. And so we just try to continue and increase that movement each year.
Obviously, we keep that topic about Kevin Brown, KB Strong. Obviously, you weren't always a part of this tournament. You had said just 4 years ago you started really getting involved with this thing. What have you learned most out of your 4 years about Kevin Brown? And, obviously you just mentioned about the thing just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. What have you learned the most about Kevin Brown and just the mission in general?
Jim Mattson did a really good speech at our fundraiser event a couple of months ago to prepare for this tournament. And, man, the stories that I heard were just phenomenal. It's really good just to see what this man brought as a coach. I was a former baseball player, but hearing the stories of just how energetic, how much passion he had for these boys, how much he loved this basketball program. Sadly, when I met Coach Brown, was actually as he had been diagnosed with glioblastoma, so I saw him in the strength and aggression, maybe a little bit less than what he was before that. But, just hearing how much he cared for these kids, and I'll be honest, sometimes it wasn't easy playing for a coach that got on you, that was more of an in-your-face and yeller, which Coach Brown was. But I will be honest, my high school baseball coach was that way, and he made me a lot of the player that I was. So my career took off. People like that, they bring such an opportunity to young kids. I was very fortunate. I wasn't much of a high school baseball player, but ended up going to junior college afterwards. And then after that, I ended up going to Indiana State. I pitched at both junior college and at Indiana State, so I played against our Braves and against ICC here in town. And then I actually ended up getting drafted by the Chicago White Sox. And so, Coach Brown holds a special place in my heart, even though I didn't really know him much as a man. Just understanding what he was as a coach and seeing how a coach for me in my younger years helped push me to where I was just phenomenal. And then when you get to hear stories from Jim Mattson and from others around, Coach Schumerhorn, all of them, they really provide you with a lot of good information about what this man did for the young players and how his legacy continues today.
That's a great answer. And, I just going to learn more about you. Being a baseball player, getting drafted by the White Sox, that's amazing. And, flipping the script about Thanksgiving, obviously today's the big day for Thanksgiving. A lot of people eat food and everything. The Thanksgiving tradition, I'm sure you're a big sports fan. So, about those Bears, what do you think about those Bears?
Well, so I am a Packers fan.
Oh, there we go.
But that did mean that I was actually cheering for the Bears because I would have liked to have seen the Lions lose more. But no, I do love it. Because I'm trapped in the concession stand all day, I do not know how my Packers are doing, so I cannot wait to get home, watch the recording, and that'll be how I end my night and get ready for tomorrow morning.
One final question for you. What's your favorite thing to eat for Thanksgiving? Mine is turkey, so I'm a big turkey guy. What about you?
Oh, well, my mother-in-law made some fantastic green bean casserole today, so you know what? That's pretty good. My family tradition, though, if any of you know the eastern part of the state, the Beef House had rolls, and I had family from the Beef House, and so from Danville, so I would always get Beef House rolls growing up, and that was fantastic.
All right, well, Devin, it was nice to meet you and get the nice talk to you about Kevin Brown and all the other things that go around in this tournament. But for now, we'll send it to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with the second half of the final game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back as we get set for the second half of St. John Bosco and the Paidea School Pythons here at Washington, Illinois, Torrey Gymnasium, as Cody Roskins and to my left Joey Wright get set for half number 2. It was a very closely contested first quarter, Joey, but St. John Bosco flexed their muscles in that second quarter.
Yeah, it was a 25-4 run there through the last 8 minutes of the frame, or of the half, I should say, and that's what St. John Bosco can do, just talent up and down the floor, and they're really been pretty diverse with the scoring here. There are a lot of players that have gotten some touches and gotten the scoring off and running. Their starting five for the second half: 5 points, 7 points, 5 points, and 14 points, and they'll bring in Dominic Perfetti as well to try and get into the scoring column himself. But overall, just a great first half for the Braves, and we'll see what the Pythons can do here through the last 16 minutes. Maybe get some quick scores and a spark plug to get back into this thing.
We'll see what the second half has in store for us. It was Christian Collins led all scorers with 14 for St. John Bosco. Behind him with 10 was C.J. Harper for Paidea School. And it will be St. John Bosco in possession to begin this second half. Joey, up and down first half, as you said. We're expecting more of the same here, and I think especially for the Paidea side of things, they may look to try and slow the game down perhaps and get back to what was working and getting to the foul line.
Yeah, they had success early in this one when they got to the foul line. You know, they used the shot clock to their advantage, worked it down to 15, 10 seconds at a time. So all in all, let's see if they can get back to that. And starts on the defensive side, though, and shutting down this electric St. John Bosco attack.
Here is Brandon McCoy Jr. Kick to the corner. Coleman, who had a big end of the first half, misses his first out of the break here in the second half, and a foul against Paidea. It will go against Reggie Mormon. Down low and easy scoring inside for Dominic Perfetti.
Didn't take long for the only St. John Bosco player on the floor who hadn't scored to change that. Now 2 points for Perfetti, the great junior.
Here's Mitchell. He had a couple nice plays in that first half, operating inside the paint. A couple floaters that went his way as Coleman comes away with the steal, spins away from Harper, and will dish it off to McCoy. Lost in traffic and controlled by Paidea, and now to Harper. Harper, teardrop runner, off the mark in the board to McCoy. Double teamed, kick back out to LZ Harrington. Hesitation move down the lane, shifts his layup attempt, misses both on the doorstep, and Collins may have taken an elbow to the back on that rebound attempt as he was immediately clutching for the small of his back.
Well, look out there, Harrington and Collins. Harrington came down and he was trying to get the offensive rebound. I don't think he realized that he was actually going against Collins, who the ball carried him right down too. So fortunately, it worked out for the Braves. They've got great chemistry. Got to communicate just a bit better.
McCoy, he'll fake the three, step back again. That's his go-to move. Have you touched on in that first half, Joey? There's another foul against Paidea. That'll be foul on Keaton Eldridge, 6'4" junior. So again, a similar slower tempo this half, and another foul against the Pythons. And McCoy maybe perhaps trying to let loose some frustration from that first half, trying to thunder home the post-foul dunk. Elsie Harrington in some trouble. Out to McCoy. McCoy rises, fires, and hits 6.
How about Brandon McCoy getting it done from everywhere on the floor?
Down the lane. Harper couldn't get it to go. It's free. Down the lane again, trying to flush it home was Elridge. Now McCoy, lob to LZ Harrington and one.
Oh, and Harrington almost connected with the slam, but he's going to get to the free throw line for his troubles. And again, St. John Bosco has that connection, among themselves to throw those kinds of passes.
Perhaps other players would have gone up for the 2, but sharing the ball amongst his teammate LZ Harrington, able to get it. Now the offensive rebound by Christian Collins, and some post-play words between him and Elridge.
Getting a little chippy there and a little bit physical. This has not gone how the Pythons wanted it to after a first quarter that was pretty competitive. Since then, a 32-4 scoring edge for St. John Bosco. So Pythons, I can understand why might be some tempers. And Collins will go to the free throw line after that sequence.
Saw 2 technical fouls in the first half, both against St. John Bosco, once against the bench and one against Brandon McCoy Jr. Man at the line again is Christian Collins, who has a team-high 14 to lead all scorers in the game as well. Top 20 player in the 2026 recruiting class, holds offers from Kansas, Oregon, Georgia Tech, Washington, Texas, USC, UCLA, and Arizona State. So good majority of the Power 5, Power 6 schools now getting in on the interest from that young man. And his first free throw, not too kind of a bounce.
No, not at all. And again, this is where you look at the Pythons. They've only got 3 players on the bench.
Second one from Collins is not good. They're going to have a lane violation, so he's going to get another crack at it.
Collins thus far with 14 points. He's managed to lead the relatively balanced Braves in scoring, just a little bit ahead of Brandon McCoy, now 15 points.
Max Ellis will tap him out, and that'll give Christian Collins now 15, as you said, Joey.
Collins is going to get.
Never mind. They're going to.
Oh, look like he was. Yep. Yeah. Collins is going to go to the training room and get looked at.
I was a little confused. I saw 6 Braves on the floor, and I was wondering if the officials had taken note. But going to the training room, Mitchell looking against LZ Harrington. Floater down the lane, off the mark that time. From Reggie Moorman, again, the 6'1 senior, trying to get in on the scoring action. Long shot on the way and down for Max Ellis.
Ellis played big minutes in the first half and now rewarded with a 3 here in the third. And St. John Bosco can do no wrong right now. The Pythons just don't have an answer on either end of the ball.
Ahead to Harrington. He'll throw it home. Just like that, and the lead continues to expand, 53-18. One of the top programs in America, showing you why they are held in such high regard. And we will take a quick break for this timeout, which is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear and instant packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com. Engineer your future with us. So, Joey, at the 5:03 mark here in the third quarter, it's unlikely we'll see a substantial comeback from Paidea, but what are some of the things that they could try and do to take some positives away with the remainder of this game?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the offensive side of the ball, just finishing possessions obviously better than they have to this point. You know, this game, barring an all-time comeback, probably going to tilt in favor of the Braves, but I think if you're the Pythons, just run your offense, run your sets. You've got a very young team. You've got 3 of your 8 players as freshmen, another sophomore, only one senior, that being Reggie Mormon. So run your sets. You might not face a better team all year long than the St. John Bosco group. Of course, Atlanta, a lot of great competition down in that neck of the woods. But run your sets, run your stuff, see what you've got. And just a good opportunity to kind of hone your skills against a team with likely future NBA players on the roster.
Mitchell's
a lot of praise, but
yeah. Mitchell's pass to Harper out of bounds, and as you said, Joey, Atlanta, one of the hotbeds for high school hoops, often regarded for its talent in football, but the Metro Atlanta area is also highly known for its talent in the basketball. Overtime Elite has one of its headquarters down there. One of the premier alternatives to going to college in preparation for a career in the professional ranks, whether it be in the NBA or overseas. A lot of players often head there and then find their way into the G League or onto some sort of professional roster. As McCoy will head to the line for 2 free throws.
McCoy, let's see if he can get up to 12 points. Going to be interesting to see what the future holds for McCoy, one of the nation's very best. Who doesn't he have offers from? I mean, go down the list. UCLA, these are schools he has offers from. UCLA, Kansas, Duke, Michigan, and through a who's who of power programs. And he is considered by many the best junior in the United States.
St. John Bosco just one of their last 5 from the free throw line, but despite that, they have, again, blown this lead open, and it has been a tight lid on the basket in the latter portions of the second quarter and early portions of the second half for Paidea. Ball knocked free, trying to find an answer down the lane, hesitates, fires, and scoring is David Oglesby Smith, the 6'4 junior who saw a couple of looks in that first half, but finally opens the lid.
And here's Coleman. But yeah, that's a great bucket for Oglesby Smith to get the Pythons back on track and right on cue, an and one for the Braves.
And a tough one to take there for C.J. Harper. Thought he maybe stepped in time to take the charge. Instead, call it a blocking foul. And now Brandon McCoy Jr. will head to the line for what could be his 13th point. And short on his free throws. So he's now 0 of 3 from the line. And that will stay with St. John Bosco. They're going to say it went off the foot of one of the Pythons. As LZ Harrington that'll also be, I believe, Eric Wang, number 22. LZ Harrington, step through, gathers his own miss and puts it back in. He's up to double digits now with 11. Harper down the lane is fouled, and now a blocking foul.
Pretty good crowd has hung around to watch this one through to its finish. And let's see if the Pythons can tackle on another score. And
LZ Harrington nearly came away with a steal in midair. Lead stands at 37 for the Braves.
I'd like to see, I think the recipe for taking St. John Bosco down this week is working it along the perimeter. They go inside, and the Pythons have done some good things there. But against a team that is this long, I think you got to step outside and shoot the three.
Moss kick to the corner. Back outside to Ellis. Collins, he'll throw it over to LZ Harrington. Trying to go one-on-one against C.J. Harper. First move doesn't work. Cut down the lane. Collins with the two-hand flush. Mitchell transition mid-range. And a foul against Christian Collins as Murphy Mullins, 6'5" freshman, hit the deck a little hard.
Good to see Harper, or pardon me, no, not get to the line, but inbound the ball. Big things in store for Harper. You know, he stands out on the top of the roster for the Pythons, and he had a good start to this game, keeping the Pythons in it in the early stages.
A lot of bodies forward for the Pythons, for the Braves. And for one of the few times tonight, Christian Collins doesn't convert. Elsie Harrington outside to Collins. Has his pocket picked momentarily, but it will stick with St. John Bosco.
Tell you, we saw 100 points earlier on this Thanksgiving Day, and the Braves aren't quite on that pace, but the way this offense is rolling. Of course, Matt Dunn and the whole Braves coaching staff, they do such a good job. I don't know that that's necessarily the goal, but it would be fun to see this offense keep operating as we know it can.
Absolutely. They're, again, one of the top programs in America for high school boys hoops. And they have proven today, and amongst a very talented field, like you said, had a very good matchup earlier in the TOC. And tonight, the Knights really just got in their way in a large variety and flushed home. Again, St. John Bosco, there's just anybody on the floor has the athleticism to get up and get it done.
And their lead is 41 points. Just an incredible showing from the squad out of Bellflower, California, right outside of Los Angeles.
Kick, right side, three on the way, off the front of the rim, and the rebound to Christian Collins. Spin down the lane, hop step, but just in midair and scoring is Brandon McCoy Jr.
And what you don't want to do, sorry, Cody, if you're the Paidea school here, is throw up the white flag. Obviously, you got to keep running your sets. You got to keep following the game plan on either side of the ball.
McCoy Jr. quickly hunting down Christian Collins for the team lead in scoring. He's got 14. Collins stands at 17. Down low and an easy two for David Oglesby-Smith.
Oglesby-Smith's been a nice addition to the offense here for the Pythons in the third quarter.
He has 6 so far tonight. One-legged fadeaway off the front of the rim. Rebound by Collins, who sticks it back. Now he's up to 19. As we travel under a minute to go in the third. Mitchell, transition three is good. And Mitchell hits his first shot from distance.
Nice shot from the sophomore, who does not bring a lot of size to the equation. In fact, he's the second shortest player among the 8 on the roster for the Pythons, but nice touch from downtown.
Elsie Harrington, the hesitation and burst to the rim. Results in 2 more for the Braves.
Yeah, the movements for the Braves are just so fluid, just so easy. Everyone, the whole Braves roster, but particularly Harrington, Collins, and McCoy, just so bouncy, make it look so easy.
Mitchell down the lane, fouled, and this will be on the floor with 4.1. Here's Max Ellis, who will re-enter the contest. Stevie Shields will come back in for the Pythons, and Dean Moss will also re-enter for St. John Bosco. C.J. Harper will go ahead and take a sit. Inbounds is knocked away. Still free and picked up by Elsie Harrington at half court. And he must have had his Wheaties this morning. That one sailed well over the backboard.
Did it hit the shot clock? It looked like it might have.
It was very close to doing so if it hadn't. As we hit the break in between the third and fourth quarters, I want to remind everybody that this timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels. Low and medium voltage switchgear and Gensen packaging ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Well, Joey, as we get set for the final 8 minutes, a substantial lead for St. John Bosco. Paidea's had their moments only stemming back from the first quarter, but for a team full of stars that St. John Bosco is, you've hit it on the head multiple times today. It's been a balanced effort.
It has been a balanced effort. Look at the 5 they've got on the floor now, 13 points, 2-5-5, and they'll bring in Jamar Taylor, the senior, to see if he can add his name to the list of scorers here soon. So, see what happens and see if the Braves can get the job done in that regard. I don't know how many different scorers in total, but I know McCoy, Dean Moss, Coleman, Harrington, Ellis, Collins, Perfetti. Don't remember if Wu had a basket when he was in earlier or not, but number of players filling it up for the Braves right now, making their trip all the way from LA worthwhile.
Absolutely. Inbound from Harper to Mitchell. He will work against Jamar Taylor. Mitchell down the lane against Taylor, running scoop shot off the side of the rim. He'll gather his own miss. Working it around, finds its way to Harper. He'll pull the trigger from distance, and it's off. Jamar Taylor with the quick outlet to Coleman. Down the right side of the court. Kick outside. Taylor for 3. Just off, and the rebound Ellis. Stopping, popping, Coleman tried to bury another, and the rebound to Harper. Harper being harassed and hounded. In transition, Taylor with the reverse, scores!
And there we go. Didn't take long for Taylor to find the scoring column, and just what we were talking about earlier, add yet another name to this electric St. John Bosco victory.
Pull-up 3 is good.
Good silencer there from Harper.
Corner 3 on the way, and the answer coming from Dominic Perfetti. Mitchell working against this pressure defense, loses it for a moment. Harper pull up again off back iron.
Good shot from Harper, even though it didn't go in. I like that form. I want to remind our viewers, we've seen teams take their lumps here at the TOC and go on to have great seasons back home. And, of course, the Pythons still have some opportunities left this week. And a good team that Eddie Johnson has. It's just interesting when you run it. Like, this is, as you said earlier, a coast-to-coast matchup, 2 teams from opposite corners of the country. We had J.D. Davidson's team here from Alabama a number of years ago, back in 2019. That team, every game, outclassed, outmatched. They go back to Alabama, they win a state title and make it. I don't know that they lost again after they return home from the TOC. I'd have to double check. But it's just interesting to see, you get these teams from different corners of the country. The styles of play contrast so much from corner to corner.
Absolutely, and that's a great point, Joey. We've even seen local teams like Metamora. They've taken some hard hits here in recent years. They've had one of the more dominant runs over the last 3 or 5 years for the local teams and winning state titles, being runner-ups, making deep runs into the postseason. And so there's absolutely a testament to be made for teams that come here and get a learning experience but may not leave with a perfect record, as Ellis's 3 is off the mark. Will drive down the lane, laid off. Coleman loses it in transition. Mitchell ahead. Cutting in, left-handed effort, nearly finding its way home for Oglesby Smith, who, as you said, Joey, has been a nice little spark for this Pythons team.
Yeah, even in a second half when things haven't gone right for the Pythons, Oglesby Smith has gotten open a few times. He's gotten to the basket well. He's done a nice job, has the junior. And so we'll see if David Oglesby Smith can keep it going. Maybe jinxed him on that first free throw, but he has played well, and he is up to 6 points on the evening.
Well, both these teams will have stuff to clean up, and I'm sure on that list would be the free throw shooting. We haven't exactly seen clinical free throw shooting tonight, but if that's the one thing each team has to take away, I think they'll take that. That one is also off the mark. Coleman working against Mitchell. Again, he's had a really good understated night so far. He's hit a couple of perimeter shots, opened up the offense really well. It's Jamar Taylor from downtown. Max Ellis gets the offensive board and then throws it into the backcourt. Heads up play by Mitchell. Doesn't have much coming with him, though. Gets it back to Harper. Harper will pull it from long range, and it's off the front of the rim.
Harper just a little off on the shot tonight.
And Ellis trying to get up initially for the jam, but was fouled. I believe Oglesby Smith. And he will have 2 free throws.
To finish my point on Harper, though, a little off tonight. Still 12 points. Good effort, but I've got a feeling a lot of these shots fall in some bigger games the Pythons played this year.
Absolutely. And again, like you said, some teams will come here, get their lumps, and obviously Paidea will have a strong, I guess, group of things to try and work on heading back to Georgia once the TOC does wrap up. But as you said, there's been plenty of examples of teams that just don't have it go their way, but go back, fix some things, and have very successful seasons. As Harper connects, he is up to a 14-point total to lead the Pythons in scoring as Coleman dances and drains the perimeter shot.
Really like Coleman's game, and whenever he touches the ball, he's liable to score, and he's proven that a couple of times tonight. Kind of that deep mid-range or behind the three-point line area, although he did get above the rim on that one play earlier.
Nearly flushed it home, as you said, Joey, earlier in the contest, but he's just a steady presence that I've noticed for this St. John Bosco team. Comes away with the steal and a perimeter look again, just off the mark.
But a steal to set that up, getting it done on the other side of the ball.
4:09 to go here in the fourth quarter. A handed lead for St. John Bosco, 78-30. That was opened up by a 25-4 scoring run in the second quarter after they trailed for well over half of the first quarter and just never found a great rhythm. Jamar Taylor doesn't have it dialed in. Mitchell over to Oglesby Smith, then now to Harper. No work one-on-one. Harper step back. He seems to have lost a bit of his touch. Started him off so hot in this contest. And stolen away by Mitchell. And again to Harper. He'll pass it on one more, and it's off. Oglesby Smith trying to slide in and scores.
Another great play for Oglesby Smith, coming in and cleaning that up along the baseline.
He's up to 8 of the 32 now for Paidea.
Best sign for Paidea, he's only a junior, again on a young team.
Mitchell, he'll try one from downtown, and it grazes the rim to Harper. One-legged fadeaway, cans it.
And there's C.J. Harper, nice move.
He's 3 off, leading all scorers to tie the lead set by Christian Collins at 19, as he's up to 16. Holding swung around very well. Jaden Price will give this one off, and it's sent home from Gavin Dean Moss.
100 might be a little late for that, but Dean Moss has, again, much like Coleman, not headlining the scoring, but we saw him against Metamora do some good things.
Stolen away, and transition layup was disrupted as Harper will take the foul and send St. John Bosco back to the free throw line. And clock's still running here under 2 minutes as we have hit the running clock. And first one is good as St. John Bosco will send its lead once more.
And a good crowd starts to file out.
It's because they're getting their rest for the rest of the tournament, Joe.
That's right, 9 games tomorrow and 9 on Saturday, 18 games left. We are not halfway through this tournament just yet.
Nope. About midway point of the morning tomorrow.
Yep.
I will have it on as I attend other responsibilities down in Peoria for the Braves of Bradley when they take on Judson.
Braves,
But
yeah. Of course, a local connection, right? We were talking earlier with assistant coach from St. John Bosco. Figuring he's from Los Angeles. Hey, you a Dodgers fan by chance? Turns out he was. Of course, Charlie Steiner, where we went to school, the Charlie Steiner School of Sports Communication at Bradley, is so named for Charlie Steiner, the class of 1971, I believe, and 70 or 71, and now the radio play-by-play voice for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So
not the only famous Bradley Braves play-by-play voice in that town, though. Ralph Lawler for many years,
yeah,
the Los Angeles Clippers.
That's right, of course. Jack Brickhouse. Chick Hearn from Peoria. I don't know if Chick Hearn went to Bradley or not, but I know he's from Peoria.
As the final few seconds begin to trickle off as we're under 25 to go, St. John Bosco had thoroughly controlled this one from the end of the first quarter on, and a foul on the floor, but I doubt they will get much more other than a shot off with the clock continuing to run. Mitchell calls for it, jabs, fade away from the mid-range, and he will put a positive note to the end of this one. As the final score, the St. John Bosco Braves 85, the Paidea Pythons 38. Joey, a almost wire-to-wire clinic from St. John Bosco.
Yeah, you know, and it was a good first quarter for the Pythons. In fact, they led at one point. St. John Bosco uses a timeout. Turns out to be a good move. And it was 15-14 at the end of the first quarter. And after that point, what is that, a 70 to, quick math here, 70 to 24 run to end the game for St. John Bosco. Very impressive performance from a very impressive team that has commanded large crowds throughout the week and will as the crowds tick back up on Friday and Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. We don't have much more other than to put a bow on this one as we say so long from this Thanksgiving presentation of the TOC here in 2024. And we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.